This is the chess song. हाँ चेस में जो ये मजा है, इसके इतने सारे रंग, सीखे खेले आजमाए चेस बेस इंडिया के संग। थोड़ी देखी चेस थ्योरी, इन डेप्थ कमेंटरी, यहाँ कवरेज है बेमिसाल। इम्प्रूवमेंट होगी तेरी, ब्लंडर से ब्रिलियंसी, बनना चाहे तू भी तार। शतरंज का कमाल, शतरंज का कमाल, शतरंज का कमाल, शतरंज का कमाल, शतरंज का
देख ले मुझे, मैं आंखें मिला लूं, ट्रैप लगा के मैं नर्वस करा दूं। तुझे क्या पता तू करेगा खता, फिर मैच की कथा को प्रथा बना दूं। टिक टाइम जा रहा है नीचे, प्रेशर तुझे मिसल टेक में खींचे। गुरुजी ने इसे काबल बनाया, पीसेस के यूं खड़े कर दूंगा बगीचे।
एक मिनट, बगीचे?
हाँ बगीचे, अटैकिंग पे रहो यार।
ढूंढ ले, checks captures threats in this position, ढूंढ ले, और मन में खोज ले बेस्ट डिसीजन, ढूंढ ले, जब हो जाए सही कैलकुलेशन, इससे बेटर फील नहीं है यार। शतरंज का कमाल, शतरंज का कमाल, शतरंज का कमाल, शतरंज का कमाल, शतरंज का कमाल। This is the chess song. हाँ चेस में जो ये मजा है, इसके इतने सारे रंग, सीखे खेले आजमाए चेस बेस इंडिया के संग। थोड़ी देखी चेस थ्योरी, इन डेप्थ कमेंटरी, यहाँ कवरेज है बेमिसाल। इम्प्रूवमेंट होगी तेरी, ब्लंडर से ब्रिलियंसी, बनना चाहे तू भी तार। शतरंज का कमाल, शतरंज का कमाल, शतरंज का कमाल, शतरंज का कमाल, शतरंज का
देख ले मुझे, मैं आंखें मिला लूं, ट्रैप लगा के मैं नर्वस करा दूं। तुझे क्या पता तू करेगा खता, फिर मैच की कथा को प्रथा बना दूं। टिक टाइम जा रहा है नीचे, प्रेशर तुझे मिसल टेक में खींचे। गुरुजी ने इसे काबल बनाया, पीसेस के यूं खड़े कर दूंगा बगीचे।
एक मिनट, बगीचे?
हाँ बगीचे, अटैकिंग पे रहो यार।
ढूंढ ले, checks captures threats in this position, ढूंढ ले, और मन में खोज ले बेस्ट डिसीजन, ढूंढ ले, जब हो जाए सही कैलकुलेशन, इससे बेटर फील नहीं है यार। शतरंज का कमाल, शतरंज का कमाल, शतरंज का कमाल, शतरंज का कमाल, शतरंज का कमाल। is the chess song. हाँ चेस में जो ये मजा है, इसके इतने सारे रंग, सीखे खेले आजमाए चेस बेस इंडिया के संग। थोड़ी देखी चेस थ्योरी, इन-डेप्थ कमेंटरी, यहाँ कवरेज है बेमिसाल। इम्प्रूवमेंट होगी तेरी, ब्लंडर से ब्रिलियंसी, बनना चाहे तू भी तार। शतरंज का कमाल, 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 शतरंज का कमाल।
देख ले मुझे, मैं आंखें मिला लूं, ट्रैप लगा के मैं नर्वस करा दूं। तुझे क्या पता तू करेगा खता, फिर मैच की कथा को प्रथा बना दूं। टिकटिंग के टाइम जा रहा है नीचे, प्रेशर तुझे मिसल देख में खींचे। गुरुजी ने इसे काबिल बनाया, पीसेस के यूं खड़े कर दूंगा बगीचे।
एक मिनट, बगीचे?
हाँ बगीचे, अटैकिंग पे यार।
Checks captures threats in this position. हर मन में खोज ले बेस्ट डिसीजन। जब हो जाए सही कैलकुलेशन, इससे बेटर फील नहीं है यार। शतरंज का कमाल, 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 शतरंज का कमाल। This is the chess song. हाँ चेस में जो ये मजा है, इसके इतने सारे रंग, सीखे खेले आजमाए चेस बेस इंडिया के संग। थोड़ी देखी चेस थ्योरी, इन-डेप्थ कमेंटरी, यहाँ कवरेज है बेमिसाल। इम्प्रूवमेंट होगी तेरी, ब्लंडर से ब्रिलियंसी, बनना चाहे तू भी तार। शतरंज का कमाल, 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 शतरंज का कमाल।
देख ले मुझे, मैं आंखें मिला लूं, ट्रैप लगा के मैं नर्वस करा दूं। तुझे क्या पता तू करेगा खता, फिर मैच की कथा को प्रथा बना दूं। टिकटिंग के टाइम जा रहा है नीचे, प्रेशर तुझे मिसल देख में खींचे। गुरुजी ने इसे काबिल बनाया, पीसेस के यूं खड़े कर दूंगा बगीचे।
एक मिनट, बगीचे?
हाँ बगीचे, अटैकिंग पे यार।
Checks captures threats in this position. हर मन में खोज ले बेस्ट डिसीजन। जब हो जाए सही कैलकुलेशन, इससे बेटर फील नहीं है यार। शतरंज का कमाल, शतरंज का कमाल, शतरंज का कमाल, शतरंज का कमाल।
What a day of chess this promises to be, the 9th round of the FIDE Chess Olympiad 2024. India takes on Uzbekistan in the open and USA in the women's section. Let's go to the open section first because there have been some changes by the Uzbek team. Now, India has gone with the same squad. Gukesh, Praggnanandhaa, Arjun and Vidit. But Gukesh versus Nodirbek is going to happen on the top board. And this is going to be an amazing clash. We all remember what happened in the last Olympiad. Gukesh was winning and then Nodirbek fought back. And actually, that was a very important fight for the gold medal. Uzbekistan went on to win the title there. And who knows what will bring today, because both players are in phenomenal form. Gukesh on 6.5 out of 7. Nodirbek on 7.5 out of 8. Amazing clash there. What was very surprising for me is that Nodirbek Yakuboev on board number 2 has been rested. And we are seeing Praggnanandhaa versus Sindarov. Now, they both have played against each other many times, and I believe Prag has a very good score there. So, I'm a bit unsure what the decision was. Maybe Sindarov wants to go out there and face Prag. On board number 3, we have Shamsiddin Vakhidov taking on Arjun Erigaisi. Arjun has the white pieces, is in great form, and I think it is on this board that we might try to push a bit here. And on board number 4, we have Vidit Gujrathi against Jakhongir Vakhidov. Vakhidov has been not playing much in this tournament, just 3 games or so. And this will be also an interesting encounter. Maybe India has a small edge there. Going now to the women's section against USA. USA on the top board has Carissa Yip. She is, Tokirjonova Gulrukh Begim. But India has rested Harika and Vaishali will face her. And I think this is where India needs to strike. After losing yesterday's match, today is the time to get back on the feet. On the second board, however, Carissa Yip is in tremendous form. She's dropped only half a point and Divya will have her task cut out. On board number 3, we have Vantika, who's going to take on Irina Krush. Again, experience versus youngster battle. But on board number 4, Tanya Sachdev is coming back here and she's facing the young Alice Lee, born in just 2009. Alice Lee is also in tremendous form and has dropped only half a point. I think 6.5 on 7 or 7.5 on 8. She's playing brilliantly. So Team India in the women's have to be very careful, especially on board number 2 and 4. And we will see how this pans out. But very interesting 2 matches up ahead.
Welcome everyone to the ninth round of the FIDE Chess Olympiad 2024. This is your host Sagar Shah welcoming you to this amazingly huge day of chess. I cannot tell you how excited I am because today is the day of India versus Uzbekistan. Can you believe it? This encounter, which had us on the edge of our seat 2 years ago in Chennai, and there are sirens out there is a lot of noise here, but guys, it's going to be amazing. How are you feeling? How are you feeling about this? Today, actually, India Uzbekistan is the big clash in the open section, but in the women's section, also India faces a stiff challenge against USA. And I must tell you that I am not at all sure about today's matches in both the sections because both opponents are formidable. If we look at the open section, we have the big clash between Gukesh and Nodirbek. We all remember 2022 Chennai Olympiad where Gukesh was cruising to victory against Nodirbek and India were cruising towards the gold medal. But then this guy, he fought there. Nodirbek did not move. And then Gukesh blundered, and those scenes of heartbreak. In fact, I've read many people saying we cried on that day and we did not sleep that night and we left watching chess after that. Well, that's how good Nodirbek Abdusattorov is as a player. He never gives up, and in this tournament, he's on 7.5 out of 8. Gukesh, on the other hand, is in phenomenal form at 6.5 out of 7, which makes this matchup something that everyone is looking forward to. Sai Prasad, as always, with our first super chat of the day. I watched your podcast at Chess with Must Reader. Yes, I have a podcast there, and I think you can check it out. Desi Guis card says Sagar is board 3, the decisive board. Well, I must say that the first board is the very key one. On the second board, I was a bit surprised with the Uzbek strategy of resting Yakuboev and putting up Sindarov against Praggnanandhaa. I think Prag and Sindarov have played against each other so many times, right from under 8 or under 10 age category. And if I'm not mistaken, Praggnanandhaa has a good plus score. So, what's the logic behind getting Sindarov to face Prag? I'm not sure. Maybe Sindarov is itching for a revenge here because he lost there to Prag last time in the Chennai Olympiad. On board number 3, I think Arjun Erigaisi has a good chance against Shamsiddin Vokhidov. Not to be underestimated, this youngster from Uzbekistan is also very strong. But when it comes to the difference in strength, maybe third board is where India could strike. Also, Arjun has the white pieces. On board number 4, we have Vidit Gujrathi taking on the experienced player in their team. Actually, it's the battle of two experienced guys. Rest 3 are quite young. It's Vidit versus Jakhongir Vakhidov, and this is going to be very, very interesting as well. Vakhidov is known as the big brother of the team, and Vidit will try to put some pressure there. Guys, a lot of excitement in the open section, but then going to the women's section, USA versus India, I think this match is very, very tense, especially because India has had to rest Harika today on the top board. She's not been in great form, which means that on the top board we will have Vaishali taking on Gulrukh Begim Tokirjanova. She is quite a strong player, and I think also from Uzbekistan, if I'm not mistaken. And by the way, here we see the US team versus Hungary. There, it's also a big matchup in the section. Maybe we have Fabiano Caruana there adjusting his pieces. He's going to take on Richard Rapport, Wesley So versus Peter Leko, Dominguez versus Sanan Sugirov, Aronian versus Benjamin Gledura. And there you see Fabi just signing a few autographs there. So many people want to have a picture with him, and he's one of the nicest guys in the chess world. And on the board number 2 in the match between India and US, we have Divya Deshmukh taking Carissa Yip. I feel this is going to be a very, very big matchup because Carissa Yip is playing brilliantly. So is Divya Deshmukh. Both are youngsters. Carissa is 2003 born, Divya is 2005 born. Nice fight there. On board number 3, Vantika takes on Irina Krush. And the form that Vantika is in, I feel that it's a very well matched struggle there because Irina is, of course, a grandmaster and a very strong player, or maybe she's an IM, if I'm not mistaken, but she's very good. She's a GM. So, and on board number 4 is Tanya Sachdev versus Alice Lee. I think this is the board where Indians have to be careful because Alice Lee is born in 2009. She's just 14 years old and extremely talented. Tanya has shown good strength in this tournament, but against a young upcoming talent, she has to play very carefully, guys. Very carefully. My big request to everyone in the chat today is to enjoy this match and have really good emotions, because I think it's not meant here to start any kind of fights in the chat and so on. We are here to actually root for all the players who are playing. Of course, we love the Indian players, but that doesn't mean that we do not love players from other countries. And so let's have a wonderful time. Let's enjoy chess. Let's root for the team that we like, but let's not spew any hatred or anything on others. And this is a big request from my end. We have Venkat Krishnan says, most worried about Pragg, who has been having a very average tournament. Sindarov tends to play way above his rating at Olympiads. I know in a way, Venkat Krishna, what you're saying, but I think Pragg has played pretty well in this Olympiad. He's not won games, but he's not lost any. He's his solid self. So I'm not very worried about Pragg as such. I think I'm very worried about first board, Gukesh Nodirbek. But yeah, let's see. Dr. M3 says Gukesh facing world number 6 today. High chances of facing world number 1 and 2 in the next rounds. Maybe not world number 1 because India versus Norway might not happen, but India USA definitely a big chance. Guys, this is going to be a big fight today. In fact, I'm actually very thrilled that we are going to be following this live. And I must remind you that just like Srinath Narayanan is the coach of the Indian team, there we have Tokir Janova. She's writing her moves. She's a left-handed player and she's taking on Vaishali. We are also having a coach of the Uzbek team. And guys, who is the coach of the Uzbek team? Can you tell me? Prabodh says, Sagar yesterday's 5 minutes with Divya and Vantika's board was so insightful. She showed the position was so complex without engine. Amazing work so far by our team. Thank you, Prabodh. That's very cool to know. Yes, it is Kramnik. And in fact, by the way, there you see on your screen is the young Alice Lee. She is the talent which I was talking about, and she's amazing as a player. So have to be very careful against her. Tanya, the Indian team has not yet come, and Alice there calmly sitting and getting ready for the encounter. We have Vishal says Pragg's record versus Sindarov in classical is 4 wins for Pragg, 4 draws and 2 losses. Woo! Yes, let's see if Pragg can make it 5 today, or will it be a draw, or will Sindarov strike here? Guys, we also have a few links in the chat which you can check out. We have the links of Chess Neurons, Teach Chess India Volunteer, Kaisa School of Chess, and today I've added another one. The Global Chess League is going to happen after this tournament in London, and the tickets are now live. So I've put the link for you to get the tickets, and there you see Vaishali taking fourth on board number 1. This is going to be very, very interesting that Vaishali has now the onus of taking the top position. Sagar Bhai, what are our chances to play Norway and get both gold? Well, the chances of playing Norway are not that great because Norway is not winning their matches. But chances of getting both gold depend a lot on how things pan out today. And guys, we have Harshit Raja on the screen.
Hello, Sagar bhai.
Bhai, what? You are down in the hall also. You are here also. And Gukesh has entered on the screen, bhai. This is a big, big matchup. Gukesh with his typical pose of, adjusting his collar, taking fort. He knows it's a big encounter.
Sagar bhai, the
Yeah, he knows it's a big encounter. He knows that Nodirbek is one of the strongest players in the world, and he has that kind of a thing with him at the Olympiad, a record which he wants to set straight.
Yep. The last time, guys, if you don't remember, Gukesh was completely better against Abdusattorov.
Yeah.
But in the end, Abdusattorov managed to trick Gukesh and win the game. Today, Gukesh is playing again with the white pieces, and it's going to be interesting to see how this game will develop because this first board encounter is definitely the biggest encounter Gukesh has faced so far.
Right. And with it there, guys, with his typical black lotus pose, meditating before the game, we have Karthik Krishnan, who sent a super chat saying, "Let's go India. Thanks for the amazing coverage, Sagar Bhai and team." Arey, thank you, Karthik Bhai. Karthik is a part of the Chessbase India team, and he is our strategic designer at Chessbase India. He's sending in the best wishes. Thank you, Karthik Bhai.
Wow. The stage has been set, Sagar bhai. The
Bhai.
stage has been set. We are waiting for Abdusattorov to
Why,
come
where
in.
is Abdusattorov? And we have the guest of today who says, which move should I make? But where is Abdusattorov? He's making a move without him.
No, I think he will take his move back. Not sure if he wants to play
He's
D4.
here, he's
Oh,
here.
there's the handshake.
There you have Nodirbek, Abdusattorov joining in. You know, the last time Gukesh and Abdusattorov played each other was at Prague Masters. Maybe they played later as well.
Mhm.
But Amruta was teamed up with Nodirbek for a doubles match, and Gukesh was with someone else.
Oh,
And Amruta, of course, blundered, and Nodirbek
of
lost.
course, Are Sagar bhai.
Nodirbek lost that game, but okay.
Guys, 7,000 of you watching. The game is about to start. Like the stream so more and more people can join this amazingly exciting battle.
Yes.
Very, very close battle. And definitely, we have to be very careful against the reigning champions of the Olympiad, Uzbekistan.
Wow, that's a good point. Defending champions, and also Harshit Bhai, Vladimir Kramnik is the coach of the team, and he has worked with the Indian youngsters before. I don't know how relevant it is, but on our screen is the madman, the man who is on fire, 7.5 on 8, Arjun Erigaisi.
Incredible. Look at the focus that he wants to maintain before the game, wants to make sure he gets in that zone where he's able to calculate the best moves. His opponent Shamsiddin is also very, very excited for this game.
By Shamsiddin Vakhidov is in this tournament has 4 wins and 3 draws out of 7 rounds. He has not lost a single game.
And a performance of 2,700. So
Yeah.
playing good chess so far. However, can we tell the performance of Arjun Erigaisi, guys? Are you
Erigaisi's performance is
Yes.
3,000.
3,000 stockfish level performance here by Arjun, scoring 7.5 out of 8. He's gaining 15 rating points.
Ooh, and there we have Tanya Sachdev. It's, I think, one of the biggest encounters of his career
Of
in
her
the
career,
last
yes.
few years, because Tanya hasn't been playing much. So this one, I would say, I don't know how she will manage to handle the pressure. I'm sure there will be a lot of pressure on her.
And India in the women's section is playing against the American team,
Yes.
whom we had lost to. So we are actually playing both teams that we did not do well against from the last Olympiad.
But don't forget, actually, people keep forgetting that in the A group, the India 1 team, had actually held Uzbekistan to 2-2 draw in
Yeah.
the Olympiad.
Mhm.
But the B team had lost.
Exactly.
And
And
had they drawn, maybe it was, yeah, maybe they lost. I don't know, but it was a bad result for India there.
yeah, and we
But-
are definitely wanting to improve on that. We do have the best team we've had so far in both section, guys. So, and also, if you're Uzbekistan supporters, welcome, welcome, welcome. We are very excited for this match. It's going to be a close one.
I think there are also US supporters in the chat, and Harshit Bhai is one of the people who has some amazing insights on the US team, because some of the players on the team are his very good friends.
Yeah, in on board one actually we have Divya Deshmukh playing. No, sorry, board one we have Vaishali.
Vaishali playing Gulrukh Begim Tokir Janova.
Yeah, we have Vaishali on the first board playing black pieces against Gulrukh Begim from the US, and I'm very good friends with Begim, who was also studying in the same university as me.
Oh,
Very very good player. So it's going to be exciting to see how this young American team with the experienced Irina Crush on their third board does against the Indian team.
what do you feel about Karisa, Yip, and Divya? I think that is a very well matched game.
Yeah, Carissa Yip is definitely one of the most upcoming players from the American girls youth team. She is currently studying at a very, very good school in the US, Stanford, if I'm not mistaken. Yes.
Arre, bhai. Still, she's finding time for chess.
Yep, but now
Amazing.
she's back into chess because, Sagar Bhai, of the very, very good initiative taken by Rex and Jeannie Singfield, who are going to give $100,000 to the next 5 women grandmasters
Like the women who become GMs.
who become GMs.
Not WGMs.
Not WGMs, but GMs.
Oh, look at this, guys. $100,000. That's close to 85 lakh rupees you win if
And
you
that's the
become.
handshake. That's the handshake.
Let's
the games
go.
are about to begin.
Arjun Erigaisi opening the game with 1d4, is it?
I think it was E4.
E4 खेला.
But let's-
Arjun by playing E4. क्या बात है? Today Arjun going for E4.
Yeah.
Amazing.
E4 and E5 played.
Okay, E5, knight F3 on the board. Arjun, and we will soon go to Gukesh versus Nodirbek as well, guys. Knight C6. This is the game, I think, where India can have chances to make inroads.
Yeah.
We have the Italian or the Spanish.
I think he might go for bishop b5. We
Oh,
have
he's
seen
gone
bishops.
Spanish.
He's gone for bishop b5. Guys, typically everyone was going for the Italian because in
Arre.
bishop c4, we could have seen the very, very trendy Italian. However, Arjun is like, let's test what you're going to do against the bishop b5.
And I think he'll play. Berlin on the board. But I am 100% sure Arjun will play D3.
Sagar bhai,
Anti-Berlin.
don't forget
Oh, Castle.
Castles.
Castles.
Don't forget who's the coach of the Uzbekistan team,
Oh,
Vladimir Kramnik.
The man who actually invented, or you can say made
Pioneered.
the Berlin popular.
Yes, he's the pioneer of this opening whom he played against Gary Kasparov in their match, and he did really, really well with the black pieces. But Arjun is like, okay, you might have the pioneer of this opening, but I am no less. He goes
Bhai.
for the very, very rare.
Bishop A4, did he play really?
Yes, he played bishop a4.
My God, this line is not played often, Harshit Bhai. The main move here, of course, for our viewers is to take the knight, take here, take the pawn, trade the queens, and go into the Berlin endgame, which has been analyzed to death, in a way you can say. But Arjun says, fresh position mangta apne ko, bishop a4.
Exactly. And now black has a few options. One option is to take the pawn. So
Yeah.
white is essentially giving a pawn sacrifice and saying, I am going to try to play for initiative. I am playing with the white pieces. And let's see if you know enough theory to be able to equalize.
Right. I think in a way, this is a risky choice for Arjun, because if his opponent knows stuff, he might not get an opening advantage.
Yeah.
But if the opponent doesn't know, which I guess Arjun is banking on that fact, then Arjun can get a very quick advantage.
And look, Shamsiddin is already looking around. He's like, "Bhai, kya ho gaya ye? Main to move
Nahi,
expect-"
jacket, he's removing
He's
his
feeling
jacket.
the heat. He's feeling the heat, Sagar bhai. Even I can feel the heat
Arre
taking
bhai,
off
bhai,
my
I will
jacket.
also.
Arre. What a nice shirt, Sagar bhai.
Bhai,
Look
this
at
was
this.
my Bermuda party shirt.
Arey, wow.
But today is the day for chess party, guys. It's the big clash, and that's why we've all come very, very much in a party mode. How about we go to the game of Gukesh
Yes.
and Nodirbek?
Yes, let's keep going. This game is going to be interesting to follow. As Shamsiddin is thinking about his next move, let's go to Gukesh's game.
Bhai, it is the Sicilian on the board between these two fighters, and they have gone for the open Sicilian Najdorf. And Harshit Bhai, a big expert in the Najdorf, A4 Harshit Bhai.
A4. Very, very interesting and slow strategic approach chosen by Gukesh. The point of also Sagar bhai, we have to be very careful and not fall into your opponent's preparation. You have to keep switching your opening so that you are unpredictable, and this is what Gukesh is doing. Of course, we've seen Bishop G5 countless times going into some sort of a poison pawn variation. However, Gukesh is like, I want to play a slow game, test you in your strategy, plays A4. The point of this move, guys, is that in many variations it stops black from going b5, and white also creates a square for his bishop on a2, because quite often we see that the bishop on c4 is attacked by the queen on c7. So now he has a very nice square on a2 for his bishop. So very interesting prophylactic move played by Arjun. E5 played,
E5.
knight comes back to f3.
Oh, knight F3, not knight B3.
Knight goes to f3, and I think the point is that if the knight goes to b3 after bishop c4, it no longer has the opportunity to go back.
They are all fighting for the same squares. Hello,
Yes, and after e5 he goes for knight f3, keeping the option open of going bishop c4 to a2. Bishop e7 played by Nodirbek. And now, guys, Gukesh has just made a move. Can you guess his move, guys? What a move Gukesh has made in this position. Incredible. Yes, Vardhan Shah, Jash Sharma, Dhairya Jain, Ayush Pandey, pawn to g3 played by Gukesh Sagar bhai in this position.
Why ye kya? Gukesh is playing some very weird chess openings. And by the way, director Saab, everyone in the chat asking about the bars. Will they come soon or is there some issue? They will come soon, says the director Saab. थोड़ा समय रखो दोस्तों, थोड़ा आ जाएगा. And right. Oh, men board are here, and guys, look at what the innovation is. Can anyone tell me what is the innovation in the bars that we have over here? Arshit bhai, do you see the new innovation?
Oh, we see the live score between both the teams. India, Uzbekistan.
No, वो तो है भाई यहाँ पे in the bar.
Oh, we see the time as well.
Yes, we have the timers.
Wow.
That have been implemented.
Guys, Chessbase India OP ho jaye yaar. The kind of broadcast that they are producing here is incredible, Sagar bhai. Maza aa gaya.
Guys, this is actually a big shout out to Sri Harsha, who has given this new touch. In fact, these bars are an open source thing, so all of you techies out there can contribute to it and make it better, and anyone can use this bar in their broadcast. So we are using it, and thanks to you, we also have the clock timing. Sri Harsha OP ho jaye chat pe.
Super.
Thank you, Rakshit bhai, for handling this. And with this, we have now not only the evaluation but also the timings.
Yes. And now, after G3, Abdusattorov is like, I have not seen this move.
सोचना पड़ेगा
क्योंकि बिशप यहाँ से निकलने वाला था, ऐसा लगा था. Now the bishop is going to G2. Very innovative play in the opening by Gukesh.
Has this been played before is the big question here. This one has been played. There have been good players who have played it, but maybe not as popular.
Definitely a rare opening. This is never something I've faced with the black pieces. Playing Najdorf my whole life, I've never faced this. So I'm sure Abdusattorov is also kind of trying to find the best way to counter this G3 idea. because white is saying that I'm going to bring my bishop on g2, castle shot, and once I put my bishop on g5 and take this knight, perhaps I'm going to try to have control of the d5 square.
Right. So this is going to be exciting.
Guys.
Very. Nodirbek generally, guys, blitzes out his opening moves. He never pauses. He's like boom, 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 boom. Sometimes he even plays 30 moves without thinking. That's his level of prep, and Gukesh has managed to bring him out of his prep, which is a nice thing.
Of course, we want to play chess where both humans are playing each other, because if you just blitz out moves according to the preparation, you're essentially playing against two computers.
Yes.
So the practical element only comes in when you try something new, and Gukesh is showing that he has prepared a lot of interesting ideas. I am kind of getting a sneak peek of the World Championship match.
वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप प्रेप है या कैंडिडेट्स का प्रेप है, no one knows, but Gukesh definitely using all his psychological ideas and tricks to play against his opponents. So this is a nice position. Harshit bhai, how about we go to the, as one Sindarov told me, in fact it was Vakhidov who told me, it's the El Clasico between Sindarov and Praggnanandhaa, because they keep playing so many times against each other. Meanwhile, Nodirbek has just made his move bishop e6.
Yeah.
And guys, what do we have in Praggnanandhaa's game?
Going for the
Harshit bhai,
French opening, the European line, which is known to give a very, very dynamic play. However, it does come with some amount of risk, because you are giving white a center.
Yes, advanced variation. White takes the space here, and Prag says, no problem, I will play without space. And here, there is some pressure down to the c1 bishop. He goes bishop e3, defending the d4 pawn, knight h6, bishop d3 played, and guys, Praggnanandhaa blitzes out knight g4.
Yes, I have to uh, highlight the importance of this move, knight to h6. People might be asking, why can't white take the knight on h6,
good question.
doubling the black pawns on h7 and h6? But guys, once the bishop on e3 takes this knight, you lose the defender of the d4 pawn, and black also can develop his rook from h8 to g8, putting pressure on the g2 pawn. And I think that this exchange favors black a lot. Rook g8 to g4 is also something that can happen in these kind of lines. That's why white cannot take the knight. He goes bishop d3, perhaps stopping knight to f5. But Prag is like, I want to attack this bishop, but I can not only do it from here, I can even go knight to g4. That was played by Praggnanandhaa. Because guys, once black captures this bishop on e3, at some point he is going to try to break the position with f6. The whole point of black in the line of French is that when white does have a very strong center, but black is going to try to break it.
Right. So knight g4, and actually white is not averse to giving up this bishop, which is why Sindarov goes knight d2, and he says to Prag, come, take my bishop. And Prag is now thinking, as we can see this nice angle between the pieces to look at him. By the way, Valentin Nastashe, thank you for your second super chat today, says, do you have the repo link or how to contribute to Chessbase India Tech, the bars? I will ask Rakshit here, if he's in the chat, to share that link, or whenever he joins in, I will ask him to spam the link so that you can have it, or maybe Adarsh Bhai, our tech team member, can do it. Okay.
Guys, the matches are heating up. We are already seeing some interesting.
Sure. Okay, there you have. Praggnanandhaa is thinking.
Yeah, Prague is thinking there. In the background, we see so many players curiously watching the opening progress from the India and Uzbekistan match, because they all know the importance of this match. They are very curious to see how the top players are trying to find new ideas in the opening. Guys, chess bolte hai ki it's just a draw, but there's still so many interesting and fresh ideas that can be found in the opening. You can just see this game already after knight d2. We kind of have a very interesting imbalance, because black e3 ka knight bishop maar sakta hai, but then the f file of Sindarov opens up. Guys, do you think Prague is going to play for a win with the black pieces? Because he did not play the Berlin to be solid. He has gone and played the French, keeping all three results open. And we also had Vishy sir who joined us a few days back and told us that even with the black pieces, you should try to keep the game imbalanced because you never know if sometimes you need to play for a win if your teammates are not doing well. This camera angle shows so many emotions. We see the players who are trying to be super focused. The captains, managers are eagerly awaiting how the players play because even the captains and managers have a lot of pressure, Sagar bhai.
Yes, bhai. Lot of pressure all around here. I am getting very thrilled, bhai. ये तो बहुत exciting है because now this is equal. ठीक है. Let's go to Vidit bhai.
Last game we haven't checked.
Vidit Gujrathi with the black pieces. Oh, I thought he had no. Arjun had white. Correct. So Vidit has black, and he goes for the very solid c4 c6. By the way, guys, I must tell you, Jakhongir Vakhidov was the second of Ding Liren in his World Championship match, along with Richard Rapport. So he's a very big name in the world of chess, although his rating has always been fluctuating between 2550 and 2600. I think on a given day, this guy can raise his game to like 2700 strength.
Definitely. His rating doesn't do justice to how well he can play. Only rated 2570, but we all know with the help of Vladimir Kramnik and the experience that this team has winning the Olympiad in Chennai, I think we definitely have to be careful with the black pieces and with its game. Let's see how this game proceeded.
By the way, guys, Harsh Kumar, our mod, who also has been the guy responsible for many tech updates in our Chess Ranga website, is spamming the link to our repo where you can use for the bars and update it. So thank you, Harsh bhai. Okay.
C4, C6, Knight C3, D5, D4 transposing to the Slav defense.
Slav defense.
Knight F6, and Vokhidov is like, Vidit bhai, I know you like playing the exchange Slav with the white pieces. How about you play it with the black pieces? Take C takes D5.
Oh, exchange variation.
C takes D5. This position, this opening is known to give white a small edge. However, black is very solid. So white is trying to play for two results in this opening.
By using your own medicine against, like your opponent's medicine against him.
Exactly.
Vidit will now be a little uncomfortable, or you think comfortable? He's like, "Bhai, mere ko to ye pata hai opening. I know it."
I think that whenever you analyze an opening with one side, it also kind of gives you a lot of insight about how to play it with the black pieces. So even though Vidit has analyzed this with the white pieces, I'm sure he knows the nuances in this position. And that's why, guys, whenever you work on chess openings, you not only can use it with the color you're preparing, you can even play it with the opposite side because you've already checked so many things in that line.
Absolutely. And Ram Parmar says, "Sir, I'm 18 years old. How can I become GM and join your chess academy?" By Ram Parmar ji, there is no academy. This is the academy here where we have Harshit Bhai showing you the idea behind the various moves that are played, and it's the best place to learn. E3, Bishop F5, Queen B3 played. Harshit Bhai, this is what Vidit has played before. Check, Bishop comes back, Queen C2,
Rook C8.
Rook C8.
Trying to perhaps put some pressure on this file. Knight to E4 at some point can be an idea for black. That's why Bishop D3 is played by Vakhidov. Guys, chess is a very logical game. You have to understand what your opponent wants to do and you have to counteract that, and at the same time try to find a strategy which is going to help you. Bishop D3 E6. Again, trying to put some pressure with Bishop B4. Knight F3 played. Bishop B4. Putting pressure on this knight.
Okay.
Castle, A3, forcing this bishop to make a decision.
But look at Vakhidov's time. He's blitzing out his moves. He's prepared.
And here Vidit thinks for a bit and finds this move, knight to E4.
Isn't this a pawn sacrifice?
This is not a pawn sacrifice because this actually happened in the game. We see the moves happening on the board. Takes, Queen E4. And now black has an option to take this pawn on C3 and covering the pawn deficit But there is also another interesting idea going bishop to c6. Vidit is just trying to recollect his preparation. I'm sure he's seen
Is
this.
this something already that has been played before? Oh, we have games here.
But they are only games from correspondence.
Oh, so it's a line that has been played in correspondence chess. Bishop c6, Harshit Bhai is one, but if I take on c3, you have to contend with bishop d6, attacking the rook. I save my rook. Another bishop move, attacking the rook and knight.
Oh, he has taken the pawn. He has taken the pawn on c3.
Bhai, this
And
is-
Vakhidov is about to make a move.
Now he's going to
And
play
look,
bishop d6.
he's going
Anish
to-
Giri in the background. He's seeing all of
And
this.
he gives a little smirk. Look at his face. He gives a little smirk.
अनिश गिरी इज लाइक भाई बाकी तो ये विदित के साथ मैंने ही एनालाइज किया है bishop d6 and now if you play bishop c6 to hit the queen there is queen f4 which is not a great idea so Vidit has to play rook e8.
Exactly. And one important thing to highlight that after bishop c6, queen f4, bishop to c7 becomes a very, very strong threat, attacking the knight and the queen. That's why you have to be very careful with the black pieces. But I have a feeling Vidit has analyzed this position and we might see some sort of a long theoretical battle.
Yes. By the way, Dominic Lobo says, Sagar, thank you for your dedication to Indian chess. The interviews with other national teams are great insights. Let's continue to support India and our chess players. Keep up the amazing work. Thank you, Dominic, for your super chat.
Guys, this kind of support is only what encourages and makes people like Sagar work hard and provide this amazing content to you. So very, very nice message there by Dominic.
Thank you, Dominic. Bye. And now bishop b4. Arshit bhai, this rook is attacked. This knight is attacked. And I was wondering, why can't the queen snatch the pawn? Because the knight is always protecting it. But the threat is after rook c8, which he comes back,
He played.
he will chop, chop, chop.
Sagar, a lot of chopping happening here, but after all that, I think that we might be reaching some sort of a forced line. Bishop a5, queen a5 played already.
And guys, queen b7
Also
also
played.
snatched. This is Vakhidov's unbelievable prep. Actually, this is getting a bit nervous and nervy and stressful for me because Vakhidov is not stopping to blitz out his moves, and Vidit is also not stopping by.
Bishop c6 played.
Bishop c6 is on the board. What an opening battle we are seeing. Look at the people they're gathering
Everyone,
behind.
they've already played 20 moves and it's only been like 30 minutes in the game.
Absolutely. And right now, Vladimir Kramnik in the background.
Look at Anish keenly watching this game because he is curious what Vakhidov has cooked. I'm sure he has analyzed this position. Queen before played. Look at Anish, like slightly looking at the position, giving a smile.
Actually, Anish would be happy if his good friend Vidit wins a gold medal. You know, he would be a happy person there. But Harshit Bhai, this is actually a very interesting opening preparation by Vakhidov because now if you take on b4, ab4, this pawn on a7 is a big weakness.
No, you are just a pawn down.
Pawn down.
You
and
cannot
yes,
do this.
You are in trouble. So you need to go for the attack. So you can go with your queen to h5, putting pressure here. But then he jumps in with the knight to e5. And Harshit Bhai.
No, I'm a little uncomfortable.
He plays it.
Oh, he plays queen h5 though. Oh, what? We have some special guest here, guys.
Bye, wait.
Cannot believe this is happening.
Oh my god. Guys, queen h5. Guess who the guest we have? Because Vidit's game is becoming very intense. Knight to e5 has been played here.
And I mean, if I'm playing with the black pieces and my opponent is blitzing out, I would be uncomfortable here if I have not analyzed this position.
And I think Vakhidov might have some deep ideas up his sleeve. It's possible. But the main move here, Vidit Bhai, is bishop takes pawn.
Wow.
It is not an easy move to find, but will Vidit find it? You can see him looking at his opponent, thinking that draw, maybe he's prepped it.
Yeah, I mean, Vidit has such exceptional preparation, especially because he has also played the exchange Slav with the white pieces. I'm hopeful that he is going to know the nuances in this position and knows how to equalize with the black pieces. That's a very important result with the black pieces.
If a draw happens, Harshit Bhai, that can be a good one, I think, or do you think not a good one? What is your take? 95 on the board. He's played it.
He's played 95. And Kramnik is looking at the game. Maybe he knows that, this game is probably going to end in a draw if Vidit knows how
does
to.
it? And take, king
Not
takes.
so easy.
And now there's no check here because the knight is there. So you push it away, f6. And actually, it's not over, right?
No, I mean, and like even though the engine says this position is equal, if you don't know how to make the draw, Sagar by white is going to be better.
Yeah, you can play queen d6 here. What about this, Harshit Bhai? Because now if I take fe, you take with your queen and the queen comes back and you are still a pawn up.
Yeah.
In fact, he's gone what? People in the chat saying 50 rupees kato. Dosto, there is nothing here. Let us focus on the game.
Just making sure that he's recollecting his preparation, perhaps, because Bishop G2 is a crucial move to find.
Yeah. But I think Vidit knows this line. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone into it in the first place
Yeah.
itself. And meanwhile, on the bars, we can see that Nodirbek has equalized. Prag and Sindarov is around equal. Arjun and Vokhidov slightly better for Arjun Bhai. Arjun
Yeah.
Bhai
Oh, he takes the pawn.
takes it. Bishop takes G2. Good one. I feel that
Oh, but King G2 quickly played.
takes
So we are seeing some sort of a theoretical line,
and
perhaps.
F6 is very important.
Yeah, I
because
mean, okay, you have to take control of the G4 square.
and
the
then
knight
check.
So if the knight goes to D3, for example, then you can.
Now you can play for a win also. Queen G6 check.
Let's say I go to. I mean, let's just for example show the line that
Draw.
Queen G4, King H1, Queen F3 check, and King G1, Queen G4 would be a perpetual.
He has played Queen D6. Actually, it's the best move according to engine where white can actually play for a point. At least something.
But I mean, looking at Vidit's expressions, I have a feeling that this is not coming as a surprise to him.
I know how this will end. He'll play Rook D8, attacking the queen, Queen C7, Rook C8, Queen D6, Rook D7, Rook D8, and a draw. This is how I
You
envision
suspect.
this draw happening.
Yeah, but I'm not sure about this strategy chosen by Vakhidov, because if
Yeah.
Vidit manages to make a draw on board 4 with the black pieces, that simply gives the Indian team an advantage, because we have drawn one of our 2 black games, and on the games with the white pieces we're going to put pressure. I am not sure that I would have.
But Arshit, by this white-black strategy, maybe not that relevant, right? In a way, because look, Nodirbek has already equalized. So there you have an equal game.
But at least the position remains tense. The point is to keep the position tense when you are
But
playing.
I think Vakhidov just thought that Vidit is like 150 points above him. Draw is a good result.
Sagar, by rating does not matter in team events.
I know, but well, maybe it's their strategy. They just came with this. And perhaps they could have had a strategy where Vakhidov could have played on, but I think this one, guys, is going to end in a draw. Queen d6. Vidit is thinking a bit. Meanwhile, a big news coming in the women's board. Tanya has somehow gotten a slightly worse position out of the opening. Should
What's
we
happening?
quickly
Yeah,
have a
let's
look
take a
at
check.
it? So going to Tanya Sachdev's game on board number 4 against Alice Lee.
She goes for the very, very aggressive long castles.
Why is this slightly worse? I don't understand. This looks actually very natural. In fact, Tanya is saying to Alice, I'm coming all out to just checkmate you.
Yeah, the thing is that when you play such aggressive lines like long castle, you have to be ready for an attack on your king as well. Pawn to b5 is a very typical idea in this position. And after knight b6, it's all going to be a race of who strikes first. I am someone who likes these positions a bit more for black, because b5, knight b6, and a quick attack can launch on the king side. However, Tanya, I'm sure, has checked this at some point. She perhaps wants to push pawn to g4 and use this bishop on d3 and queen on c2 to launch an attack on the king side.
Yeah, could be very, very interesting here. And meanwhile, we have our first help chess contributor Harshit Bhai today.
Wow.
We started with 741 believers, Swati and Sammy. Thank you for 1001. Today we begin with 1741 and Harshit Bhai. Yesterday we raised a total of 60 78,000 rupees. So we
Wow.
have hit 4,36,145 rupees raised during this
Amazing,
7
amazing.
days or
And
8
all
rounds.
this money is going to go towards supporting the best talents in the Indian chess. Very, very nice. Coming back to perhaps with its games, let's see if they have made the moves.
I think Vidit is still thinking here after Queen D6 and he has just made his
Rook
move.
CD8, Sagar Bhai. Nice.
Can we have Vidit and Vakhidov on our screen? There you have it. Rook C D8.
And Queen C7 has already been played by Vakhidov.
Rook C8.
And Srinath is keenly looking at this game. He's like,
I think both sides are just happy with this result. I feel India is happy with the draw with black. Uzbekistan said this was our strategy: draw to draw. Now, three boards. Let's fight.
yeah, I think I would be a bit more happy looking at it from an objective perspective from the for the Indian team because I'm a bit biased towards color still. I do think that playing with the white pieces gives you a small edge and that you should keep fighting. And that draw with the black pieces is a great result for with it.
And also here, people are saying after Rook C8, why can't White chop this pawn on A7? That's because after FE, this king is a bit lonely. I'm Mr. Lonely, and it can become dangerous.
Yeah,
So let's not go there. I feel Vakhidov is just he plays Rook C8.
yeah.
And actually, if you look at how Vakhidov, the speed with which he's moving,
Oh, Queen
it's
D6
very
back.
clear that he has not even an inkling of a doubt that he wants a draw or not.
Yeah.
Like it's not
And
even
Rook
the
CD8 quickly
Rook
played.
CD8. We have 17,000 people watching here, guys. The game
Queen
between
C7 played.
Vidit and Vokhidov coming to an end. Krish K. Prag's game is amazing right now. We'll go to it, guys. We'll go to it
And
for
Queen
now.
D6, what a speed with which these guys have reached this position, which is
And
drawn.
yes, look at Kramnik there in the background. He's just like, okay, just what we planned. And Srinath also calm. The tension is so much. And here Vidit is saying, I'm going to play this move, Rook C D8, and going to look at the arbiter's going to check here. Vakhidov also says, okay, come with me, come with me. We'll go and check whether it's
Guys,
three-fold.
three-fold reputation draw. I think a good result, Sagar Bhai, for the Indian team.
Yes, it's a good result. It's not a result where anything could have been done by us
No,
because
I mean,
you are black. You have to place carefully. When your opponent plays theory, you have to play solidly, perhaps. And I think it's a good result.
yeah, no, I think so too. And they are just confirming the result.
We will come back to see if this game is ending in a draw, but it is a draw now. They have repeated 3 times already.
Guys, one board already finished on the top section in the men's.
And guys, Harshit
Oh,
Bhai,
the shake hand.
shake of hands there, and first result of the day comes in, and directors are very quick with the result on the screen itself.
Half, half.
We can say it's something where the match started with 4 boards, now it's down to 3 boards.
Yeah.
And we can have our guest in the studio joining us, Vidit Bhai.
Vidit, welcome, welcome. How are you?
That was a
that
very
was-
quick draw.
Shortest game of Vidit. So you got a new clip, Sagar.
Oh yes, we will use it. Thank you for the title.
I don't know if you can use it
Why?
because Kramnik is in the captain of the opposite team.
But yeah, we have the videos, right?
You have the videos, yeah? Okay, okay. Then you can put.
Yes, later on we will put it. But Vidit Bhai, how do you look at this draw from your perspective?
I think it was a bit of a strange decision what they tried to do. Um, like it was unexpected that they will play with this border because Yakuboev, who is their board two, is a very strong player, and
they dropping, I'm like really surprised that they did it. I think it's a strategy where they want to give Sindarov white.
Or maybe they just want Sindarov to face Prague. But I'm surprised because Prague has a good score with Sindarov.
No, Sindarov with white. I think that's what they wanted. Because Sindarov, for example, plays King's Indian and some other lines, which they thought against Arjun can be very dangerous. And Vokhidov is more solid player, like he played Berlin today, for example.
Right.
So I think that was their strategy. But board four, I thought today that they will try to get a risk-free game. I didn't expect that they'll force a draw.
Yeah. Exactly. Like this
Like
is
just brute force.
and
they
he
just
didn't
went-
even think like when you were repeating, he was like, "Arey, ye to main, this is the
Of course,
plan
I
with
mean,
which
yeah.
I came."
Yeah, it's. I think if I think about it, it's a strategy which can work and which cannot. But it's in general seems like a defensive strategy because you're using one of your whites to make a draw, and now they have only one white board, Sindarov, and okay, Arjun's position is like very solid, and they're behind. So I think Gukesh game will be very critical and Prag game because Arjun, I think it's two results position. Either Arjun will press or it
Can
will be
we
a
check
draw.
Arjun's game because we left it here? I think Arjun's opening choice was very double-edged also because the moment he played here Bishop E7, Bishop A4,
Yeah.
opponent started to think.
Yeah. I mean, this line it's quite well known, but when you're suddenly faced with it over the board, like here you have to play f5, for example, if you want to keep the pawn, but you can fear some preparation, and I guess Arjun had some prep here, and he went for something like very human, trying to like bail out. But as I can see, that engine is saying white is slightly better, very slightly. Hopefully, he can put some pressure.
I think after
But
rook,
this is very un-Arjun like opening, yeah, like very, very
Why?
symmetrical.
I think this is
No, if he played bishop, if he give pawn sack, so it's
I know,
not
I know. But now that the position is reached, it is a very equalish kind of like you can say if we go here, bishop d6.
This just
now,
happened.
For example, he will take, queen takes, and we are. I don't know if there is something to play for. Maybe there is.
So the only reason white can be better, because pawn structure is similar.
Yeah.
Where white is better is slight initiative or the lead in development. So, for example, black wants to play bishop to e6 next move. So, white has to play bishop b3, cover the square. And until black has developed his last piece, he's not completely equal. He's close to it. There's a lot of tendency of drawishness because of the symmetrical pawn structure, but he is not completely equal. Like if
Like if you
see
trade the queens, for example,
oh, this is really good for white.
this
Yeah,
will be big pressure.
because the bishop cannot get out. The knight generally is more stable on square where it's supported by a pawn. Like now, if he has to play g6 h5, for example, to stabilize the knight, but it's not an ideal square. I think here the engine line, for example, is queen f6,
So you have to keep the queens.
queen to f3, and now it's saying like, okay, forget the pawn structure, allow it, and then this position apparently it's like
It
equal.
reminds me of this Queen's Gambit accepted line where you spoil your structure a bit just to.
But it's not convincing at all what engine is saying. Like I'm not sure. Like looking at the time situation of Vokhidov, I don't think this is part of his prep.
No, it
He's
isn't.
doing it
On the
kind of
board.
over the board. And Arjun, if he plays few precise moves here, like Bishop b3, he can put really a lot of pressure, which is like risk free that too.
True.
So it all comes down to the next few moves. How if Vokhidov can try to equalize, but clearly Arjun is pressing here, risk free. We can look at the other games also.
I mean, this can actually become very dangerous for black if he's not accurate, right?
Yeah,
Especially
actually now
this
with
line,
this line which with it showed
Yeah,
Queen
Queen
f6,
F6, this
Queen
is-
f3.
even this,
because Bishop d7, Rook d1, yeah,
yeah,
and
just
rook
rook
d8,
d1.
Rook d8,
And now you
And now-
put your bishop back on c8.
no,
Oh,
g4.
g4.
Bye.
Insane.
Arjun. And Arjun is capable of these moves.
Yeah, even something like this, threatening rook takes d7 and rook takes
Yeah,
f5
it's
can
a lot
become.
of pressure. A lot of pressure.
Oh, Harshit Bhai. Actually, Harshit Bhai likes such positions, I know.
Yeah, I mean, it's like so easy to play with white, and black has to be very accurate. I think Arjun is very happy with this opening.
I cannot read Arjun's face, so I don't know if he's very happy or not.
No
He
one
doesn't give any
actually, no
expressions.
one can read his face. He's like this even when he's +5.
He's probably
even when-
thinking what to have for dinner. You know, like even yesterday, he was the first one to win.
Yeah.
Like every time he's like fatafat. Today I beat him to the first game.
So I think we can say that he's better here, definitely.
Yeah.
Second game,
Yeah, this is some crazy preparation by Sindarov. Like, look at it. Like, I mean, I would be very uncomfortable with black here.
yeah, he is.
It's some very deep preparation.
Actually
And like,
stopped
Prag doesn't
here.
play French.
Yeah. Prag's choice of French was maybe because he thought Sindarov will be uncomfortable.
He took
But
the pawn.
Sindarov came well prepared.
Yeah, he gave a pawn sacrifice. Look at this.
Oh, if rook takes, there is rook c1 check.
Exactly. If you take, there is rook c1 check, winning the rook. So can't do this. But he blitzed out short castling. He came back bishop e7.
Now, rook
Rook
f1
fp1.
because black wants to play a5 or a6. But after rook b1, I'm unable to do it because he'll take on a6.
So he goes castling. g4. What's the? I mean, maybe Vidit, can you try to explain us, because it's a very uncommon move, right? G4.
Yeah, g4 is pretty uncommon here. I think
The problem here is like, how do I develop with black? Um, I don't have a clear cut plan. My knight is stuck. Bishop is coming in its way. Now I think Prag played some move, right? He played rook c3,
Yeah, he played rook c3.
g5, and now white just wants to expand here. h4, knight h2, knight g4, knight f6, all kind of ideas. And I'm honestly I'm a little bit worried on this board.
he goes rook f c8. Prag is saying that as long as I have done nothing wrong, I shouldn't be in trouble.
Yeah, he is playing well so far. So what the moves he has played are good, and Prug's has amazing defensive capabilities. Like we have seen in this tournament, even when he got slightly worse position,
He quickly
yeah,
equalizes.
he like against Peter Liko, he was slightly worse. Yesterday he was slightly worse, and he immediately like he knows. I know he's very hard nut to crack.
But
like, in
I
his
think
position.
what Prag will do now is he'll put his bishop on e8, knight on d7 to f8, and he will just kind of hang in there like this, and
Yeah,
then try to
and
play on
just-
the queen side.
And at some point he has to give back the pawn on a7 and then like go for
Yeah,
the counter.
Look
play.
at Sindarov. He's following Vidit's
H4.
plan h4 here. I think he was touching the h pawn.
But impressive preparation by Sindarov.
Yeah, he's still blitzing out the move.
Yeah.
It's impressive
Yeah.
preparation.
Can you go this queen d8, perhaps saying that if you take my pawn on a7, I'll trade the rooks, and I wanted to play something like queen b6, but I think rook a8 is going to be very
H4,
annoying.
fine.
You should do this, but get your knight out 1st. Play bishop e8, knight d7, and then do the same.
Bishop e8, knight d7 seems to
Sindarov
be.
has played h4. Look at Sindarov, so calm, sitting there calmly thinking about his moves.
Is it Kramnik behind?
No,
it's Abdusattorov.
Nodirbek.
Yu Yang is
Nodirbek.
also watching the games. But if you are black in this position, it's not easy, right? With it, because your opponent is blitzing out the
Yeah,
moves.
yeah. No, it's a lot of pressure, and I would not feel totally comfortable. But kudos to Prag for playing French, fighting on this board.
Is like the opening something the Indian team like prepares together, or it's mainly like
I
since
think I'll say after the tournament.
Okay,
yeah,
yeah.
because I don't want to give any hints
Sure,
to
sure,
my
sure.
Yeah, of
opposition.
course.
Akash says, kudos Sagar and team, your dedication and energy in covering multiple chess events is truly inspiring. Thank you for your incredible effort in bringing chess to life for all of us. All the best to the Indian team. I
Thank
think,
you.
guys, the way in which this entire tournament with it is shaping up is making it so exciting. We're just into the broadcast. It's been an hour. We have 20,000 people already following this, and it only keeps getting better because of the quality of play you guys are showing.
Thank you, thank you. Today's match, fingers crossed. Hopefully it goes well.
So Vidit, what would you say about the board number one? This is the big clash, actually. The Nodirbek versus Gukesh. They both have a nice history.
Yeah, they both have played a lot of critical matches. Last Olympiad, Gukesh versus Abdusattorov was a big match. Mm, when it comes to the position, I think I would take white here if given a choice. And I was thinking of if I can play knight d5 in this position. Bishop takes d5, only move. pawn takes, and knight b4. This is annoying. But I was wondering if I can sacrifice the pawn, like c3.
Ooh, and activate the bishop here.
And I was thinking if I can go knight h4, but it's a bit risky to give this pawn, yeah.
It's possible. I mean, it can be something that Gukesh will explore for sure, right? Because with the white pieces, he wants to somehow keep the game dynamically interesting.
But I
Don't.
see objectively it's not good because knight to c7,
Mhm.
queen f3. I was wondering, but maybe e4. Yeah, I underestimated e4. Yeah, e4 is important. So the question is, how do you put pressure here with white? Do you go knight h4? Then
Can
knight
we go
d4?
knight d2, f1, e3, the typical plan, or it's too slow?
It's too slow because black is coming with knight d4, b5. Yeah, it's not easy. I think
Or maybe this typical plan with Harshit had said before, bishop g5, then just take here and try to put the knight.
yeah, that's possible. That's possible. Very much likely.
And this, I think they go for this idea with b3, but I think in this case, black wants to go after queen c8, rook to d8, and go for d5. So I think that this queen
But I
c8
think
move,
b3 also maybe knight b4 will come.
yeah, knight b4, and then the next
d5.
move,
Bishop b2.
bishop b2, just rook d8
D8
and
and
d5
d5, yeah.
is going to
Wow.
be something that black wants to do.
So now I feel board 2 and 3 are like really critical for today's match.
Yes, because board one will also become critical because these both they
Of
will
course,
fight.
Yeah,
I
of
don't
course.
see this kind of getting to a draw, right?
It can get to a draw. I mean, both sides if they play well.
I mean, no, not a
most
quick
likely.
one, right?
No, not a quick
Not a
one
quick
for
one.
sure.
Not a quick
So
one.
with
But
this,
I'm like more worried about Prague's game.
with the white pieces here, would you actually consider going for some bishop g5 and two result line? Because Gukesh can see that Arjun is doing very well on this board. He's slightly better. Prague
Can
is slightly
Gukesh
worse
understand this very quickly, or yeah, maybe he can?
because you don't want to like make a decision which is so forcing that you can't really.
But I think Gukesh would not really consider what others are doing
Okay.
right now
Gukesh would,
because
yeah.
he'll just try to squeeze the maximum out of the position, whatever is possible.
Mhm.
Because it's too soon to look at the other games and decide accordingly.
Mhm.
Because let's say if it's towards the end
Mhm.
and the match is almost decided, then you can take such a decision. But it's too early to
Correct.
make moves based on that.
Mhm.
By the way, Sindarov, there is another development. He has played this knight h2.
Why, Vidit? What you are saying? It seems like is prep.
Yeah, it's prep, and Prague is also playing well. He played bishop e8.
Yeah.
Is it possible to see his face cam?
Yeah,
Yes.
sure.
I'm
Guys,
really
if we can
curious
get
how-
Prag on full screen here, because I think it might be nice to see if he's looking confident or is he under stress.
Because now Black has to play like he has to be careful. Okay, Prague is being Prague.
He's a bit tense, yeah? Or
Prag is biting his lips, biting his nails. He's
Sagar
he's just acting the way he does normally. He's not like stressed or something, but clearly he's put under pressure.
Yeah, because you can start to see some ghosts.
Actually, this idea of knight h4 and knight f6 is something that's really like
Yeah.
looking scary.
And also, king can just move to the side, and the rooks can join into the attack.
So
We
I'm
don't have
actually
the board
curious,
right now.
What happens if Prague does nothing but wait? Let's say he goes knight to d7. He brings the knight.
Let's have the board on the screen if we can get the board. Yeah.
Oh,
We can.
So if he
Knight
plays
D7.
knight d7 and white plays what? Knight g4?
Yeah.
Okay, and if I just play like a move like king h8, like I'm like, okay, you have put pressure, but what is your next move?
I go king h1, trying rook
Okay, I
g1.
play king g8 again.
Oh, you're not doing
Oh.
anything.
Yeah, if I do
Rook
this,
g1 maybe.
oh, it's dangerous. Suddenly it's dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah, that just shows you don't have time. Yeah.
So I cannot do king to g8. What should I do?
Knight f8 maybe.
But knight f8, then what?
But
Just
knight f8,
hang in there.
I think knight f8 like leaves the control of this f6. You want this knight here so that knight f6 you can just sacrifice perhaps.
But what will you sacrifice? Acha, you will sacrifice your piece back for
yeah,
the pawns.
yeah.
No, but as I see,
This is
engine
dangerous.
showing that knight f3, h5, h6 is coming, and
Oh my.
the problem is Sindarov is not making the moves. It's his home preparation that is making the moves.
Yeah.
So it's hard for him
And
to go wrong just yet.
Also, Prag cannot get out of this in any way.
Yeah,
He's now because there's so
Yeah.
limited play. You cannot play a6 ever because ba6. You can't do anything. So actually, Sindarov has got Pragg in his prep in a way.
Yeah, and it's really unpleasant. So I would try to solve the problem in a concrete way, like knight to g4. And now, okay, if I try to give the pawn, I remove my queen. You have to take it, I think, now.
Yeah, I
Rook
like
takes
this
a7.
idea actually. And then
Now I
rook
can play rook
c1.
c1. Oh, suddenly, wow, bishop takes g5.
Oh,
Oh, this is incredible.
Pragg
Queen
turns
c5.
it around.
And
Yeah,
rook
here.
takes d3 is an idea
Yeah,
suddenly.
because now you take the bishop, deflect the queen, and the king is weak. Okay, so white has to make a um another move, like probably remove the king out of the pin.
Yeah.
Okay, and this position.
Can we now play a6 and just liquidate, and then we should have play.
So let's say we
A5.
play a5. He takes. I don't know. What if he goes for the attack anyways? If he ignores the
He
pawn?
doesn't even take that pawn.
Yeah, if he
Oh.
goes for the attack, threatening this.
And I think with what Vidit said that they want Sindarov as
White.
playing
Yeah,
with the white
Sindarov,
pieces.
they have made a big sacrifice of not playing Yakuboev to give Sindarov white, perhaps. So that's a amazing
bold
step.
strategy.
So from what I understand now, Pragg has to play very dynamic. Like if I move around the pieces a bit, like king h1, even it's a possibility to give the bishop, which is very dangerous if your opponent is blitzing out. But you might have to take a call like this where you try to give a piece, liquidate, and at least now the position is understandable, but you're slightly worse. So,
My only worry
but I
is
think
that
Pragg will play queen d8.
Mhm.
Like Pragg will play queen d8. I trust him on this because he will definitely see this idea of bishop takes g5. And the thing is, he doesn't have many options. Like, I don't think realistically you want to put the rook here because it just removes defense from f6 square. So I think he will play queen d8, and I then if he plays queen d8, Sindarov will move his king to h1 or something along those lines. And here, this is a critical position. Now it will be important to see how Pragg reacts here.
Yeah, I think this sack on g5 is not Pragg style. Yeah, he just kind of tries to
No, it's also
hang in there.
It's also not obvious if you should give the bishop.
Yeah. No, this is great. With it here, we
Yeah, we
kind of
can
understood
decode.
this position very deeply, and actually, we would have been much more relaxed here, saying, "Oh, it's equal." But now with it,
Sorry for the audience.
with it has even like super stress. But I think that's what the real situation is. With it has brought to reality the kind of the reality out here, and with it, there's a super chat for you. Uh, Calm and cool with it is the flagship of India. You are the rock solid player and so down to earth. Arre, Sagar Bhai and Harshit Bhai create drama in commentary.
Thank you.
And also there was one question by Samir Singh Dev who says, Vidit Bhai, big fan, wanted to check your favorite among Arjun, Guki, Nodirbek, Ali Reza.
Oh, it's hard to pick, but of course the fight is between Arjun and Gukesh. They both have their own ways, which I admire. Like I really admire Gukesh's mental resilience and like the way he approaches. I think his approach is very unique. And with Arjun, I just really admire how easily he plays chess. He makes chess look easy, and it reminds me of Anand. Like back
Young
in the day
Rishi.
when I've heard stories how he used to play like just instantly, easily, and Arjun always reminds me a bit of him. Like just plays very natural, very easy. That's one thing. I mean, these two qualities I really admire of them.
So nice. And by the way, people are saying if we can with it get your thoughts on the women's board.
Yeah, but just before we go,
Yeah.
can we see Arjun's game? Because
Yes.
I want to see if go on some optimism.
He has
played
played Bishop
B3.
B3.
Oh, Amruta,
Hi.
you were at the venue in the hall down there. Tell us the atmosphere.
It is extremely intense. Like it is so intense.
ऐसा अंदर उधर गए तो जल के आएंगे बाहर उतना there is so much of heat.
Why तो जला ही दिया है?
बोर्ड पे जलवा हो रहा है सब कुछ. But it
Bhai, I
is-
can feel the pressure somehow. I don't know why.
आज
I
ऐसा
don't know.
इतना टेंशन है क्या ही बताओ तुमको
हाँ
आज
मेरे को थोड़ा
बहुत
पहली बार हो रहा है
important
धक धक
यार।
ऐसा नहीं हो रहा है
धक धक
हाँ धक धक हो रहा है
All is well, all is well.
Oh God.
Okay,
But,
now we
but
can see
very
the
quickly,
women.
just one question I want to know is what is the evaluation of Gukesh and P? तुम लोगों को पता रहेगा, you don't have to go there.
I think it's equal.
Yeah. He
Bishop
plays
E3.
bishop e3.
It's too early to, I think,
Yeah.
say anything. Like there's no clarity yet. One side is not clearly better or something. Bishop e3, good move, keeping the game going.
I would say, but Nodirbek's opening has kind of is like a decent position for black. I mean, white
Yeah.
has got no advantage.
Well, white still has the easier play. But objectively, if you think about it, yes, it's equal. But white is the one who is dictating the game naturally because he starts the game. Here he is dictating it. So too soon to say anything, but okay, it's a complex position.
But nice, it is imbalanced and Sicily.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's strategically complex.
And Arjun is slightly better.
Yeah.
And Prag's game, we are a
Slightly-
bit worried
slightly
actually because
worried.
his opponent has blitzed out the move so far. Going to the women's section,
Actually, we want to get Vidit's thoughts on Tanya's game.
Yeah.
Because the engine is saying that Tanya is minus 0.6 here. But this is a very common kind of a setup in the Queen's Gambit decline.
So if I can go back few moves, I want to see
You want to pull
if
up
she
a
was
chair,
prepared.
Abdullah? We can have 4 people.
No,
the
it's
the
okay.
camera is wide enough.
So long castle, she
Amazing
thought
camera.
after
it's
6 minutes, and she played. So I don't know if it was over the board or it was part of
Tanya is
preparation.
playing with her inspiration, over the board inspiration, I guess.
I'm not sure, but this is very ambitious. B5 played by Alice Lee, Bishop G3. Okay, she thought again 10 minutes for playing this. She wants to put knight on E5. That's why I think she did this. King B1. Okay, engine is saying it's minus 0.6, but I have played similar setups with white. Like I remember a game I played against Lalit Babu. It was minus 0.8, but I won the game with white because this 0.6 you have to play like precise and it's very dynamic. Like every move the evaluation can change. That's just the nature of the position. It's not like a stable 0.6 where like okay long term advantage. It's very dynamic in nature. For example, black has to play b4 now, knight a4, bishop to a6 and go for c5 break, get the e4 square. If she plays this, then of course it's stable, but if she doesn't do this, plays something else, white will also start playing knight e5 and have her own attack. So if it depends if black is precise here.
so you would still say it's unclear, yeah?
I mean, it's clear to me that black is better.
Everything is clear to him, Harshit.
No, now because I
Apne
see because I see engine and I see
True,
the move I can move around. But during the game, I will not be sure with black.
But
That's what matters.
But
Correct.
with it, white's attack looks little slow, right? Because she will need g4, g5.
Yeah, I was a
and
bit
h4,
surprised
h5.
with the move bishop
So,
g3 because if you want to attack, you go h3, g4 in
Yeah.
such positions.
Yeah. Bishop g3 is a bit not so standard. Probably she wanted to play knight e5, but here you lose a pawn. Takes knight g4 probably. And
But g4 sack is not possible, yeah?
Yeah, that's a good question.
That you have to be Arjun to sack g4.
Like no, actually, I love this rook g1. Actually, that's something that I really wanted to play and
Rook
try to
g1
get
reminds
g4,
of
g5.
Vidit's game in this tournament. You played one game.
Yeah,
Rook
in-
g1. First round.
first round.
Round.
And definitely some move that you want to make with white, right? Like try to go g4, g5, but I think it's
I'm really curious about this long castle though. I mean, this is making a statement.
Yeah.
And is it preparation or over the board inspiration? It's a question.
6 minutes only she took. Actually, it has to be
Bhai,
preparation.
you know Alice Lee well, a little bit. Her playing style, do you know?
yeah. I mean, I've played with her like 2 months back.
Is she an aggressive player?
Because
Maybe Tanya thought she might be positional, so she's going for the attack.
So I think that from when I played Alice Lee, like she was only playing like she had a fixed repertoire. So she only played the Petrov with black, and I just chose one line which like posed big problems on her. So like that was my strategy to put problems on her opening. Maybe Tanya has like seen this idea somewhere, but it does create like a lot of dynamic chances.
Oh, she plays
Bishop
bishop
A6 and
A6
he's
Now you
without
see
d4.
engine evaluation changed instantly.
So now it was
Oh,
not accurate
yeah, the
because now
timing was
knight
so
e5
important.
on time. If Tanya finds this, you
I mean, she
can't
will
go
play.
b4
No, she will find it.
because now c6 is hanging.
Yeah,
No,
c6 you
it's
can just
without a doubt she is going to play 95.
But with it, tell me something.
There's no other move which makes
makes
sense.
You
sense.
said about the move b4 and it was so precise and the timing was so good. So why would a player play bishop a6 when b4 is
Because
in hand?
I see
what
evaluation,
happened?
I see engine, and then for me it's easy to rationalize, right? Because during the board you see 10,000 possibilities, you see ghosts, but now with
Oh.
everything,
Guys, big news. Arjun is +1 better.
What?
Wow! Queen
Queen
c7
c7.
played. Queen
Because
h5 maybe. Queen
here
h5 is something I really
Takes,
find
bishop
dangerous.
b3, queen goes back to c7. Of course, it's a little bit maybe premature. There's such a big advantage, but maybe it's there.
Arjun completely chilling on the screen. Like I want Arjun's chill mode, you know? How is he so chill always? Look at him, he's just so chill.
Maybe secretly uses Black Lotus?
But actually, I've noticed that whenever you are the calmest, you find the best moves. But it's so difficult to be so calm during the board because you have these nerves, you get a bit jittery.
Oh,
But I've
yes.
noticed that, all the players playing in the Indian team, they are so calm. It's not easy.
Inner engineering, as Arjun says. For him, it's worked
Yeah.
out well. But with it, you had played with Arjun on your team even in 2022. Is it this year? Did you get like more time with them or more time to spend, or was it the same like last year?
I think this time, of course, Prag and Gukesh are also part of the same team, so we are spending more time. And before that, we played Asian Games; it was the same team, so we spent a lot of time in general. And also, we play so many tournaments which are common. Like after this, we have 4 tournaments which are common.
Oh, you have to see them for now 2 more months.
I am not complaining.
Global Chess League. Where else?
WR
you
Masters.
are also going. By the way, Vidit is also heading in 2 days to play in Azerbaijan.
Yes, yes.
Gashimov
Wow.
Memorial.
Oh, wow.
So Vidit is like on full playing spree. Finished Olympiad, go to Gashimov, come back to London, go to ECC,
Before that, WR Masters.
WR Masters in London.
It's like back-to-back tournaments. But speaking about Arjun, he looks so chill, man. How?
Maybe evening walks are important.
No, I just want to play a game like Arjun, like so chill, and win in like 3 hours, like so nice. Just
And
epic.
he's not even, he doesn't even show any excitement. He's like, yeah, it was a good game. And but now I think Queen to h5 is going to pose some real problems.
But what about G6, Harshit bhai?
G6,
Then it's
I
a
think,
long-term
creates.
weakness. Yeah.
And now you can maybe perhaps try to bring your queen, bishop d7. I think something like.
But have you noticed Arjun never looks at the board?
I never.
He's looking here.
He's
there.
here. He's calculating in his
That's
head.
his procedure.
I've never seen Arjun play because I like seeing from the side view, right?
Yeah.
Now, first time I'm looking at him in the camera, he's not looking at the board at all.
Vidit is actually getting a good chance to look at his teammates.
Oh.
So Arjun is looking much better. What about Divya's game?
Yeah, let's see women board because we have not seen it in a long time.
So an interesting QGA takes.
Wait, ED4 was very surprising by Divya. Bishop C4 she should have played, but probably she got afraid that you have to give up a pawn, like Queen C7, because you cannot take on E3 immediately. Bishop F7.
Yeah. Oh, that's a nice
Take here.
tricky.
So Queen C7, and this line is well known to be good for white, but probably no. Harshit bhai only 1 pawn sacrifice. Harshit bhai को sacrifice देखा तो खुल जाते हैं एकदम. भाई रुको थोड़ा control करो.
Yeah, just bishop takes e3. But this looks so good for white. Like knight c3, rook c1 coming in. This looks really good
Yeah,
for
this
white.
is
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah, but okay, you have to know it that it's, probably she was unaware. So she took ED4, which is a bit surprising, and now black got this bishop E6. So I'm not a big fan of the current position, although it's equal. Not a big fan of how the opening has gone, but it's equal. Like of course, white has that buffer. Can we see other games?
Yeah. Other game was
B square.
B square.
Vaishali on top board today, actually.
Vaishali playing against Gulrukh Begim Tokhir Janova here.
भाई आपने pronounce कर लिया.
ये क्या था?
वाह.
इतना tough name.
I've been knowing her since many years because she came to India once, and then everyone asked, "What's your name?" And she used to only say, "My name is Gulrukh." She would just say that. But then I said, "Okay,
Are you sister of Shahrukh?
Yeah.
इतना हंस रहे हो तो जोक अच्छा लग रहा है.
Amruta is like shocked that everyone
Somebody's
is laughing.
Somebody's
She's
laughing.
not even like, "Acha, tu log."
But there is a thing called anti-joke. So that the joke is not a joke, which makes it funny. It's anti-joke.
This is so cool, anti-joke. Wow, did you know about it? Look at his knowledge.
No, Amruta.
Sagar has had enough anti-jokes.
But my anti-joke is just to keep quiet. I don't laugh so much because then I would be laughing all day.
Okay, Prag,
Vaishali.
Vaishali seems to have completely equal position, and I'm not worried. Like here, you can play d4, or even you can play queen d7, rook d8, like typical kind of with this IQP, and then try to play some h5, bishop g4. I'm not worried about this game at all.
After queen
fine.
d7,
I like
this
h5 idea which you mentioned so much.
this position can perhaps like sometimes get tricky,
No,
right?
but the thing is, you need knight on d4. You need all pieces exchanged because black has some dynamic play like rook to d8, and then some bishop g4 h5.
So if I go knight d4,
Yeah,
you
I go
wanted
bishop
to...
g4
Uh-huh.
and then h5. Like I keep the pressure.
Very interesting.
So if black wants to keep the pressure, she can do this. Otherwise, she can play d4 here and equalize on the
Oh,
spot.
d4 just equalizes.
Yeah, it's just dead.
Because if you go e4, I think this pawn is a
Yeah.
big asset for...
But I think Vaishali might want to keep the game going with black.
Depends on the third board. We have not seen one more game is left, right? Vantika.
Oh, no.
Yeah, there. This Vantika is playing Irina Crush.
Okay, and she seems to have a great position. With
Yeah,
black.
this is actually.
I like black's position more than white because I see that there is some potential with d4, e5, like some counterplay. So I like black's position.
also putting pressure here.
Yeah, moves are easy.
Although computer says it's equal, I think at as Harshit Bhai also said before, and now Vidit also says, sometimes it's like one side just finds more easier.
Yeah. I think it's black here because you have the initiative, like you are creating threats, rook b8, knight c6, d4, all kinds of stuff. White is a bit underdeveloped, although long term, two bishops advantage, but dynamically it compensates. Can you see Tanya's game just quickly?
Yeah.
Did she play 95?
She's thinking still.
Tanya has to play 95. There's no
Tanya,
other
let's
move.
go. Tanya! कैसे बोलते हो भाई हर्षित भाई?
Tanya!
Tanya!
Okay, so I think we are doing well in women so far, balanced.
All
in
games are balanced.
Can we see just before Prague any development in Prague's game?
Oh yeah,
Knight
we had...
He's thinking.
Knight g4, he has to go queen d8. You know.
He's still
I mean,
thinking
it's
now.
one of the moves. Like even when I see engine here, I cannot decide on which move to make. It's that complicated of a position.
I think this
Because
is...
the moves are not easy.
So in a way, like Sindarov, Prague is the game of the match today.
Yeah, I mean
Because
Arjun...
Arjun is kind of better in a stable way.
Well, he still has to be precise.
Yeah, he has
Like,
to be precise. It can also
But of
equalize.
course, yeah,
But
But
he,
I am sure Arjun will look here and there and find some pressure for.
And what about this game?
Gukesh?
Bishop d8 play, trying to play...
It's a very standard idea to play bishop to a5. Good idea. Although engine doesn't really.
You
approve.
can't take this pawn because there might be some...
Yeah, bishop
tactics.
a5. Just long.
Just
term.
bishop a5 and now
And rook
rook
d8.
d8
Like
is
your
coming.
queen is awkwardly placed there.
Very
It's like
interesting.
how we were in the dance floor. Awkwardly placed completely.
Awkwardly placed but having fun.
I was having fun.
Oh,
Bhai,
he's telling that.
your dance moves are next level, bhai.
हाँ, अगर whoever is meeting me in the tournament hall is talking about your dance.
Arey, you have to be...
I have seen your wedding dance also. It was like crazy good.
Yes, the environment has to be created.
Vidit
You
also
have to get
danced.
married.
Vidit, you danced?
Moving on.
Niklesh
But I'm
says Kramnik filed complaint against Chessbase India for phones and Gukesh board phone was taken. Amruta, do you have any updates on this?
You want me to give it? Give the update?
You can tell.
Yeah, the phone. It was discussed. He wanted to check the phone whether there is a SIM card, and we said okay. And the phone was checked. There was no SIM card in that, so the phone is back.
Oh,
All
okay.
good.
The
Guys,
procedures are very, very brutal.
the thing is, all the things that we use, of course, for broadcast here are checked already, and that's why a sticker is put on it. So there are no SIM cards, there's nothing. But anyway, I think as Kramnik says, you have to just check, and so that's fine.
Yeah. I mean, I think we have nothing. I mean, there's nothing that we are trying to hide. So we are, of course,
Yeah, we
willing
are
to show
more
everything.
than happy.
Yeah.
And guys, right now, the main reason why we put this is because of the highlights that we are able to bring forth.
Yeah, and also nothing wrong for him. If
Yeah.
Yeah,
he
of course,
wants
he's
to
the
check.
manager, just-
Everybody's free to check.
So this game after bishop d8 is getting kind of intense, because if black gets bishop a5 and rook d8, he's going to be very happy. Not easy. Like every move is a big question for both sides.
Yeah. भाई ये मैच एकदम ऐसे sorry Vidit
Yeah.
bhai, I am
No,
actually
I think
commentating
like,
like
Amruta should join
No,
now.
I am going to go actually.
why
You
you
have to
can,
sit.
if you
have to
whenever
sit.
you feel like
You
going you
can.
can go, you
No,
can
I'll
sit.
try to rest because
Yeah,
there
yeah.
are two more important games.
Yes,
Yeah.
But I just finished very quickly,
Yes,
so I thought
yes.
I'll join for
No,
a while.
yeah.
And I was also very like, okay, I don't get a chance to sit so much. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
No,
It's
we
always
were
in a
we
rush,
were so happy that you came here with it and you shared with us. Now we have like this entire feel for the battlefield because
Yeah.
of your insights.
Exactly.
And this is like very exciting. But I can also understand, guys, that this is not our final round. Even if we win this or draw this or lose, whatever happens, there are two more games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll try to go rest. and-
Yes.
Yeah, Vidit, all the best, and
Thank
thanks
you.
for joining.
And guys, Vidit currently.
Guys, send wishes to Team India.
Yes.
We need it.
Thank you. 6.5 out of 8 in this tournament, showing some amazing chess in this, and took a very nice today result. So now we have to focus on 3 boards. Draw. भाई मेरे को थोड़ा ऐसा ये हो रहा है क्यों
Pressure
पता
आ रहा
है?
है.
Why I'll tell you, because this Nodirbek Gukesh board is like sizzling with energy. Anything can happen. I am a little bit relaxed more on the Arjun
Arjun's board, like
because-
always.
Yeah, because I feel like here the worst that can happen is maybe a draw.
Yeah.
Because it's too
Two results.
symmetrical.
Two results, and
Yeah.
with Arjun is better.
But this Prag game with King H8 played, why with it by King H8 on the board? Maybe he's now already left here, but King H8, he did not go Queen D8, and we were discussing about this King H1.
Rook g1 and some ideas connected with knight f3, h4, h5, as Vidit pointed out. And we just got insight by one of the top players, Vidit, at how this position can potentially be very dangerous to defend with black, especially when your opponent is blitzing out the moves, guys. But 20,000 of you watching, guys, come on. Let's support Team India. We've seen how the positive support and energy is reaching the players, and like the stream so that more and more people can show support for this.
Yeah, and now,
Sagar bhai,
why?
what's happening?
For me, it's like for Prag's board, there is so much pressure, right?
Yeah.
And so it's like even though Sindarov now seems out of his prep, his moves as he's playing very quickly.
Yeah.
So if we can look at Sindarov on our screen, and Sindarov, and there you can see Gukesh looking upwards a bit. Oh, we don't have. Okay, we'll soon get that video. Okay. Let's look at Gukesh's game one more time. Bishop D8, as
Such a
we just
nice
discussed.
move found by Abdusattorov, guys. Abdusattorov, look at his rating. He's higher rated than Gukesh right now.
Yes.
Unbelievable talent from Uzbekistan.
They are both almost equal right now.
in the live rating, they're almost equal.
Both have crossed 2780.
Yes. They're both number 5 and number 6. In this published rating, however, Abdusattorov is the higher rated player, but a very, very evenly matched game.
Yeah, I think someone had mentioned that this will be the Kasparov, Karpov, or Tal Botvinnik of the future. They both. So, guys, you are looking at two future world
Prodigies.
championship candidates, I would say, or world championship fighters.
Guys, 1.88 million subscribers. Let's get 1.9 million today.
भाई
मजा आ
भाई
जाएगा.
भाई थोड़ा 2 मिलियन, मतलब सोचो लास्ट डे पे 1 लाख सक्सेस.
Arey, it's possible. We need 2 million when India wins gold medals, Sagar bhai. That's going to be the cherry on the cake.
Yeah, true. And Harshit bhai, if I were to ask you at this point, like, what do you think would be the score line?
I think right now, based on the match positions right now, I think we are looking at a 2-2 result.
And 2-2 is a great result for Team India, right?
Definitely. We are already having a lead.
2 match points lead.
So we just need to make sure that we are thwarting our competition,
Yeah.
which is trying to join us from the bottom.
Actually, today, the Uzbekistan India match is a very similar match like Poland India yesterday. Because if you look at it, women were 2 points ahead and Poland beat them and got equal.
Yep.
So if today Uzbekistan beats us, they will also join India in the lead.
Mhm.
But if we are able to draw them, then
We keep our lead.
then it's a lead.
Yeah.
There. And then it also becomes like Hungary, who's playing USA, which is not an easy opponent to fight because they are playing on the top board today. No, we are playing on top board, but on the second board, you can see Rapport versus Caruana is equal.
Mhm.
Wesley So versus Peter Leko is equal, but very interesting opening choice by Peter Leko, giving up a pawn in the opening. Sanan Sugiro versus Dominguez is a crazy game, which seemed like to end in a draw.
It's unclear. I think this is going to be the game of the day in this matchup.
Really?
I think so because the pieces are equal, but there is an interesting imbalance in the position that white has the doubled pawns. However, black's king can be a bit weak. Will be interesting to see how this game goes. And the final game, Levon is slightly better, but I think this game.
Levon Aronian. This reminds me of this famous Capablanca game making use of the queenside majority. Levon Aronian, he's the guy whom you can never count out because
Exactly.
he's so tricky.
Even in a worse position, the way he manages to come back and create counter chances in this position is slightly better. Also, a lot of time advantage. I think this is looking good for Team USA.
Harsh B says, lots of love your commentary, Sagar bhai, Harshit bhai and CBI team. Thank you.
And right now, we just had a move made by Arjun Bishop to G5.
No, by
Gukesh.
Guki.
So look at how flexible they are in terms of their calculation. He just played Bishop E3, and after Bishop D8, when Abdusattorov is like, I want to go here, Gukesh is like, no, I am going to pin your bishop to this piece. कि जाने नहीं दूंगा सागर
ये
भाई.
दोनों बिशप है ना, they are kind of like तेरी जिंदगी में आसान नहीं कर रहे थे.
ये दोस्ती हम नहीं सागर भाई ये
छोड़ेंगे. But great. This is a good move. Bishop G5, Bishop D8.
And now, if they go H6, our plan that I was mentioning of taking, putting your knight on D5, and we have a stable edge.
Yeah.
I like this plan by Gukesh. I think this is a very mature decision.
Yeah.
Because this is a team event. He cannot go berserk here, needs to keep the match in control. Gukesh showing a lot of maturity by making this decision of Bishop to G5.
Harshit bhai, are you now more comfortable to snatch this pawn or still not?
I think that pawn is a bait. That pawn is a bait. If you take that bait, you're going to get caught in some sort of.
Your queen is uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Basically, even here, Bishop
No,
E7.
just knight D4 can come actually here. Even, I mean, lot of counterplay coming towards the pawn. So, Bishop E7 just traps the queen almost.
Yeah, it's a big problem for the queen.
So I think that you should never take this pawn. White's idea is to go knight D5, and it would be ideal if I can somehow exchange the G2 bishop to the E6 bishop, creating an outpost for the knight on D5. And we have seen this countless times in the Sicilian, how the knight on D5 dominates the bishop on F6 if it doesn't find enough counterplay. This is looking very good for Gukesh in terms of the balance of the position.
Right. This is definitely looking quite good, but I don't know if Nodirbek will play H6 or not. He can play something else as well. He's focused. He's completely in the zone. We'll come back to this game. Meanwhile, Praggnanandhaa is burning his time. Actually, this tournament, and we had a super chat right at the start by Venkat Krishnan, who is following this tournament closely, saying, I'm most worried about Prag. And actually, his words are coming a bit true here that Prag is under pressure.
We haven't faced a lot of pressure on any board, not just in this match, but in the whole event. However, Sindarov playing with the white pieces, the strategy that the whole team had, the strategy that perhaps Kramnik came up with to put Prague under pressure with the white pieces is panning out to be a good decision, as he's down to 42 minutes and his king on h8 definitely feels a little weak.
Yeah, this is like this, Harshit bhai, this game, right? For example, let's play it. It will help people understand the position. It's like I will hit you on the head.
Arre, arre, arre,
Hey, suno bhai, suno. You have to just duck whenever I strike. Okay, but it can happen at any point while we are commenting.
I am facing a lot of pressure now.
See, the thing is, maybe Harshit bhai gets saved, but for how long the pressure remains, and I think Prag is under similar thing. He can be alert, but at some point the strike will come.
Exactly. Very nice point made by you, Sagar, by that the threat is quite often more
Stronger than execution.
than the execution. And that's why the continuous threat of knight f6, rook g1, pawn h5 is going to be something that Prague also needs to be careful, always needs to be careful about.
Right. And as Vidit was here, and I think he was also mentioning there's no easy way for Prag to create some play, like no a6 break, no f6 break. Where do you get your play from? So, guys, here, fingers crossed for Prag because it's not easy. Meanwhile, you can see Sindarov getting up from his chair, feeling the confidence. Behind Prag is Vladimir Tukmakov, who's having a very close look at the game. Okay, going now. So Arjun, by the way, after Queen C7 is also taking his time, but in a different sense. Arjun is more about what is the way in which I
He can
can.
put the maximum amount of pressure. He has a few options to do that. I think this is a good time to think. Just find the best way to put pressure on Vakhidov, Shamsiddin. The men's games are looking, in some way, the match is looking some sort of balance. Women's game, what's happening there, Sagar Bhai?
Okay, let's go to women's board. And we see Tanya actually jumping with 95. Good job.
Nice move by
Good job,
Tanya.
Tanya. And then pawn takes, knight goes back to d7. And Harshit bhai, now it's the battle between two pawn majorities. Could be if
Yep.
you go f4, then b4. I think black's
Yeah,
majority
no,
is too
faster.
fast.
You have to be
Too fast.
careful. If you're Tanya right now, you have to find this important move, knight to e2, trying to bring your knight to d4 and then slowly to f5, maybe take the pawn on c6.
But Harshit bhai, can I go c5?
Then the pawn on d5 suddenly comes under fire after bishop to h7 check.
Check and
King moves.
boom boom.
Boom, boom, Sagar bhai. You can't allow that. Black also needs to be careful. So this game is going to be one of the most crucial games in the
Yeah.
India-US women's matchup.
I must tell this, like, when this pairings came out, I was the most worried about Tanya's encounter, because when you are facing a young talent who's completely immersed in chess, it is not so easy to face them. It's like facing the biggest chess talent in women's chess right now, I feel.
Yep,
Alice
absolutely.
Lee is like, what, 14 years old already, an IM. And but Tanya has kind of shown her attitude like, oh, I don't care, I'm going to attack.
Yeah, she's not shying away from a big fight, playing the most aggressive chess as she can, going for this long castle line. This game is heating up. Vantika's game is also kind of turning out to be very, very imbalanced, as white has two bishops. However, black has a lead in development. This break of e5, d4 at some point can be interesting. Actually,
Harshit
if
bhai.
I am black right now,
Yeah.
I am really, really considering this move, pawn e6 to e5, baiting you to take my pawn on e5, because then after rook to e8 and pawn to d4 or pawn
Nice.
takes c4,
Nice.
black will find a lot of initiative, and
But then
that's
Harshit
why
bhai, why not go d4 directly here?
d4 directly, because you don't somehow want uh, white to get this pawn b3 to b4
So
kicking
queen
away.
c2.
Yeah, and now b4, b5 becomes a big annoyance for black. That's
So
why,
e5 is very dynamic move,
because you
because
also
if you
open up the rook.
castle now,
Now suddenly
E4.
e4 and d4.
d4, boom.
This is looking really, really good if she finds the move e5. Someone
move
like
to
me
find.
loves playing aggressively. Vidit pointed out that I love sacrificing. E5 is a move that is in my spirit, I think, and this is the time to make this move.
But on the other hand, Vantika has this big pressure of yesterday's game on her head because she was completely winning and she drew that game. I don't know how she would be coping with it. It's actually not easy. Somewhere I'm sure that no one in the team would have told her anything. It will be very
The
supportive
whole
in all
team is
way.
very supportive.
But in your head, you are always thinking about it. What if I had done that? What if I had done that? And perhaps to come again today and show that kind of, I think if she makes e5 move, I would already consider her to be a winner. Like amazing psychology.
Exactly. But just for her to make the decision of coming back today and showing for the Indian team, not shying away from a fight, not saying that I am feeling nervous because I did not win the game. She is here, and this just shows the spirit that the Indian team has. Also shows amazing support by support and confidence shown to them by our captains and managers, saying that okay, maybe you did not win yesterday, but that doesn't mean that you don't have the potential to do well for the Indian team today. And today is the day which the Indian team needs to win, because otherwise the Polish team is going to take the lead.
Yes. And actually, we can quickly have a look at the most important clash today in the women's section because there are three teams on 14 points: India, Kazakhstan, and Poland. Kazakhstan and Poland are facing each other. So, very quick look at their matchup. Kashlinskaya versus Bibisara is equal.
Yeah.
Then we have here
Oh my God.
the Kazakh team doing slightly better. Meruat Kamalidinova is better against Monika Sochko, but yesterday even Vaishali was better. Monika Sochko is a
Is
tough nut to crack.
definitely. So this game will be interesting as Black is a bit better right now. This game is around even. Game is just beginning.
Olivia and Balabaeva is equal, and on the last board you have Alicia Slivika. Maybe he's putting small pressure
Yeah.
on Alua Nurman. If you remember, Alua Nurman was the one who had against Tanya,
Mhm.
and it was a draw where Tanya was pressing. Maybe
No, this
don't
game is going
remember.
to be quite interesting, this matchup, because this will definitely change a lot in terms of the standing. I'll just take a short break and I'll be right back, Sagar. By Queen to H5 played by Arjun.
Ajju bhai playing Queen H5. Let's go.
And guys, before I come back, can you please answer what will you do if Black plays Queen to B6? I'll be right back.
Arre boy, Harshit bhai coming in with the goods here. White to play. What do you do? And Ayush Patnaik, before Harshit even asked the question, had the answer. Itna fast. Itna fast. Queen f7 is the move, guys. Beautiful job by all of you. Rook takes f7. The rook is pinned, and it's time to deliver a back rank mate with rook e8. Fantastic job there. And when he played queen h5, a very quick move by Shamsiddin plays bishop d7 after 5 minutes of thought. And Arjun now, riding on his previous calculations, plays rook a e1. Very important move, preventing rook a e8, because if you play rook a e8, then once again, guys, this time what is the winning move for white to play? You guys already are aware of it. Yes, once again, guys, the same tactic works. You can also play rook e8, which is not a bad move, because if bishop e8, this hangs, but boom, it's the same tactic in a different avatar. So, it's the same chocolate, but a different wrapper. Rook a e1 has been played. And now I'm wondering what is the way in which Vokhidov is going to solve his problems, because yes, he's developed everything. His rooks are connected. His bishop is out. His knight is here. The bishop is looking here. The queen is here. But on the other hand, it is definitely something where Arjun is going to go g4 next at the right moment. Once the knight moves, his rook slides in. You see, when the position is symmetrical, there can be a lot of pressure, and Ajubai is not to be seen on the board. He's moving around somewhere, and Vokhidov is under pressure for sure. Shamsiddin is not being very pleased with the kind of position he is in right now. Let's see. And people are saying check Magnus game. Oh, we can also look at Magnus game, but very quickly I want to check Praggnanandhaa's game. He's finally made a move, knight f8. And you know what Prag is essentially doing is like he's saying there's this creature in the wild which is known as the hedgehog. I guess you might know about it. It is very soft from inside, like, but has thorns on its top of the body. So whenever someone tries to come close to it, the thorns come out and it is protected. In the same way, Prag is right now putting all his pieces here. It looks like it's a very much attackable creature, but at some point he can come out and attack. That could be his strategy right now. Knight f8 on the board. And we have Amruta Mokal joining us here. Amruta, how are things? Can you join in? Harshit Bhai has just taken a break. And what is up?
Okay, I am so excited for the games today, Sagar. Like, it's the only question in my mind is what is happening, the most critical match today, a lot of things definitely out there, but we will face it. We will all face it together.
Okay. Knight f8 on the board. And right now, Praggnanandhaa is under pressure. Huge pressure. I love how Sindarov has built up the position in a way. He's first shown tremendous opening prep, played very quickly. Prag is almost 50 minutes down on clock. And people are saying, can we analyze knight f6, a piece sacrifice in the position?
Yeah, I had the same question, so I'm thinking like the chat.
So if you take now, I take back with the G pawn, and guys, look at this bishop. But the only thing that is not so great for
Rook
Sindarov
d3, queen
is
d3,
because
bishop e5.
so first e7 is hanging, so we need to do something about it.
You look at the other side only.
But
what can you
you know,
do
even if
about
I
it?
play bishop d8, just as a thought, here there is queen h5 threatening some
No, but
problems.
rook d3?
Queen h6, and it's a forced mate, Amruta.
You just can't stop that mate. Look at those pieces on e8, d8, knight on f8. Very bad. Very, very bad. Okay. No, this looks so scary actually. The pawns on g5 and e5 and that knight on g4 is a monster. Prague will have to defend very accurately. But also one advantage in such positions is like white would be tempted with so many ideas that firstly he will have to manage time well, which he has.
Yeah, absolutely.
But also to choose the precise moves.
Amruta, this is the biggest test for Praggnanandhaa
Yeah.
today, because he has been in worse positions in this event many times, but his opponents haven't pressed enough. But today, Sindarov is not going to let him go easily. Vidit gave a very interesting insight that Sindarov has been kind of promoted to board number 2, and Yakuboyev has been rested just so that Sindarov can get white pieces. It could be a strategy.
Oh.
So that means that this game, Uzbekistan has gone all in.
They are very well prepared, good strategy, and actually these are youngsters or the youngsters, right? There were many moments when we were looking at youth versus experience, but this one is youth versus youth, a battle for them being the defending champions. They would really want to beat them to, but Prague has managed all these days to defend towards the end, even if he was in trouble.
Yes.
Can he do it today is a question.
Well, we'll see. We'll see, Amruta. Meanwhile, Gukesh versus Nodirbek, the big encounter, is looking very interesting, because after bishop g5, where we left off, Nodirbek pushed his h pawn. Gukesh said, okay, fine, I have no choice, I'll take. And now black has the bishop pair. but the next move of Gukesh was sitting right into the center of the board. Cimento knight, and if you take this, he wants to take with the pawn, and if the knight jumps in, he's ready with c3, and this is winning
Oh,
because the
knight
knight
is
is trapped.
trapped.
So he has to play bishop d8 now, and now Gukesh goes for a very calm move c3. It is kind of dominating the knight on c6, because whenever a pawn is moved two steps away, you see, two squares away from the knight, it kind of dominates it a bit because the knight cannot go on these squares. So c3, knight goes back to e7, and now knight jumps back to e3, Amruta.
Sagar, this is the positional style the Sicilian is happening, and I like White's position. It's strategic, it's slow, but it's the long-term advantages. As you know, the D file over here, the target on D6. This bishop is going to try and activate itself, because otherwise, this bishop versus the knight, usually the end game is what White aims at, the dominant knight. And for Gukesh, he is slow and steady, going to gain space on the queen side. I think it's slow, it's safe, and it's steady. So other teammates are going to be not worried about the game.
Okay, knight e3 here, and Amruta, I'll just be back in a second. You can continue.
But
Go to the
what
game.
time was it?
Uh,
Uh-huh.
so right now, rook a e1 is on the board.
Maybe we can play the ad right now. Help chess.
No, sure. Right now, by the way, guys, let's have a look at the help chess. For example, right now we have had Mayank Nagendran, who's just contributed 5,000 rupees. Thank you so much, Mayank. And Saurabh Sharma, 501. Swati and Sammy, thank you all for your contribution. And we will be back in a short break. Check out this ad of video of help chess, where we are supporting young talents and you can contribute towards this cause. One of the key aspects that stops the progress of many chess players and puts them in an extremely difficult situation is finances. Over the years, thousands of chess players have left the sport because of lack of funds. This is the reason we came up with the Help Chess Foundation. There are people out there who want to support Indian chess players, and there are chess players in need of funds. We at Help Chess wanted to act as a bridge, a transparent and accountable bridge where every single penny that the donor contributes is put to use in a way that it powers Indian chess. Over the last 6 years of activity, Help Chess has raised over 1 crore rupees. We have had many scholarships like the MKG Scholarship, Pursue Your Chess Scholarship, Muralidhar Jalan Foundation Scholarship, Sadhana App Sponsorship, Vijay Rajni Scholarship, Sarada Scholarship, S. Krishnan Scholarship, Pursue Your Chess Scholarship, and many more. It has benefited more than 75 players, from getting good training to being able to travel to tournaments to working with better technology. Help Chess has tried to ease the lives of chess players and support them to move in the direction of their goal. Even top players like Anish Giri and Arjun Erigaisi have donated their prize winnings to the Help Chess Foundation to power young talents like Ilam Parthi, Jubin Jimmy, and Sumer Sheikh. All the amount that is raised for chess players is then transparently updated on the ChessBase India website. But we have always wanted to improve the experience of our donors, and that's the reason why we have ensured that the charitable trust is now ATG compatible. The donors now get tax benefits. We also now have a CSR number, which means that companies with CSR funds can utilize their money for the right cause of powering young talents in the country. When you visit the Help Chess website, you will see two ways to contribute: Believer and Big Believer. Why did we choose the name Believer? That's because each of you who contributes believes in Indian chess. As soon as you donate, your name is updated in the recent Believers section at the bottom of the website. You will also see the initiatives taken up by the Help Chess Foundation that have been transparently mentioned through the linked articles. If you click any of the articles, you will get an update of all the people who have contributed. In the year 2022-23, Help Chess managed to raise 26 lakhs, and in the year 23-24, we raised 54 lakhs. Few talents who have risen rapidly are Mayank Chakraborty from Assam, who has become an IM with 2 GM norms, Ethan Vas from Goa, who is born in 2010 and is already an IM, Gautam Krishna from Kerala, who has also achieved his IM title and is rated 2466. We also have amazing stories like that of 8-year-old Narayani Marathe, who achieved a double gold at the Asian Youth Championships 2024 in Kazakhstan. There are many more stories like these. Our hope in the coming years is to support more than 1,000 chess players and ensure that no talent in Indian chess is wasted due to lack of funds. We hope that you will join this initiative to power chess in India.
Guys, we are back there. That was the help chess work which has happened until these many years, and all because of all of you guys. So thank you so much. Yes, we are Sagar. Here we have Rook A8, which was played by Shamsiddin. And Arjun is thinking, guys, here, this moment, white to play. Will Arjun make that next move? What is it? What is the move which comes to your mind which is aggressive?
I think he will. I think he will. And by the way, guys, while you also heard this help chess video, we also want to say that Amruta, if anyone wants to apply for the Kaisa School of Chess memberships, because Circle Chess, which is providing that, has matched the number of amount that is going to be raised via help chess to buy the memberships and give it to Chessbase India viewers. So guys, there's a form in the link. Please fill it up, and if you are the one, you will get the membership, a premium membership where some of the best trainers in India like Srinath, Vishnu, Swayam, Swapnil, and so on are teaching on that platform. And also we also have another link there for Teach Chess India, which is an initiative to teach chess in very different places, Amruta, like children's home, orphanages, and hospitals, and these places. And guys, if you want to become a volunteer in this cause, we have a form here. You can fill it up. We also had Gukesh once come over there and launched one of our initiatives in the children's home, as you can see this picture, and it made a very tangible difference into the lives of these kids, that we go there every week and teach, and we want to bring chess to more such places. So if you guys would like to support this, please do fill in the Teach Chess India form. And
Wonderful, wonderful.
Amruta, lastly,
And you know what? Today, by the way, just a completely different thing. But I was at the hall and I saw Wesley. Very interesting matchup, Wesley versus Lecco. And Wesley was there with a guy, and that guy was from Philippines. And Wesley had beaten him 15 years ago. So it was a guy. I took a picture of them together. So it was a very nice moment over
wow,
there.
amazing. Also, Wesley has beaten you 15 years ago.
Was it
You
15
could
years
also
ago?
take a picture.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
not 15, maybe more, 20. Because it was in.
He was 2300, I think, at that
Yeah.
point of time, around
I
2390
think it was
or something.
2004, maybe.
Yeah, and he crushed in Sicilian the kind of attack he did in Malaysia. So, yeah.
Okay,
I
so
should.
Amruta.
Yeah, if the
G4.
people had guessed the move Sagar G4, do you think Arjun will play G4? Look at this. As you say, boom,
Yeah.
bam. The
Boom,
knight,
bam.
knight is attacked. The only thing, why I will wait a moment before g4 and say that I would have loved if the rook is on h5, but it's anyway not happening because there is this knight.
You
So
need to play.
g4, the knight is kicked. Where does it go? Not d4, not h4, not h6.
So G4, Now, if Amruta knight h6, you can go h3.
And then that knight is away forever.
Yes. Okay. So now 6 on the board. If he plays g4, knight at 6 is not so good because of h3. But knight d6, Amruta, can be played.
Rook e7. Jao, 7th rank, 7th heaven.
But Amruta,
Fatafat.
this might be creating a small issue because now with the knight support on this square, black can play a very good move, guys. Black to play. What do you do?
क्या ही क्लू दिया है. Yes, Gauri Shankar. But which one?
Yes, rook e8, but not one, because this allows bishop takes. Very important move, and then you take and mate. So you play Amruta this one and trade one of the rooks, and when that happens, I can take back with the knight I was thinking, but then the other rook joins in, so maybe with the rook with the
Knight is
protection here
protected.
should be fine.
So after knight d6, because computer did like the move g4, what was the best idea to continue here for Arjun?
So,
Like,
so
because
here,
I do think he will
Amruta,
think
there is
about.
a very interesting move, which
Mhm.
is rook d4. And it's just saying to black that you don't have too many moves at your disposal, because once the knight moves, there is pressure here. I'm going to double now, not on the e file, but on the d file. So it's a very interesting decision.
Wow. Like if I go with the move bishop c8, just so that I want to open up the rook on d8.
Yeah.
Yeah, what will you do? Is there
Now
a
I will
finish
double.
or
Now I will
something?
double. And the thing is, you can't move your knight away, Amruta. There's no good space to go because pressure here and pressure here.
It's just full pressure. So basically, Arjun's thing is not like g4 and attack and over. It's like shanti se pressure, right?
Right. Okay. Amruta, now rook a d8 is on the board. We will wait for Arjun. I'm pretty sure he will push g4 because that's the way he loves to play. He is an aggressive guy. He's very chill. Look, you can look at Arjun. He hardly ever looks at the board because he's just calculating in his mind. And guys, if you are a good chess player, playing, and you, by the way, there's a very nice video on Chessbase India of Arjun giving a blindfold simul to I think it was 10 10 people in Quantbox office, or maybe it was more, I don't remember, but I was the one who was shooting it. And Arjun has very good blindfold skills, so right now he's trying to think about his move without looking at the board. Going to now Praggnanandhaa's board, you can see that, oh my goodness, there is a huge update. King h1, knight f8, knight to f3 has been played, and Prag goes rook a3.
So why do you think it's a huge update? Like it's
because
all okay,
because
right?
Amruta, earlier this move rook a3 is now starting something. Rook takes a3, bishop takes a3 is on the would be happening. And what will happen is that you had at least one rook which was active. Now that is gone. So let's say he will just go forward. There is no real counter play that is happening here
Yeah.
for black. And earlier, at least, I mean, it was a tough position.
Yeah, it's more like if white goes precisely, then this is really better for him. But even one wrong
Yes,
move, then
and
white's king would be
actually,
the one which is exposed.
I would say Prag is in that situation where he's under, like, he's fighting for survival in some sense. Guys, don't be fooled by the engine. I feel he's fighting for survival, so he'll be looking for many tricks in the position, just trying to stay there, hang in there somehow.
Absolutely. What is a good result? Like even if we draw with Uzbek today,
Yeah.
would you call it a good result?
Yes, 100%, because we have a 2 point lead. A 2-2 result would be just great for
Mm-hmm.
us, but it's not so trivial because Arjun, while he's putting pressure, Prag is under pressure. So it all boils down to Nodirbek
Gukesh's
versus
game.
Gukesh. And
Okay.
here it seems like Gukesh has a good position against Nodirbek.
I love this move. Like after queen d7, a5 was played, cemento again, and you stop bishop b6, which is, the bishop was waiting to get some space in life, but it didn't. a5 के बाद bishop c7. Yes, which is that important pawn break in Sicilian black always keeps in mind. I think the chat very well knows. Should we ask them? Or
Which
should-
one? Oh, पसवा वाला.
Normally D5 is a break, but you
अच्छा.
see यहाँ पे,
भाई इतना तुमको आता है ये सिसिलियन में.
but you see यहाँ पे it's like 1,
But
2,
Amruta,
3,
he wants to
4.
play D5. किधर 4?
4 people looking at D5. हाँ, Bishop C7 के बाद you can't get D5
Why?
so
He's-
easily,
he's
right?
actually planning D5, I feel, because this E5 pawn is protected. That's what I thought.
Yeah, but D5 के लिए you have only 3 attackers.
meanwhile,
Sokolov watching.
Sokolov, the former coach of Uzbek team, coming in there, and Sindarov has just snatched the rook on A3, bishop A3 on the board.
Now important moment for Sindarov. Will he go for H5 or will he try to find some elaborate sacrifices? But the Indian team today very much under pressure.
Maybe I don't, Amruta. Actually, it's like there's this atmosphere which is building up, but I feel that the boys are very, very calm in a way. Just Prag is under tremendous pressure, I would say. Gukesh and Arjun look pretty calm.
Normally when one guy is under pressure, it kind of goes everywhere.
Maybe.
Similarly, when you're winning, that also gives a little bit of a relaxation. But I think we all believe in Prague.
Okay, so let's go to the women's board
I
now.
was analyzing Gukesh's game, Sagar. I think it's an
Still
important
more? You want to
moment because
analyze?
D5 is not happening here. So Bishop C7 was played, and
Maybe knight
definitely the
H4 to
question
F5
before
is
we
one
leave
idea.
is, how do you continue? Knight H4,
Or Amruta, there is this very cool move, rook E2, with the idea of rook D2.
and then
putting
you
the
are
rook here.
putting more D5,
Yes.
more hold.
And if you
over
play
there.
D5, ED, knight D5, then here comes a tactical sequence which starts with unleashing this bishop with knight takes pawn, attacking the queen, bishop takes, and I have won a pawn here because now my bishop is here. So Amruta, D5 definitely not happening anytime soon, as you
Correct.
rightly said. And now rook
Rookie,
E2.
but more natural is maybe not rook E2. Is there anything else? Like, suppose you make a simple move like queen, queen D2,
Yeah.
just for an example, yeah.
Hmm.
And then what is
Well,
Nodirbek?
it's also a good move. You are planning rook D1.
This one.
Yes, but I guess one of Nodirbek's other ideas is to play F5 here, because imagine rook E2, F5, knight F5, knight F5, EF, bishop F5, and I think this is not a bad position here for black, but could be.
Are you okay with those 2 pawns, like which look very weak on the central files? For white, we have E semi-open file and the D semi-open file as
Yeah,
well.
it's true, Amruta. These are weak, but they can also become strong. They can
नहीं,
come
but the
down the
point is,
board.
as you sing, which song कंधों से कंधे मिलते हैं, so दोनों साथ में है.
हाँ.
If one of them is pushed, this is not like a super, like they need to be with each other all the time.
Hmm.
It's like I need you kind of
So they are
situation,
weak.
which is not good if you
think-
need
yes,
somebody.
yes,
Yeah,
exactly. Weakness.
yeah.
Sometimes the strength can become a weakness, guys. We know it. Knight D2. Played, Amruta. Gukesh.
Knight D2.
Gukesh is going with his knight where?
Oh, but now F5, do you want to calculate? And Knight C4, no? He wants to go because,
Knight C4. Maybe here.
yeah, maybe. Or just pressurizing the D6 pawn,
Or
E5
he's just
pawn.
stopping F5.
Or he's just stopping even D5 because bishop on G2
Stopping
is
D5. But D5 here takes. Knight takes, because there is enough protection.
Knight C4 maybe he
Knight
wants to
takes,
play.
bishop takes, queen takes, and this could be at least some pressure for white here with knight e4. So yes, I think Amruta, knight d2 stops for now. D5 and f5 both the breaks, as we have Harshit Bhai coming back.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
What's happening? I mean, it seems like the knights on B3 and F3 have kind of transformed their places.
Yes, I think Gukesh is doing. I think Gukesh is loving knights in this tournament.
Can I actually check what happened? Because I checked it last when Bishop G5 was played.
He took h6.
This happened. Bishop D8, C3. I think this is a good move because it stops the black knight from invading to D4. Also, bishop to a5, which was attacking the rook on a1, is no longer going to be a problem. Knight e7. Because, guys, black never wants to exchange the light squared bishop to this knight. Because after queen takes d5, white's going to have total control on the light squares. And this bishop on d8 is going to have a very, very difficult time being active, because these pawns on c3 and b2 are actually restricting the bishop in a lot of ways. Because on b6 it protects the d4 square, and from a5 it has no future. So this would be a big advantage. Abdusattorov, of course, realizes this, goes knight to e7. He wants to exchange the knight on e7 to this knight, because if at all you make a move like, let's say, h3, knight d5, sorry, h3 is going to blunder. Let's say, for example, queen d2. Then knight d5, ed5, bishop g4 is going to be a great position for black, because the f pawn is suddenly going to come to f5, f4, and black's two bishops are going to get a lot of play.
But for knight d, yeah, we have to
Gukesh
take
also
him
realizes this, goes knight e3.
Yeah.
So you see how the game is going and developing in a very logical manner.
Yeah.
Because one important point is you would not want, generally you would love to avoid that you will have to take with the pawn and
Because
close
black will
this
get-
file.
yes,
Yes, and then
majority.
this will just come. That's why he went back, because whenever the exchange happens you would love a piece to be there.
Right. Okay. So queen d7, a5, bishop c7, and knight d2. Right now, no f5, no d5. So Gukesh is playing against these breaks, but maybe Nodirbek goes for the last break, which is b6 here.
Yeah, I think b6 is a nice suggestion, trying to bring the bishop in the game somehow. But I think right now we are looking at a position which is roundabout even, but it can become quite interesting. I think both players are just waiting to see कि दूसरे boards पे क्या हो रहा है. If we are in a better situation, I'll just be solid. And if the situation needs me to be aggressive, I'm going to change the gear. Suddenly, sports mode on Sagar Bhai, and the game is going to accelerate towards complications.
Absolutely. Okay, so this one, very balanced game between Gukesh and Nodirbek. We did speak about Praggnanandhaa coming under trouble. Harshit Bhai, he did bring his knight here. He traded with rook a3, bishop a3, and now there is a problem that Praggnanandhaa has, which I spoke with you, which I also told about Amruta, that the blow can come from anywhere. It could come h5 g6, it could be knight f6, it could go rook g1. I mean, white has many ways. And black, on the other hand, okay, one thing black can do is try for this a5 move at some point, but even that is not possible right now because of en passant attacking here and the pawn being defended.
I think you explained it phenomenally well, because black is indeed a pawn up right now, but it's very difficult to actually make use of that extra pawn. However, on the king side, white is making leaps in progress with the rook coming to g1, and after knight to f6, that's going to come in the game. I think that white's attack is going to be quite decisive.
Yeah.
Need to be careful here with Prague. What's about Arjun's game? Because if Prague is in trouble, we need Arjun to do well.
Absolutely. By the way, Jai Thi says, Hi Sagar, thank you for starting Teach Chess. It's a great initiative. Small request, please don't call Arjun madman just because Magnus called him that. Yes, I think it's just a small phase that people are going to call him this right now. But we really like and love to call him the Wonder Boy from Warangal.
Ajju Bhai is what I love to call him, Sagar Bhai.
Yeah.
He
Maybe let's go with some of those names. I think Madman has served its term and we have used it well.
Yes, what about this position?
And
By
did he
the way,
play G?
Oh, he has
Oh.
a huge moment right now.
Yeah,
No,
G4 we
he's
analyzed.
actually
We
not
analyzed
played
all
a
of
move
that.
for 20 minutes. Very unlike Ajjubai to not go for G4.
Because it is, he didn't go.
He is thinking.
He's thinking. So Sagar, maybe this is what he's thinking. It's a big commitment, no? G4. Harshit, what do you think about this like commitment in general?
So the thing is, you have to be very careful before committing to something. That's why Arjun is taking his time before he commits to something as big as G4.
Yes.
Get it.
Because once
This young generation has some problems.
Commitment issues.
But you are absolutely right, Amruta. This is the moment that he has to commit to G4. Because if this moment passes by, Amruta, ऐसा मौका वापस नहीं मिलेगा.
Exactly. Self motivation
Exactly,
going
Harshit
on.
bhai. Now last 2 days left of Olympiad. फिर से ऐसा मौका नहीं मिलेगा कि हम सब मिलके कमेंट्री करेंगे.
Exactly.
So
Yes, G4 guys. The point is that you are trying to ask very direct questions to black.
we analyze this.
You analyze this.
Rook
Yes, okay.
E7 and so on.
Exactly.
Rook
Exactly.
D4. So should we go to Tanya's game?
Yes.
Yeah,
let's
because
go to
people were
Tanya's
saying
game.
something happened over there.
So this is Tanya's game, and she has a big advantage.
अरे bye.
क्या
Let's
हुआ?
go. Tanya Sachdev takes knight D7, knight E2, knight C5 played by Alice Lee. And
Knight D4.
Knight D4. And she did not take the bishop, which
Yeah.
would have been nice, getting that bishop. But I guess she was afraid of this knight C6 intermediate move, then knight E7, and then this pawn piece being taken back. So very understandable move, queen B6 and bishop F5 played by Tanya. In fact, always I think Harshit Bhai and Amruta, a good technique is sometimes to just give a check and come back. But Tanya did it just like that.
There is a reason behind this. There is a very simple reason, because whenever she pushes E6, she wants the bishop on E6 to give a check to the black king, and this is the reason why she did not want to put
Nice.
black's king on the dark square.
Very deep.
Could be very important. Maybe Tanya has some deep thought behind bishop F5 directly, but now Alice makes an error. She wanted to stop E6. There were two ways. One was bishop C8. The other was bishop F8. She goes for the wrong move here. And guys, why is this wrong? Actually, is not so clear. What do you play here with white? I think it's a very, I would say it's almost impossible to find kind of a
Really?
move.
Really?
Yeah.
For me, I just want a pawn on G5. So then that bishop F4 looks like the move.
Yeah, that's the second best move, Amruta. And
F4
I think
is possible.
very likely that Tanya goes for your idea. Bishop F4, G4, H4, G5, and looks good.
It
Actually,
does look good.
good
However,
one, good suggestion.
there is a very nice
No, but
move here,
yeah.
as found by some people in the chat study. Sony found it. Sushrut Nanal found it. Pawn from E5 to E6 is the best move right now, trying to open up the position, because if you take F takes E6, bishop to H7 check, king H8, and this move is not at all easy to find, but redirecting white's pieces towards an attack. Knight from D4 not doing so much right now, so rerouting it to F3, and if the knight goes to E5, smothered mating ideas,
Hey,
knight
nice.
to G6,
That
all
is
sorts
so
of crazy
cool.
ideas are in the action right now.
Man.
Amazing.
Oh, this is very.
Harshit, you can see that Harshit is so good with patterns.
But what about
like,
knight
very
E6?
fatafat.
Knight E6.
What happened when you played with Alice? Alice, by the way,
I had
2 months
won.
ago. You had beaten her.
I had beaten her, and I caught her in the opening,
Mm-hmm.
and I somehow was able to put pressure on her in a forcing way. And I think that's what Tanya should do today. Try to put pressure on
too
her
tough,
in a
Harshit
forcing
bhai.
way.
It's too tough.
सागर भाई
Like,
जीतना है तो भाई
नहीं
कुछ
भाई,
तो मुश्किल करना पड़ेगा.
देखो E6 as we discussed is a good move. ठीक है. You discussed with pawn takes and you said bishop goes here, check, knight F3, knight E5. Okay, maybe
लंबी
possible.
कहानी है.
But imagine if it takes with the knight, you have to take here,
Bishop
then
E5 पे
check,
बैठेगा ना. And then
put
G4,
it here.
G5.
Sagar bhai, as they say, anything that is worth chasing is important, because if it is easy, it's probably not worth chasing.
So anything worth chasing is difficult, you mean?
Yes,
Okay.
and because if it's easy, it's probably not worth chasing.
Could
Nice.
be, could be. But I think even it's not so clear right here that there is a compensation.
G4, G5.
No,
Just
I
a
think-
hook. Like you have a hook over here,
No,
which
if
is
Tanya
H6.
plays
But look at here.
E6.
There is no hook.
Yes, bishop F4 is what she played.
She has played
Amrita,
bishop
your
F4.
move on the board. Because I was
More
just about to say, if
natural.
Tanya plays E6, I would sell my house.
अरे
Which house you were talking about? कोई है क्या किधर? और तुम तो बोलते हो टूर्नामेंट में जा रहे हो and all that. I trust you.
अरे सागर
अरे भाई कहाँ आ गए हो?
कहाँ से कहाँ आ गए? But
भाई
bishop
आज
to
का मैच
F4,
में क्या होगा कुछ
pawn
पता
to
नहीं.
G4, everyone is so tensed. Pawn to G4, pawn to H4 is white's idea. I still like white's position, but I don't like Tanya having 25 minutes on her clock.
Sachin Paul says, I
19.
played Alice Lee when I was
Oh.
when she was 1909 years in Chess Castle of Minnesota. Played Nimzo Duchamp. She played Knight G to F3-4 and destroyed
Destroyed
me.
me.
Well, that's a proud moment for you, Sachin. That I mean, that
To
now
play
you can
against her,
say that
yeah.
you played with her. Not a proud moment game wise. But what about Divya Deshmukh against Carissa?
I think you had once explained how when white has an isolated pawn on d4, having a weak pawn on c6 is not that bad because it compensates of giving you an open d file and quite often also an open b file. Right now the bishop is controlling it, but I think that this is looking very comfortable for black.
Yeah, I think Carissa is doing well. And so Tanya actually has a huge burden on her shoulders now because Vaishali is actually has just made a mistake.
Oh.
Because now, guys, Vaishali has blundered a pawn.
Oh my god, Sagar
yeah.
bhai,
Wait,
what
how?
is this?
Wait a
Simple,
second. I
nice.
don't get it.
She
Played
played.
queen to h5 and
Actually, it was completely equal. Huh?
do you remember how I told you that this position is not easy to play with the black pieces because whenever you have an isolated pawn, Vidit was very right that if you don't find active counterplay and white manages to take control of the center, white is going to be strategically dominating the position, which is why I really like pushing the pawn from d5 to d4, getting rid of your weakness. Guys, life may, if you are able to get rid of all your weaknesses, whatever is left is only going to become an asset.
Right.
Pawn to d4, Amruta.
ये बात करता है तो ऐसा लगता है you know Harshit you should be a
Baba.
motivation.
Harshit,
हाँ.
not Harshit Raja, Harshit Baba. Bhai.
Arre, arre.
So the thing is that d4 would have been nice, but I can tell you, I feel I understand Vaishali's psychology here. She sees that Tokirjanova is 120 elo points below her. She's not been having a great tournament per se, and she thinks maybe this is my chance. So she tried to keep the tension, but as it kept going on, White's play, like here also, maybe trading
The thing is,
would have been possible.
the thing is, like practically speaking, it's so difficult to go into
No,
this
don't
position.
take one more time. Maybe here we can try and play typical h5 move.
Yeah, Vidit had mentioned
Yeah.
H5 idea. I really like that
or,
actually.
or maybe
But
bishop f5, bishop e4
Comfortable.
idea.
Yeah, but
These
the
are-
thing is that already white has kind of gotten a clasp of the center.
Yeah.
And I think that she had to, like, she played moves like rook e8, which I am not sure were required.
Sure.
Because-
No, I mean, clearly d4 would have equalized. But I think it's more like not her chess decision. It's more like the psychological point she wanted to win.
Okay, guys, coming back to the live position right now, we had a few moves. Let's come back to the live position and see what's
yeah,
happening
what
now.
is the
Because
blunder?
after queen to h5, white can simply take the knight on c6 and go queen d4 Amruta, not only threatening checkmate but attacking the pawn on a7. This is a big
Oh.
blunder.
And trying to stop, but now queen a7, and this is a very
You
key pawn.
Can you not get compensation based on that the queen is right now not coordinated out of the play and using that time which you have? Can you create something like
No,
rook e6, rook h6?
I think Amruta, the king side is very solid. Just one move here, and it's completely fine.
Exactly.
So this is like a she
This is
she found
Oh
it.
my god.
She found it. Tokirjanova takes.
Oh my god.
And guys, we are in big trouble in Vaishali's board. And actually, Irina Crush on board number 3 also seems to have. By the way, Harshit Bhai, when we were looking at this position, she did not play e5. She went rook e8.
Sagar, by time is of the essence in openings. You have to play with initiative when playing with the black pieces, because if white somehow stabilizes the position, the two bishops are going to open up and give white a big advantage.
Yes. So right now, rook e8, castles, e5. Harshit Bhai, now she tried to open, which is fine, but after e4, now it feels like bishop c2, this diagonal opening up.
I think she could have perhaps started with d4 instead and
Yes.
then went for e4, because d4 not only expands on the center but stops this bishop from being activated. And then, more importantly, the bishop on a6, which is currently very sad, he had a new life from B7 turning into a rocket.
True. Because now the position that we have reached, actually big problems here for Vaishali.
And
Sorry, for Vantika.
Vantika and the
Also
V
today the
squared
V
combo.
squared combo.
Facing heat.
And actually Divya meanwhile also not in a great position. It's equal. I mean, not, she's completely fine in the sense, but so Tanya has a big task on her hand against Alice b4. By the way, very nice move by Alice Lee. But let's go g4.
Yeah, we have to try and get an advantage in this game, Amruta. We have to, otherwise the women's team with Vaishali and Vantika in trouble is not looking that good.
You know, Harshit, I feel that in this position, the way you feel like white is winning, you know, when for an aggressive player, it feels like, यार black क्या ही करेगा इधर पूरा तोड़ रहा है
Exactly.
G4 G5.
And you
I
might
don't-
say कि अरे G6 traps your
अरे,
piece,
अरे,
Amruta.
अरे, नहीं,
G6
नहीं.
traps your piece.
Good.
But bishop takes G6, F takes G6, queen takes G6, and this is a
E6,
crushing
bishop
attack.
E5, over.
Knight coming to F5 as well. So these are the kind of tactical possibilities that are possible for white, and that's why I think G4 is crucial. You definitely don't want to touch any pawn on the queen side because that will only weaken your king.
Agreed.
So can we summarize that?
Yes.
Vaishali in trouble, Divya equal,
Vantika
in slight trouble, Tanya in slightly better situation. So currently India is looking at a score of 2.5, 1.5.
Yeah.
But in the
One
favor
and
of
half, two and
yeah
half.
1.5, 2.5. So 2.5 in the favor of USA. Going now to the boys, we have Arjun who has just played G4 after a massive, very massive, considering Arjun plays so fast, 29-minute thing.
Let's go,
Wow.
let's go.
Arju bhai, let's
Ajju
go.
bhai pulling out the Gandhivam, getting ready for the strike. Sagar bhai, G4 has just been played, and if the knight ever goes to H6, the knight on the rim
H3 bhai,
is not.
H3.
You
Just
can just
play.
H3 and ask the knight on H6. I know you want to be bright, but you are very dim right now.
Absolutely.
But you know, this 29 minutes, he understands the critical situation so well. Like he knows that even if he knows that 15-20 minutes से ज़्यादा नहीं सोचना है. पर ये moment he took that time with I think awareness.
Yeah, because I think he calculated many of the lines. For example, I'm sure Rook Knight D6, Rook E7, he didn't like Rook D8, and he was like, oh, what? Then he must have found Rook D4. Oh, pressure here. That is the reason why Arjun is 2793. It's
Exactly.
not for any other reason. He calculates. Let's see if he's able to
Yeah.
play.
I mean, Arjun's 29 minute of calculation would be for a 1500 player at least 8 hours of calculation.
Or maybe it's not about time, Amruta.
Yeah.
Maybe you can't reach there in any way.
Yeah, that's true. It's
And I
impossible.
think thinking for 29 minutes not only makes sure that he has calculated a lot on his board, but it also, I'm sure, gave him an idea of what's happening on the other boards and the match situation. He recognized that he has to play aggressively.
Knight
D6,
D6, he instantly played Rook D4. मतलब by
अभी नहीं
Ajju bhai.
सोचना है 29
Ajju,
minutes के बाद नहीं.
really, he didn't look at one move, guys. He looked at like a sequence, Rook D4 and gets up instantly. Now it's time to put pressure. Rook D4, good move by Arjun.
क्या बात है जो भी करेगा सोच के करेगा ऐसा नहीं है कैजुअल नहीं
And
है
I think
अप्रोच
if you make a move like Bishop C8, Rook ED1,
Yeah.
you cannot move your knight anywhere
Correct.
because of the pressure on the F7 pawn, Amruta.
Exactly.
And we've already seen ideas like I think I asked once, Queen takes F7 and Rook E8 mate was an idea that was possible. All sorts of tactical ideas are in White's favor right now because of the developmental advantage he's had. The bishop on D7 is completely restricted, cannot go to E6, cannot go to F5. करे तो क्या करे black से सागर भाई?
Yeah, this is big trouble
I
now.
think when you had mentioned Sagar that black doesn't have good moves, I was very surprised that middle game hai itne pieces hai. How can black not have good moves? But it is so true that he doesn't. And there is this one pin over here. The other pin is going to happen. The knight is going to jump to E4. F7 is a key weakness in this game.
Correct. And by the way, Amruta, before we move forward in this game and go to Prag's game, we have Jaikar Pandurangan in the chat who has sent us a small quiz and he has few questions. I'm going to ask one question from that quiz. Thank you, Jaikar, for sending in this quiz. The question is, in which year did India send its first women's team to an Olympiad? So right now we have a very strong team. But what was the first year when India sent a women's team in the Olympiad, guys? Try to think and write down in the comments. And thank you,
Because-
Jaikar, for such a beautiful question.
I think the first unofficial Olympiad was held in 1924, right?
Yes.
And the second one was held in Budapest.
Yes.
Actually. Correct?
Right, you are right.
But after that,
The right move, by the way,
1970s
people people can't go beyond 2000
no,
right
it
now.
has to be 1970. No, that's too early, huh?
No, the right answer, actually, we can see if people have found, maybe.
No, internet is not working.
And maybe, guys, the right answer for all those who found it, actually it was a tough one, was 1978 in Argentina. It's
Insane.
been 20
No. It's been
46 years.
46 years. When did your chess career start, Harshit?
My chess career started in 2008.
2008. So 16 years.
Yeah.
Wow, and you're so strong in 16 years. What about you?
Coming back to the tournament.
Actually quite hota.
Oh god.
Okay, going now. So Arjun, good position.
Arjun doing really well, guys. Arjun OP. Arjun doing very well. What about the second board?
Yeah, G4 के लिए Arjun OP.
Oh bhai, oh
Ah,
bhai.
Prag. Did he play
Knight
H5?
F6 played by Sindarov.
So tempting. So
Knight F6
tempting.
and Prag says, "I'm not touching it." Comes back with his
Good
own.
move,
my
Prag.
God.
Solid.
Prag being अनुलोम विलोम हो जाए प्रज्ञानंदा.
प्रग नहीं, तुमको करना पड़ रहा है. बट नाइट ऑन F6 वहां पे है. At some point we may want to capture. No, at no point we want to capture it, right, Harshit? Never want to
I mean,
allow such a
Some
pawn
point,
on
some
F6.
point. Why not?
Yeah, the thing is that once the pawn comes to F6, not only is your H pawn going to become a bit weaker, but the queen can suddenly jump in and threaten a mate on G7.
Yeah.
But queen to D8 is a very nice move. Asking white, I have the H7 pawn under control. How are you going to create more chances? Because if you bring your knight back to H2, suddenly now taking the knight on F6 becomes a bit more tempting. But even a move like knight H2 is going to impose serious questions.
Yeah, even
Threatening
H5,
queen to
Harshit
H5.
bhai. Even H5 in this position, just coming in with the idea of H6. Sindarov still putting pressure. Just to show our viewers, if you take here, he would take back, and if you try to shore up your position with knight G6, it's not helping you because the knight will be kicked off, and there is also knight G5 with queen H5, and it's just like all these pieces can't do much.
Yeah, they're just not reaching on time to defend the H7 and G7 squares, which are the real weaknesses over there.
So I
So-
love Praggnanandha's move Queen D8, and it's a I think Prag is now taking it one move at a time. Just find one move, play it. Let's see what Sindarov does, then react. Don't think too much.
But you
Yeah.
know what? He's a pawn up. Let's not forget that.
Yes.
So if the attack fades away,
Yes.
then materially Prag would be chilling with that a pawn becoming a queen.
Yeah, even bishop coming back to E7 is going to be a serious idea of Prague, putting more pressure on the F6 knight. So I think bishop coming back to E7 is going to be black's next move, depending on what white does. But after H5, I do think that bishop to E7 is the direction in which black should play, bringing your pieces into the defense, making sure that our king is the safest, guys, because in chess, king is the only piece that we need
Matters.
to, it matters the most, and we need to make sure that it feels the safest. Just like in real life, Raja ko Sagar bhai
Ha Raja, ha Raja.
Take care of you, Harshit bhai. Don't worry.
But Harshit mentions this point of bishop e7. Harshit, are you even keen to take on f6, bishop f6, gf6, and give the piece?
Exactly. At some point, I want to just get rid of the tension, because it's not so easy to worry about sacrifices all the time on the king side. But at some point, maybe we can
Maybe
clarify the
take.
tension.
So something like take. Could be possible.
But also now with the move rook g1, I cannot really do that. Just to quickly show it, because if I take, you can just go queen to g2, and I'm getting completely killed on the g line.
G2 bhai is always really strong. Good move there. And now Vokhidov Shamsiddin is thinking he's not made his move. Rook d4 on the board by Arjun. We will come back here. Let's go to Gukesh versus Nodirbek. We have had some moves here. After knight d2, as expected, Nodirbek broke with b6. Gukesh took, takes, knight came here. He takes on e3, knight e3, a5 played by Nodirbek, and we are here at the live board. Is this the live board position? Yes,
Yes, this is the live board, and I think that Black has managed to solve most of his problems.
Yeah, Gukesh's bishop is also a bit passive here.
Exactly. So currently, Black does have a weak d6 and a5 pawn, if we can say so. However, it is compensated because the b2 pawn can potentially be weak. Rook can jump in to b8, and as you pointed out, the bishop on g2 is slightly weaker than the bishop on e6.
Yeah. So, guys, this game right now from the opening has been very even.
Yeah.
And Arjun is putting pressure and Sindarov is putting pressure. How much more even match can you find? Because Vidit has already drawn. So we are actually at this point in a conservative way. If 2-2 happens, it's a great thing.
Yeah.
For Team India, because they are leading this tournament by 2-point margin.
I am definitely more optimistic about the Indian men's team right now because Arjun has a big advantage,
and you are not so pessimistic about Prag's position.
I'm not pessimistic about Prag's position, and I also think that Gukesh's game is it does have no risk, which means that we might see a draw in this game. If Prag draws, that would be a great result for us, Amruta, because Arjun is going to be the striker for the Indian team in the men's matchup. I think that the women's section is looking a bit more tense right now.
Yeah.
Bishop f1, getting this bishop. We spoke about this bishop not being so active. Coming here, do you want to go to the women's board?
No, I was thinking that I agree with Harshit that this game doesn't have that much stress because it seems like it's going to level out.
Yep.
But Prag's game, which we were really talking about, Arjun and Prag, we should not miss the moves here.
No, but
Rook d4
Arjun's
has
opponent
been
now
played.
will think. I feel he's under some
Correct.
serious pressure.
And Prag's game is something which we really need to understand deeper because
You
after
can't understand deeper. You can analyze this for like 30 minutes and the opponent will play some different move. Because Amruta, there is knight h2, knight g4, there is h5, h6, there is rook g1, there is switching of the queen. There are many ways to attack.
And what are the ways to defend his bishop e7, which Harshit
But
says?
wait for it and see what happens, whether he'll break h6,
Yeah,
then
I
you
think we
react.
should jump to the women's
Yes.
section, jump on the action
Let's
happening
go.
there.
Let's go there.
b4, and guess what move Tanya has played? Pawn to
Tanya,
g4.
well
Tanya finding pawn to g4.
Good job.
Amazing accuracy in this game by her, and we need Tanya to be the striker.
Let's go,
just
Tanya.
like she has been for the Indian team before.
And if she manages to break through here, it will really, and the first point jo score karta hai, the other players get a bit motivated by that. So let's see if Tanya manages to do that. Meanwhile, Irina Krush has gone into a huge think right now for 14 minutes. She is thinking against Vantika Agrawal with the move e4 played here by Vantika. I am not sure what Irina is worried about. Maybe bishop, she's thinking, should I go here or here?
Yeah, also someone that I had played very, very recently. I actually played Irina and Alice Lee in the same tournament.
Acha.
Against Irina, I somehow went into an end game.
Is it Irina or Irina?
I think it's Irina.
Okay. I was saying Irina, then you
But
said Irina. So
I think
then
it's.
I thought,
I mean, we are not sure, and I think that
Anything
is fine as long as we are saying it
Yeah,
with good
because
intentions.
many people call you Sagar.
no, I'm just saying what is the right
So what is the
pronunciation? I
right
don't know.
one?
For
What is
me,
the right one?
Sagar.
No, but then Sagar, then what do you feel? Do you feel offended?
As long as people have good intentions, I think.
No, but
that,
I feel like I want to pronounce it correctly. So I was asking just for myself.
Yeah, I think it's Irina, and Irina is playing against Vantika with the white pieces. I think that Irina is very, very dangerous when it comes to dynamic positions. She has been a multiple times US champion, and it's going to be a difficult task for Vantika to make sure she doesn't allow the bishops on b2 and d3 to potentially decide the game.
Yeah. So for now, we are still hanging in there here. Uh, Divya, so opponent has played a knight move that actually can double up the pawns, like take, 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 and take. But there is literally not much after this. I think they can shake hands.
No, I mean,
I'm expecting a draw here.
I'm a bit biased that I even sometimes like black in these kinds of positions because the bishop on e5, I'm never a fan of putting the pawns on the same square as your piece. And with the bishop on e5, I think the bishop endgame will definitely have some chances for black, especially if he manages to bring his king to d5.
Right. Okay. So for now,
Equal,
would you
let's
say
say equal.
equal?
Begim is completely better.
Amruta, Vaishali has gone for your idea. Rook
Ah,
d6.
rook d6,
She's
yeah.
but-
she's thinking like just this is the only hope I
Yeah,
have.
but guys, this is not looking good for the women's team
No, for
on the
sure.
It's the
Vaishali's
A
board.
pawn,
She's
yeah.
just down a pawn.
Oh,
And
can I go a5? 1 second. Or is it a mistake?
I mean, you should be a bit
Rook
careful
at
about
6,
rook at 6.
h4, g5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And suddenly now the position becomes a bit tense.
Guys, do you remember this World Cup first round game that Vaishali played against who was that player? Pauline Gouchard, I think.
Was it h4, rook h3 in Scotch?
I don't know the move. I just knew she was -9 or something or
Oh,
-5.
yeah, that
and
was
somehow she managed to
insane.
win.
Crazy,
I think
I
Vaishali is a
remember.
good defender. She will try her best. Of course, right now Gulrukh Begum is completely winning. She's completely winning. She needs to find moves like Rook B3, Rook B8, trading pieces.
And the biggest point that I feel is going on her mind right now is that she lost her game yesterday. She is definitely going to have flashbacks of yesterday's game, and she needs to make sure that she keeps that game out of her mind because right now she has to hold somehow against Begim because if Begim wins, putting USA ahead in the match, Divya's game is looking equal. Vantika not so good. Things are looking really, really good for the US women's team right now against India.
Yes, and we have a super chat by Anas Edechari who says, "Do you remember we met in Dubai during World Championship? Unfortunately, I couldn't move forward with our plans due to busy schedule. I'm hopeful we can pick up things next year." Of course, Anas, I remember we went for a very nice dinner. It was fantastic, and I hope that as you had mentioned, you would like to support Indian chess players, and would be very grateful if you can do that. By the way, Vaishali has immediately shifted her rook here, threatening mate in 1. H4 is a must. But now, Harshit Bhai, E6, C6 is weak, and you can't play G5 anymore because C6 is falling.
So you will have to play queen
things
g6
are looking
first.
Queen G6
Oh.
or Amruta, maybe Rook C8
Ah, I like rook c8 better.
with the protection here.
Yeah, nice.
But Queen E7 stops G5, and suddenly all your pieces look a bit
rook
funny,
e6,
right?
queen g5 you will go.
Yes.
Because you already have the a pawn. Yeah. You know, it's very easy to miss the pawn on a7, especially when you are eyeing that king over there. When you're looking at attacking
Yeah.
possibilities, you can completely forget it. So,
H4 played by Gulrukh Begim. She's playing quickly and she's playing accurately. She might be the striker for Team USA today. Where is our strike coming from? Well, I think Tanya's board seems very much the only hope for Team India. What?
oh,
What
g6
you
you
played?
played.
What?
But then it's a
Honestly,
mistake.
have you just played G6?
I was
I
just
can't
explaining
believe.
how this move weakens the king side a
This is
lot.
the move you will
Bishop
avoid,
G6
right?
is a clear
No,
possibility.
just let's say take,
Let's say take. This is just much, much better for white.
take.
Forcing, no?
Okay.
Queen g6 check.
Now
King
Bishop
h8.
G7 must
Bishop
be your
G7,
idea.
E6.
knight
Knight
F5 is going to be demolishing all of black's
Wait,
defense.
queen
तोड़ी
c7.
ना के भांगी
भांगी
ना
ना
के
के, अरे
बुक्को
सागर भाई,
करी ना
let's
को.
go.
ये क्या
Bishop
है?
G6 is definitely a very, very nice idea. There is another very powerful idea in this position. Pawn from E5 to E6, attacking the crucial F7 pawn. We've seen this concept that we need to reach the F7 pawn.
Yeah, E6 is the move here, guys. That is also very, very powerful because then this happens. And if you now take the bishop, I have E takes F7, could be King F7, Queen F5, but also GF5, Amruta. Just opening things up here. F3, Queen swinging over, could be game over there. So, but I think simple move. Tanya is now fully focused. Just that she has 20 minutes. She shouldn't think for 15 or 18 minutes and then take here. She can take it, play here, because as we saw, bishop g7, knight f5, king h8, and maybe here you have to think.
You wanted to play bishop h6 earlier.
Yeah, bishop h6 maybe.
But
This is looking really good because black has still not touched white's king side. However, white has already like gotten access to black's king. If the white knight comes to f5, moves like bishop to g7 check, queen f6, all of these mating ideas, guys, Tanya are doing really well.
Tanya,
swashbuckling attack.
And by the way, guys, we have a nice super chat by Enlightened who says Uzbekistan match is like Mahabharata. Kramnik trained the Indian juniors, but now on the other side. True.
Did he show them the photo in the beginning?
Maybe
for the
director Saab, if
microsens?
you can show that picture which I had sent you, maybe to our viewers, they will get a sense of how it was 5 years ago when Vladimir Kramnik trained the Indian
Wow.
youngsters. Look at that, Kramnik there in the picture. Behind that is Prag and Gukesh. They were all very young, around 2600 or 2550, even Gukesh. And right behind there is Frederick Friedel, who is in the very much in the background. He was the guy who had suggested this, and Microsense came forward and sponsored this camp in France.
2019 July it happened actually.
It
and
was in
2020
France,
in
Amrita.
January also, before
Yes, in
COVID.
Chennai.
Yeah.
And Kramnik used to walk from his house. He lived in Switzerland, Harshit Bhai. He would walk to French. He would cross the border and come to teach these young kids.
I know. It was amazing. He would eat Indian food. It
Yes,
was
you
all...
you had made pav bhaji for
Arey, bhaji pav.
Pav Bhaji, everyone loves Sagar. All like a lot of people.
Oh, by the way,
but
Prague,
Sagar, Gukesh
Prague.
had spectacles over there. How?
What's happening?
I
What's
don't
happening
remember
in-
him having specs.
I think for that particular
Maybe Leon's
This
specs.
game. Can we just take a look?
but
Some...
Prague okay, knight h2
Yeah, we saw
found
this.
by Sindarov.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to Gukesh.
Oh, okay. Nothing has happened. Okay. People said blunder, but I think the game is
Rook f
completely.
b8, queen d2, queen c7. नहीं भाई इधर blunder करना chances
Yeah,
कम
I
है.
think the game is very, very solid. I don't think that.
I think Gukesh will go b4 now. What do you think? b4, take, and then take.
I mean, this game I think will somehow fizzle out. I just have a feeling.
Yeah.
Don't you think white has a small edge here,
No.
like this passer?
No, I don't think so because black can simply play knight c6 and knight d4. The f3 square is weak, and I think that this game will somehow like fizzle out. I just have a feeling.
Maybe, but then again, both are fighters. They don't like things fizzling out. They might keep adding the fizz in it. I say, let's see. And by the way, here we have waiting, and also there are a few moves. Bishop c8 happened. Rook d1 played by Arjun, but this time after 5 minutes, Arjun actually
that is not
is
common.
taking some is being put under pressure on clock, by Shamsiddin.
Yeah.
But now, Harshit Bhai, Amruta, how do you launch an attack? Amruta was very keen that the rook be on the other side of the pawn.
Oh yeah, this is how you ask a question, Sagar.
अरे तुमको पूछ रहा हूँ. बोलो भाई.
G5, Hanji, 5.
G5 is possible, but
तो रुक D3
But
खेलना
then
पड़ेगा
Amruta, you
और
are giving
क्या?
away this square.
f5 square exactly.
I thought you wanted to go to H4. That's
No,
what you
it was
asked.
just going on the other
Rook
side.
1 D3.
And rook h3.
Wow.
Attack
Love it.
करेंगे हम.
मुझको भी तो लिफ्ट करा दे. थोड़ी सी
Exactly.
तो लिफ्ट करा
Rook
दे.
coming from d1 to h3. The pawn on h7 is going to come under fire, and if he goes h6,
Hook.
we can then go g5 and break the.
खोलो,
और वो
खोलो
तानिया भी
दरवाजे पर.
G4 G5 खेल रही है. ये भी G4 G5 खेलेगा.
Let's go.
Hey, but 1 second. What if he goes G6 here?
Yeah, g6 is something that we really
and
want black to
F5,
do because
and
after
F5.
queen h6, f5 would
Arey,
be a
F5
great
nahi,
time
sorry,
to call
sorry,
the
sorry,
orbiter because the king is.
Call the arbiter. King H8 जाके
अरे,
F5
रुक
खेलना तो
पड़ेगा.
पड़ेगा. अरे, okay, रुक.
We'll come back to this position, but right now I think that after rook d3, Arjun is going to put a lot of pressure on.
But Arjun is not making his move, and this time he's got a bit slow. Like
20 moves, 20 minutes.
not so sure. By the way, behind Arjun on his others, like the right side, is
Akop-
Vladimir Akopian, one of the legends of Armenian chess.
Yeah.
It was said at one point Kasparov and Akopian went to the same school to learn chess, and the trainer there said Akopian is more talented.
Yes, and it is very nice interview by Sagar. You can read it on chessbase.com.
Okay, so this three games going on like slowly and steadily. Very quickly looking at the USA encounter, Fabi showing his class in
What
this
is the king
tournament.
doing on
And I
a6 and those
was
pawns
having a
like
chat.
there?
I was having a chat with Fabi before this round. He was very excited
Bye,
about
Tanya.
this
I
matchup.
have a
But we
photo
don't
also.
need to talk more.
अरे
You had a chat. बात खत्म. Whoever by Midas touch दोस्तों, हर्षित भाई with the Midas touch, और किसी से इंडियन प्लेयर से बात कर लेते हर्षित भाई, वो जीत जाते.
And what? And what
and
did he say?
Levon is someone that I briefly had a conversation with, and they were very excited about this matchup. They were also keen about the match of India versus Uzbekistan, and I think that we are seeing a dominant performance by
They
the
are coming back.
Yeah, they're coming back. We see that Fabi has a great position.
And Wesley has a good position.
Wesley also doing well, but also Levon's position actually is. It was much
Slightly
better.
Oh,
but
now actually this Benjamin has fought back.
Yep.
And Sanan Sugiro versus Dominguez. Dominguez is
also better. So US team is
USA looking
cruising
good.
right now.
Looking good right
Yeah.
now.
You must be meeting them quite often, no, in US tournaments?
Yeah. Levon and Fabi are both residing in the St. Louis city, and I travel there quite often for tournaments. And
Yeah.
But
what is happening
Magnus
here?
Magnus का राजा किधर है?
Guys, that's not a pawn, that's a king on e6.
Magnus
Oh my
king
god.
going on
Wow.
a jog early in the morning. He's like, भाई किधर कैसे in
But still it
25
is
moves?
equal. इतना बढ़िया राजा है. King is a piece in that game.
What a game this is! What a game, Amruta. Will we get this game?
Yes, of course.
Wow! Look at this. Boom, 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 boom.
How is the king on e6?
Dum,
This
dum,
is such
dum,
a
dum. Dung, 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 dung.
insane, insane. Only Magnus can do this, Sagarwa, because if someone
will
else
also
tries
go
to
here.
bring his king on e6, it will be checkmated.
भाई देखो मैंने एक मूव किया और माइनस हो गया और मैग्नस इतनी देर से इक्वालिटी पे बनाए रखा है. But can we not
King
win
F.
this?
Yeah,
pawn?
same question.
Oh, भाई मेट ही हो गया. इधर तो ये मर रहा है और चेक में मेट नहीं,
Sorry,
ये
sorry.
रुक मर रहा है. So actually it's very concrete now
Yeah.
because this is hanging.
So you have to move the rook to D somewhere, then rook G2, and then
Yeah.
King F5 and Bishop F6 will happen.
Actually-
Rook H1 पे जाओ. Wait. Rook H1,
Nice.
Rook G2,
Nice.
Bishop takes F6,
Nice.
so that you can start with H4.
Amruta playing like Magnus Carlsen. Magnus will play Rook H1. I'm pretty sure to push the H pawn. Amazing, Amruta. Okay, guys, this is the situation of many of the men's game. Let's quickly head over to the women's board. G6. Let's have our eyes on Tanya. Will she play Bishop G6? Can we have full screen on Tanya? Director Saab, it would
No,
be
she
amazing.
has taken already. She has taken.
Oh, yeah,
she has
take
taken
C6,
already.
queen
Bishop takes
G6.
G6.
मार दिया जाए. Bishop G6, FG6,
Queen G6,
Queen
King
G6,
H8 was
King
played.
H8.
No, Bishop G7. Wait.
No, King H8 is on the board. Best defense, by the way, King H8. Alice Lee here. And by the way, the camera angle is a little bit off, guys. It's not that, but we can't see the board. But if we can, yeah, there we have. Directors are bringing in the board there at the top, so you can follow it. Chinmay Katre says, after all his achievements, Magnus is finally well and truly unbeatable, copying GM Abish Matthew. Bye, badhiya, badhiya. Abish Matthew, guys.
He's remembered for his king work, yeah?
Yes,
Forever.
yes, forever, forever. Abish Matthew, if you are watching this, thank you for inspiring us all with your creative energy.
Yeah. What about the other games? Tanya looking good here.
Looking good. Looking good. But
Irina,
Crush has played Bishop C2 and Vantika brought her knight back to C6, which was the best move. Well done, Vantika. Rook F E1. And now Vantika should not fall into the trap of D4 because after ED, CD in this position, the queen goes here. And although these two pawns look really good, they are hanging. The E4 pawn is under pressure. You can't protect it.
Yep, exactly.
If you go D3 now, I just move it away, and this
Yeah,
is
you
opened
can,
up.
and d4 is so tempting.
Tempting to hai dosto.
Guys,
Knight
right now,
e5.
Tanya having a good position. Vantika needs to be very careful in order to not
Very
be
careful.
worse. Divya's game, Sagar Bhai, if we can quickly round up, is looking
Equal. I think Divya is going to take here and agree to a draw very soon.
Yeah.
And
Oh, Begim is completely winning.
let's look at this. Rook h6, h4, g5. Vaishali
Sacrificing one more pawn.
giving up a pawn and bringing her bishop back, creating a mess. They go. If there was one chance, it is this. Vaishali otherwise does not have any chance. She's saying if my opponent finds rook d6, which is a great move by the way, gh4, rook d8, offering a trade. Then I take, and then the queen
Oh.
goes and chops this off. Then most likely I will lose. But if she doesn't find this idea,
No, queen e2. Wait, don't end it over there. Queen e2.
remember the check
Yeah,
hai.
but yeah, I mean, like Black's biggest source of counterplay was putting some pressure on this h2 square.
Yeah.
And now without that, I think that White has simply managed to liquidify into a completely winning position. If this happens, I am very worried about Vaishali's game right now.
No, rook d6 is the moment. Actually, if we can look at Begim right now, she is thinking very calmly, and I think if that calmness remains, she will find rook d6. But if she doesn't find Harshit Bhai, and she plays a move like queen e5, trying to pin here, maybe after gh, queen takes, rook takes, there is some glimmer of hope, or maybe not even here, right? This looks b4, just push.
Yeah,
It doesn't look even. I think queen e5 is definitely a findable move here. Queen e5 by white. So right now, guys, Vaishali under serious trouble. Serious. And it requires Tanya to be very resourceful here and find some kind of an attack. Because, guys, look, she has sacrificed a piece, and black is ready to bring in reinforcements very quickly.
exactly. Things are heating up, and I think that Tanya has to strike. Her time is getting a
Take
bit
here.
low, but she has to not give a perpetual.
No,
She has to keep the game going, because if Tanya doesn't win, I think that Vaishali losing is going to put India in a very bit of a tough spot.
And queen c7, and Harshit Bhai, this is just like you play this endgame with queen, give this up, take, and now play this. I think this is also a very nice position to play. Let's say h4.
But
You have
What a
four
pawn majority, but also still you have to be a bit careful, because the knight coming to e4 is going to be a very, very strong knight, threatening knight f2, also pawn coming from c6 to c5. Still a lot of complications remaining, but Tanya has to keep the game going. That's definitely the story line of this match.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Amruta
but,
is actually very, very much unhappy that the queens got traded. She wants the queens to remain on
no,
the
I
board.
thought that
can
this is
sense
a
it.
move which has to be considered in our
E6,
analysis, because
for
it
sure.
comes to the mind very quickly. You're
100%.
threatening a mate.
Oh, Amruta, nice
So,
idea.
Amruta.
What? And computer likes it.
Computer
Now,
likes it.
not
Amruta
queen
is
c7 because it's a free queen. Queen b7. Amruta, and how do you continue the attack now? It's important. Oh yes, I know.
Check.
Amruta,
Bishop
check.
g7, queen h6, king h8, queen g6 again, maybe.
Yeah,
Badhiya,
and
badhiya.
hiding, fighting for knight coming to f5. This is a very nice
Kya baat
idea.
hai?
Suggested by Amruta. I think e6 will be a crucial move. I think we can keep our eyes on Tanya, because
Yeah.
she's down to less than 8 minutes, Sagar bhai.
Bhai,
Only
8 minutes.
क्या बात कर रहा है?
Can we go
तो
full
17
screen on
moves she
Tanya?
has to make.
Yeah, lot
Can
of
we go
time.
full screen on Tanya, director Saab? That would be amazing. Sahil Batra says, can we go knight f5 first? Sahil, also
Huh.
interesting, but you don't really have any threats.
Now
that is the problem.
queen c7,
And rook e6
e6,
is a very
queen
nice
h7,
move.
no? Same.
Beautiful. Bringing the rook into the defense. This is not looking good, guys.
Oh, he says e6.
Hey, but e6, rook
queen
e6,
b7.
we have to
No,
check
no,
rook e6.
queen b7.
Rook
No, how
e6,
can
knight
you
e6,
play?
knight e6.
Knight f5 was the session, but no, this is hanging. Cannot. Look at Divya there. Divya is always looking at
Just
her
take one
teammates'
call.
games, no problem. Harshit Bhai. And we have a super chat right now. Actually, today chat also very, very tensed, Amruta. Sagar Bhai, its request, please make separate video of all quotes cited by GM Harshit Raja which were made on your channel during the Olympiad. Arre Shyam Chauhan, definitely we will make Harshit Bhai do many things.
Yeah, at the end of the live stream, you can also drop in the comments of the timestamps.
Yeah, sure. Amruta, people are saying Arjun's game. Should we go there? थोड़ा ये हो गया, weak हो गया. Arjun Erigaisi's game, if we go back, दोस्तों,
Let's go, Sagar. Because I think it was a very critical moment over there.
Rook d4, Rook d, Bishop c8, Rook d1, Rook d7, Rook d3 found,
Khela!
Knight e8, and now Arjun
So cool.
took.
Rook h3.
Oh, his accuracy is just off the charts. Amruta.
Tell me something.
Yeah.
Like Rook h3 was another tempting moment.
Yes, Rook h3 was possible, but then don't you think Knight f6 is trouble?
That was his idea with Knight e8 to come for the defense and not to
So-
create a hook with the pawn push with h6 or g6.
So now Arjun goes here and stops Knight
Yeah,
f6.
well
Idea is to
played.
come here.
Well
So
played.
you may want to come to f4 to attack here, but the problem is that bishop is hanging.
No, I was thinking first Knight g5, but queen g4 check.
Yes. Take this, take here, and now you can take this with the bishop or rook,
Anything.
and this is winning.
Like rook on f8 is completely tied down. No,
Yes.
it's like it's in a house and you cannot find the keys, so you cannot get out of your house, Sagar.
Yeah. Knight e4. Amruta. Knight e4.
सही है यार, मस्त खेल रहा है अर्जुन.
Arjun,
But क्या
Arjun,
खेला
definitely
यार.
Arjun
Last
keeping
three-
that pressure. h6 is the move here that black has to play. Guys, Arjun is actually, you can say, if there is a rope between two buildings, it's a tight rope, and he has to walk on that rope to keep the advantage. The moment his balance slips, the position returns back to equality. So that is very tough, right? Which is the reason why Arjun has been burning his time
Wow.
heavily
Wow.
in this game. So Amruta, let's quickly go to Praggnanandhaa,
Yeah.
because after Knight h2, Prag has been thinking insanely now for 18 minutes. He's uncomfortable. You can see there Prag definitely worried. He also knows the stakes of this game, which is why he is not able to find here. And you can see Gukesh moving around and seeing the games of his teammates, whether to draw his game or not. Very, very important, because see, Gukesh generally doesn't wait for so long, but he's assessing Arjun's position, and now he's actually then shifting. I'm sure Prag's position very easy to assess that he's under pressure.
Yeah.
So then Gukesh would think, if Arjun is better, maybe my draw will help us reach somewhere 2-2. But if Arjun is not better and I make a draw, then we will lose the match, because Prag is worse.
Got
So
it.
going now to Gukesh's game, actually b4 was played, Amruta, as we discussed. A B C B, Rook a1, Rook a1, Knight c6. Harshit said there is counterplay, with rightly so, but Knight c2.
So he defends the b4
defends
pawn.
and stops
It is
knight
a
d4.
passer, Sagar. It is a passer. So this slight chance of कहीं से आगे बढ़ गया,
नहीं,
queen
कहीं
हो
से
गया.
क्यों? अभी b5 आ रहा है ना, ये बिशप है.
यहीं से.
This is the move that he's planning. Actually,
threat is
Nodirbek
b5.
under some pressure, because if you play bishop b3, trying to take here, then there is b5.
Okay,
And
and
if
if
you
bishop
take
c2,
c2, I take back, and
and
you're
knight,
pinned.
there is a pin. You lose a piece. In fact,
Pin,
you
na.
can't.
Pin.
Okay, so Gukesh is basically saying enna pandra.
What
Something.
does that mean? What's up, buddy? Like that?
It's a Tamil thing. No, that day everyone was saying in the chat.
Yeah.
What are you doing? I think.
But
maybe.
guys, what a match this has been, with the pressure, in fact, on all boards. You can see there Nodirbek finding again the best move, Knight a7. Nodirbek stopping this pawn from moving forward. He is, and I think, Amruta, a way to maybe draw the game now is Knight a3, looking for b5, Knight c6, looking to come here, come back, go back, and they can repeat.
Maybe that
perhaps.
is why Gukesh was looking at other games as well. They
Yeah.
both might have. But having a pawn outside passer, somewhere you still want to keep the game going.
I know.
But then
I
you
know.
are playing with Nodirbek,
Nodirbek
and
is the
he's
guy.
going to defend anyway.
He's just this.
So,
He was sitting like this in 2022 with all his energy. He's sitting here. Things change, but Nodirbek is just a beast. Actually, It's beautiful how Nodirbek and Gukesh both have become world top players in these
Yeah.
2 years.
Yeah.
They were both around 26, 50 plus players, but now both of them have reached 27, 50 plus.
Okay, so let's go to which game would you say in men's is the right now for the moment most critical moment,
I think Prag has just made his move, so
which
we should
is
go there. He's gone back with his bishop, which seems
as
like
Harshit
the
had mentioned.
natural move, good move.
I like this move actually because you do keep in hand for mass exchanges over there and you have a pawn up. But let's say knight h2 to g4
Yes,
and
this
I
is the
continue
most
the attack.
natural move, and I think
How do
Prag
you?
should just place his rook here so
Ah,
that at some point, whenever needed, the queen cannot just run away.
okay, let me continue the attack with h5 now.
Yeah,
And then how do you continue?
yeah. It's maybe I was thinking, Amruta, somewhere I must
a5 you
also
have to
try
play.
to
Give back the
yeah
pawn.
give back the pawn.
Oh, but that b file opening, if my rook reaches
B7
the
can
no,
reach
not
right now.
b7, b8, then you are dead.
No, I'm surely feeling the pressure, but I think Amruta Prag also the good news for Prag is he has 9 minutes, but he has to make only 14 moves. They have made 26 moves, so that is a bit of a relief.
How?
Bit. I'm not saying much. And now, Amruta, let's go to the Tanya game. E6 has been played.
Oh, she
And
plays
Queen
e6.
B7 on the board. Alice Lee also putting pressure on. Actually, today, Indian Indian players are coming under time pressure. We have Sudhagar Ram who says, "Ena Panapora Gukesh."
Arre, you're reading in Tamil accent. Kya baat hai?
Yes, Akarshak says, Sagar bhai, the fans are immature, spreading negativity. No,
Uzbe-
guys, the thing is, right now, we have to focus on the game. Let's look at the games. It's really amazing. Okay, let's focus there because these players are giving their heart and soul. And I think we fans should imbibe the spirit of sportsmanship and try to look at the game and try to enjoy it rather than trying to say, oh, this say something negative and so on. There's so much of amazing pressure building up and a lot to learn from each of them. Like, for example, Alice, right now, she is the opponent, but she is playing fast and putting Tanya under pressure. Tanya, on the other hand, gives a check now. So much to learn, guys.
How old is Alice, by the way? Did you mention before?
Yes, she's 2009 born, Amruta, 14 years old almost.
Wow,
Yeah.
and she's playing maybe her first Olympiad year. Incredible. So bishop e5 check. Tanya is better, Sagar. Clearly better. You go bishop g7 now. Forced.
Yes, it's
Queen takes
forced.
h6. This is what we
She
saw.
did,
But
she did.
to
It's on the board. It's on the board.
quickly
King
check
G8.
it out.
It's on the board.
Queen g6.
Yes, this is
now.
the board position.
No, that's what I'm saying. Queen
Queen
g6 over here.
Okay. And now Tanya's aim is to push f4, f5 or h4, h5. It's a bit slow, but maybe it's the way to go. What about king h8, trying to trade? I don't think Tanya can.
And you cannot go f4 because it will be a tripled pawn.
In no way can Tanya agree to a draw today. Because
Yeah.
Vaishali, can we check Vaishali? Because is there any glimmer of hope in that end of the road? Oh, Tokir Janova finds Rook d6. She is playing so well today. She is finding everything.
No chance. No,
Just
this
putting
is...
a lid on all of Vaishali's dreams.
No, it's insane
Rook
that...
d6, Rook d8 is a threat. Amruta, khatam. This game, I don't believe Vaishali has any chances, guys. Tokir Janova showing why she is a world-class player. I am, for a reason there. Carissa Yip versus Divya Deshmukh.
Oh, but Divya is down to 5 minutes and 18 moves are to be made.
No.
Of course, it's rook and game, so this will be a draw. But
Oh,
people
no, but
are
Amruta.
mentioning that Tanya has very less time.
5 minutes. 5
Okay.
minutes. And also Vantika versus Irina. Yeah, this is an important game. Vantika once again finds a great move. Vantika
95.
is one of our really informed players, and Irina Crush finds a great move Rook d1, and Vantika finds a great move Queen b6. They are both playing brilliant chess
Matching each
because
other.
it's such a complex position, right?
I know it, but you know what I like about generally Vantika is having this very aggressive style in a very subtle way. It's not
Yeah.
like a direct, like Divya is like direct attack, Vaishali direct attack, but she is making sure. And look at the king Sagar.
अकेला है वो.
Exactly, no white piece is going to come and protect that.
At some point, Amrita, the
Yeah.
knight can swing on f6, can go to g4, queen can swing over. Yes, there could be a potential
Exactly.
attack coming up. I think Vantika once again put in this very precarious situation to save Team India. And Amrita, our best hope here is Vantika should try and press somehow, which is not easy. Irina is a very tough opponent. Tanya has to win, which is not easy because her opponent is also very, very talented youngster. Going to Tanya's game, Queen G6 on the board. Tanya has 3 minutes to make 14 moves. Not easy, not easy. And then you go to, okay, Vaishali, I have lost hopes there.
Yeah. So we do need at least 2 out of 3 or 2.5 out of 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
King H8 played.
Will Tanya repeat?
Oh, she's repeating once.
Okay.
It's a smart decision because she can
Gain
gain
time and also the
She
moves
plays queen
closer to
G6.
40
Once
moves.
again, I hope she's not repeated it thrice, Amrita. Look
No.
at this.
But arbiter is just ready
No,
over there.
that's maybe the
Ah,
it's the arbiter. So look at this. E6 should be fine. Ek bar, do bar, and now if she goes king h8, Tanya shouldn't repeat. Okay. Guys, not repeat, not 3 times, not 3 times. Let's go to Arjun's game, Amrita. Now, Arjun Erigaisi, after knight e4, his opponent once again plays h6. I think Shamsiddin has played beautifully here to defend, but now is a critical moment, Amrita and the chat. Guys, what do you play here as white? White to move, very important.
but Sagar h6 अपन बोल रहे थे hook के बारे में. We've
Yes.
got the hook.
But Amrita, if you rush in by playing g5, you give up this square for the bishop,
What?
which is exactly what he wanted.
One second, gh6,
Yes,
bishop e4.
G8
Is there nothing over
takes-
there?
No, because the knight will
g7,
take.
knight g7,
Yes.
rook g3 and
Bishop can go. Oh, I can't play the bishop. Correct.
rook g3 and
But Amrita, you have no real threats.
real threat है queen h6, queen g7 mate. What do you have? Oh no.
बच गया somehow. But let's not rush. So let's do it step by step, guys. There is a beautiful move here, which actually stops this, and which is queen h4. Queen h4.
Man.
This
why,
is a
why is it
very tough
beautiful,
move,
Sagar?
Amrita, because
Can
now
you tell me?
after g5, you will defend your knight this way, and you are also threatening to enter here.
Wow, but is it tough? Because
Yeah, it's-
somehow you were looking at the G pawn knight movement, rook movement, but queen h4. When you feel that a queen is very well placed, putting pressure on f7, going backward with completely another intention, very hard. What about queen f4? D7 is hanging.
No, but it's an interesting line.
Now
Take,
f7 is
take.
not hanging. Correct. So
Yeah.
you could consider something like this with
Very
queen
tough,
D8,
very tough
queen
moment
G4.
here. Actually, but the winning move here is queen e7.
Queen g4 check.
Check, king f1, and these are the kind of moments which make it very tough. But this is hanging, and if you try to save it
You're
here,
still
I go rook d8, and this is hanging. So all very tough lines there. But guys, suffice it to say, queen h4 is the best move, and Arjun has 10 minutes on his clock.
But this is pure calculation, Sagar, and not just simply calculation, but also requires a very good assessment
Yeah.
at the end of it. So
By the way,
Arjun,
Amrita, Gukesh is repeating, it seems. They are repeating knight a7, knight a3, knight c6, knight c2, knight a7. And I believe I think he should agree to a draw.
yeah, because I think
Because-
he might be worried about Prag.
Look at him. He's looking at the adjoining
Oh,
board.
he does look very worried.
Should he continue or not? I think this is the
Big
thing
decision,
about team tournament, where you can't just make a decision based on your game. You have to play it based on other. Somewhere Gukesh knows that the position is equal. He doesn't want to maybe play on, but for a team, maybe he will continue, and that could be very dangerous. He should, I think, right now accept a draw and hope that Arjun strikes and Prag holds. Oh, we have Tanya's board arbiter coming
Oh
in,
my god, it's
and
a
a draw has
draw.
been agreed. Tanya repeating thrice. Alice Lee has a smile on her face, maybe, not really. I guess her
Yeah,
coach
she's
was very
happy.
pleased. We have the coach and there a
Oh, Tanya.
handshake. So, guys, this was the worrisome fact that Tanya would repeat it thrice. Somehow, maybe just to gain time, she repeated once, then second time, and then even third time. And Alice Lee caught this opportunity and claimed the draw. I think a big break there for US team because Tanya really had chances to press.
Yeah, why would she have, gone
No,
for this
for
draw?
gaining
Maybe.
time because she
No,
had
but
less time. I don't think she drew.
because
I'm
she
sure.
was not on the board when she had made the move.
No, no, no. Claim was done by Alice, not by Tanya. Definitely Tanya would
Ah.
not agree to a draw here.
Oh
I'm sure
no.
that it was some kind of a miss there. Tanya thought maybe it's two times and so on. Maybe we can also ask her at some point, but I have a feeling that it was not. And so now, Amruta, with Tanya's game, because it was a good chance there, ending in a draw, then Vantika has to score the win to at least draw the match, because in a way, if you see here, Vaishali is lost here. It's for sure. I don't see any way. She's two pawns down. These two pawns, only a miracle can save her. So Vantika, if she wants, and Amruta, we should also quickly check what is happening between Poland and Kazakhstan, because they both are also the leaders. We see that equalish position in Asabaeva and Kashlinskaya, then an equalish position in Kamaladinova and Sochko, then an equal position in Kiolbasa and Balbaeva, and a slightly better position for Alua Nurman. So very tense match. Both the leaders there.
Wow.
Women have three leaders, guys: Kazakhstan, Poland, and India. And currently, India is in trouble. But if, let's say, Poland and Kazakhstan draw, and if India today somehow manages to
To
get a
draw.
draw with
Yeah,
USA, we
then
still remain
yes.
leaders.
And if Kazakhstan can actually even beat Poland, then
There is
then
no direct encounter, nothing. Meanwhile, Gukesh has repeated once, twice, and yes,
yeah,
this is
maybe we
this
could
is.
go to Gukesh's
I
board
think
for a moment.
Gukesh is Nodirbek is ready for the draw, I believe, and Gukesh should also be. It might be the best thing to do right now, because. But this is a tricky moment, guys. What do you think? Will Gukesh agree to a draw? Will Gukesh agree to a
Oh,
draw?
look at it. He's how much time does he have? By the way, 9 minutes, and nine moves to be made. Abdusattorov has 23
Oh, agreed to
minutes.
a draw.
Yeah.
He offered a draw there. And actually, very interestingly, Nodirbek, instead of accepting the draw, says,
Oh
wait a second.
no, no, no. He's gonna accept.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised that Nodirbek claimed threefold repetition instead of agreeing to Gukesh's draw offer. But yeah, okay. This is a draw, guys. So now India has 1-1 in the open section with 2 games to go. This match can go in any direction. It can end in a draw. It can end in Uzbekistan winning. It can also end in India winning. Srinath coming there with a customary pat on the back, saying, okay, good job, Guki. There, Amruta, Prag following the manual for
Yeah,
defense.
let's go.
He's
Let's
like,
go and check.
put the pieces on good squares and hope for the best. Hope that my opponent will not come and deliver the blow. That is what Prag is doing here. Tejas asked, why could Alice Lee's bishop not take Tanya's queen when it was on h6? Tejas, it's called a concept of pin. Just to show you very quickly, she could not take here because in such a position when you give a check, this is pinned to the king. That's the reason. Thank you for your super chat there. And
Arjun mistake. Oh my
oh,
god.
Arjun
Let's go to
couldn't
Arjun's
find
game.
queen h4. Arjun goes queen g6. But guys, Arjun's moves are sometimes even better than Engine's moves from a human perspective.
Okay, so my first question to you is
हाँ भाई अर्जुन ने
now if queen
अमृता
f4.
अर्जुन आइडिया इज द सेम g5 खेलना है सिर्फ क्वीन
हाँ, queen g6 से e4 को support किया. So if I go queen f4,
bishop f5.
nice. So if I go queen f4,
No,
same
just-
move,
just
rook
free.
d7.
It's a free piece.
अरे
There's
हाँ,
nothing.
queen e4 भी है ही नहीं.
Bye. Harshit bhai bringing in all the resources here for a long night ahead. Queen g6. Shamsiddin under pressure little bit, Amruta. But
Okay,
he
wo
has
bhi
to
check.
find the move which is two moves equalize here. But the essential idea which he has to find is c5.
Oh, but c5 is so good, Sagar, because it creates a square for the d7 bishop
Yes.
on the diagonal.
Yes, that is one.
And c4 is obviously another. You're mentioning a pawn fork. So if you go c5, how is white going to deal with this?
Amruta, Divya on seconds. Can we quickly check her game? Because I hope
Absolutely,
she's not in
absolutely.
trouble. Because that would be.
No, but
Oh,
rook
she has-
endgame. No,
but
she
has
will
37
definitely
seconds only.
15 moves to make.
Let's go, Divya.
But there is no danger for her. So I don't think she will, she will manage for sure.
Oh, she agreed to a draw. Carissa had. Okay, guys.
Offered a
one
draw.
more draw. 1-1 now in the women's section also. It's like the men and women section are mirroring each other. Vantika.
Yeah, everything again. Vantika is like every day. It's like
Bye.
Vantika.
One more. As Harshit Bhai would say, once more. Queen Rook a8. Amruta, Vantika is keeping up the pressure against Irina Krush. She has both her rooks in the center. Knights here. cd5. A small blink there. Now Vantika can take with the knight.
The happy
And-
knight in the center, but e4 is
No,
weak.
Amruta,
So what
and
happens?
f5 then. Push the pawn to f5. Let's go, Vantika.
I love her position.
This is good.
Completely
Good
love it.
development here. Now go f5.
And at d3 square, f3, the queen is going to shift. Sagar, Vantika, very
Let's
hopeful.
go.
We're very,
Let's
very
go.
hopeful.
I don't know about hope or not, but okay. At least you have now some nice position here. Anything can happen still.
But hope or not, of course hope. You will choose hope, right?
Yeah, for sure. So Vantika now has to win because in the V squared, Vaishali, Amruta, should we just look? Maybe something changed.
No, nothing can change
Vaishali
there.
went King G7. Hoping. Hope karo, dosto. Hope karo. And going now to the
Yeah, let's go to Prag's game because very important moment over there.
भाई प्रग ने रुक c3 पे लाके
After
छोड़
rook
दिया है
c3, he's been
and Javokhir is
thinking.
thinking and this game will also get into insane time trouble. They are on move 27. Maybe guys here Shri Harsha, Rakshit, all of you who are working on these bars, maybe one last improvement. Amruta, today we have the clocks also on the bar. Did you see?
Beautiful. Oh wow, that is
The only thing left now
elegant.
is move number, because once you have the move number you also know that at how far you are from move 40.
तो दो clock के बीच में आ जाएगा आराम से,
Correct.
because then you get to
Correct.
know this move number and that.
Correct.
Perfect. Beautiful.
Because then it's like every information is there on the screen.
I think today the games are going to be getting over soon. All the games, Sagar.
क्या पता
40 moves तक. Time pressure में भी जो भी होने वाला है वो होने वाला है.
People are saying Vantika did play f5, right? There was no blunder, guys.
Perfect. ठीक है सागर, इधर देखो रुक c3 खेला गया है. Sindarov is thinking. So Arjun की गेम में c5 is a good move. Will Sindarov find it or not according to you? Shamsiddin find it or not according to you?
I don't know.
And people are saying Magnus blunder. I don't know, but with the
I
king
think
on e6,
Magnus,
let's just have a look at it.
If we can get to his game against Fedosiev. Oh my goodness!
Magnus is losing.
But
Unbelievable.
by Magnus
Cra-
Carlsen.
अरे वो राजा का क्या हुआ?
राजा का बच गया बाजा.
हाँ ना, निखिलेश
As
जी.
Nikhilesh Jain would say.
और ये राजा इधर आ गया.
अरे और एक
क्या?
राजा. भाई
क्या?
आपके जो दोस्त है ये जो व्हाइट के राजा, वो जाके अंदर फंस गए. एंड नाउ हर्षित भाई, डोंट लुक एट द मूव्स. What would you play here?
Can you stop the engine?
I will stop the engine.
No, you can look.
No, it's fine. Black to play and win.
So the king is.
Oh, he didn't find it.
It was the
मतलब
only
he
winning
had
move.
to find it.
Only
Yes.
winning move.
It was the only move. Magnus is now back in the game, guys. The move here, Harshit bhai, crazy move.
Oh my god, it's not that difficult.
But what is the point? Knight
Checkmate.
नहीं,
93.
मारा तो, because I made a square here. The
Oh yeah, it's
coming
not easy.
here, hitting the bishop.
And rook f4.
Bishop g3, defending here, and now taking. And then maybe this was a little bit tricky. Yeah?
Not easy, but I
But
think,
it is Fedosev's style, no? Actually, no.
I think it was a forcing sequence. It
अमृता,
was,
but पता नहीं चलता
oh,
ये
1
moment
minute
है.
for Magnus, so still he's not in an easy situation.
Okay, okay, we are.
Magnus bhai in trouble, guys.
But guys, I think we need to stick to the Indian women's team
Yeah.
because we are in a big moment of trouble right now.
Against Vantika. So Vantika, we had two.
No, we have seen actually
Oh,
more
my,
right
knight
now.
F1.
Prag and Arjun is very.
Oh!
क्या हुआ?
Vantika doing well.
मिल गया.
Vantika, let's go Vantika. क्या
मुझे
बात
लगता
है?
है हर्षित के वाइब्स है.
हर्षित भाई मैनिफेस्ट कर लेते हैं दोस्तों.
He manages somehow.
The guy with the Midas touch. Please guys, anyone who wants to work with
One
him.
time.
One time.
See
Oh,
how easy
but
played,
that's
guys.
Let's go Vantika.
now we
Threatening
have
knight
to
f3
stay here.
check. Taking this, but what about knight g3?
H5 खेलो फिर.
अरे
At
अमृता
5, exactly. And 30,000 of you now watching, we have seen another moment of comeback by the Indian women's team. Vantika, who was under pressure, has suddenly created a very nice attacking pattern on Black's king. Knight f3 check is going to come. The bishop on a6, suddenly doing a great job. Guys, Vantika एक बार OP हो जाए. She is trying to keep the match level.
आज वंतिका प्लीज वंतिका थोड़ा फास्ट खेलो. डोंट कम अंडर 30 सेकंड. बस थोड़ा प्ले अ लिटिल फास्ट.
तुमको टेंशन नहीं चाहिए ना, बट वंतिका जहाँ पे सोचना है सोचो.
Okay, so Vantika, Amruta, okay.
Okay.
By the way, Vaishali, no hope. Gulrukh Begum doing in style there.
Yeah.
And then Amruta going to our two boys who are now playing there. Rook c3 has made
I
Sindarov
like the fact
go
that,
down on time. He's now
Exactly.
almost equal to Prag's time on the clock.
and Sagar, this is a very good sign because sometimes when you are attacking, you have so many tempting options that you forget the time and finally you make a mistake. That is generally a very common graph.
Yeah. No, I agree. It's possible that Sindarov can go wrong here and Prag could get his chances. But for now, Prag is on the defensive, guys. But he has an extra pawn. Bhulna mat. And
Even if they are on the defensive and those pieces are at the back ranks, they are doing work from home, Sagar. सब
Yes.
अच्छे से चल रहा है.
by the way, Shamsiddin did find
Find the
c5.
sequence that
Wow.
was very difficult. That's why he
Knight
has been
c5.
put up on the third board against Erigaisi. Very active play found by him. Bishop takes g4 was just played.
And now if Arjun takes queen takes g4, queen takes c5, and the game looks closer to equality now than before because now the hold on the position is gone.
Yeah.
So that means that India is now under pressure in this match because Arjun was our guy who was like, let's go. But now Arjun is equalish.
Yeah.
Still not drawn. This bishop I love. Actually, Harshit bhai, we know from the game with Hungary that Arjun never accepts a draw very quickly.
No, he has to keep fighting. Because Prag's game is unclear and he has to be someone who keeps the pressure on the Uzbek team because if Prag sees that Arjun has already drawn his game, he's going to have a lot of pressure on his game, and I think that's why Arjun needs to keep the game going.
Yes. So takes. And now after...
But also Arjun has 5 minutes, Sagar, and Vokhidov
Amrita,
has
look at
10
the
minutes.
speed with which Arjun made after queen takes c5. He instantly played queen d4, I think. Yeah, just instantly like this.
Kramnik watching the games over there.
Yeah.
Queen d4, and now Harshit bhai, if takes, this might be something to
Yeah,
press.
and with Kramnik on the opposite team, I think it's also like a psychological like pressure that he wants to put on the Indian team. He wants to try all sorts of ideas, all sorts of tricks that will put the Indian team under pressure. But we need to make sure that we won't get affected by those kind of things that Kramnik is doing.
But I think these youngsters, they don't get impacted by these things.
Yes, but the thing is, Sagarbai Kramnik is a very, very well-known and respected figure in the chess community, and surely that's something that can affect a lot of the players. But you rightly said that the Indian team isn't going to get affected by
Also,
any.
by the way, they have. I'm sure that these youngsters have great respect for Kramnik, because when these camps happened, they learned a lot from him.
Yeah.
So they do go back, and he has spoken openly so many good things about these youngsters. In fact, he had said Prag is like a little Vichy.
Yeah, no, definitely.
So by Queen d4, right now, looking interesting, this Arjun's attempt.
I don't think it's a dead draw yet. I think there's still a lot to be played for in this position. And guys, show the love and support for the Indian team. We are facing a lot of pressure by the Uzbek team and also the American women's team. We need to keep our spirits up, Sagarbai, because still a lot of action that we have in
Oh,
front of us.
By the way, some little bit of easing up of the pressure here, because Sindarov gave up, like traded once. Maybe small improvement in the position because one less attacker.
But the knight was good, and that bishop may not be as good. But
Yeah.
as of course, Harshit always says, what's off the board.
Yeah.
What's on
No,
the
what's
board is more important.
What's on the board
On
is
the
more
board.
important, and now suddenly it's quite possible that the pawns on h4 g5, if we ever exchange more pieces, become a liability. They were doing a great job of somehow creating some attacking chances on the king side, but if you exchange a lot of pieces, suddenly they are going to become very vulnerable.
You can
Yeah.
feel that Sindarov is getting a bit shaky. Like he's not finding his way through, and he wants to put the other knight now on f6.
Yeah,
but Prag
exactly.
might just move. But this time, actually, guys, if queen d8, this might not really work out because of this
Oh.
amazing move. Knight takes h7
Yeah,
now.
now you don't have the bishop on e8, which was defending the f7, and sometimes that defender is needed.
Exactly.
So
Take and a check. He did play knight f6 or what?
wait. So Wesley, Grishchuk, everyone watching the game over there.
The big guys are there. No, he didn't play knight g4 or knight f6.
What did he play?
Oh, we got a very nice super chat by Srini Ramaya. जीतेंगे सागर भाई, टेंशन ना लो, $100. Big super chat.
Thank you, bhai.
क्या बात है?
And Shwetank Patel says, Harshit bhai, mere bhi जीवन सवार दो. Guys, we will have a meet and greet with Harshit bhai only, not with anyone. Just talk to him. बस और कुछ नहीं.
Nice.
By king
Consultancy
G2.
by Harshit.
King
Right,
G2 played. Maybe he's trying to bring the rook somehow on H line now, trying to create some counterplay. But I completely agree with you that at least one of the attacker has gone off the board. But I really want to exchange this knight on G4 somehow. That would really ease off the pressure from Black's defense.
क्या खेलोगे? But like, what move comes to your mind, Harshit?
Actually, I'm not so sure. I still think that Black does have quite a few problems. So Knight G6 is the most logical move. That
H5, you're not worried?
H5, I have
Ah,
some Knight H4 and Bishop
okay.
takes G5. And a lot of support being showed by the people. Really appreciated. Another $50 super chat by Venkatesh Aryamuthu.
Oh, and he doesn't
Thank you.
write anything.
Thank you, Venkatesh ji.
Wow. I mean, not.
And
Thank you.
I'm looking at something like Knight G6 because if you take with the Bishop, I think I'm quite happy to take with the H pawn and kind of solidify
But
my.
F pawn also, maybe.
That is also possible. H pawn, F pawn, I think both are going to give Black. But the main point is that you get rid of one of the most important attackers. So Knight G6, maybe this game looking like Prag can hold.
Bye. Maybe
You know-
we are
you
looking
know-
at 2-2 right now.
You know,
Because-
I
yes.
think in that game, the hero is going to be that rook on c3.
I
मतलब
think,
वो
I'll
rook-
tell you who is the hero. The A pawn. जो बचा है, extra pawn, वो बढ़ेगा आगे end में. He'll go ahead. But guys, right now, Arjun Erigaisi here, after queen d4, Shamsiddin says, no exchange. I want the queens on the board. Your king is slightly exposed. I'll keep it on. my knight will come in and I'll try to sort of attack you.
Oh, the queen and knight combination, we don't want to see that. So Arjun has to be careful about it.
Exactly. If the black's rook on f8 somehow joins the party via e8 and e5, that's not going to be good news for Arjun. So this game was looking really, really good for Arjun, but now Vokhidov has found some amazing resources and now he's managed to pull the game around equality. I think we can quickly also have a look at the women's game now.
Vantika.
Yes,
Yeah,
Vantika's
I
game.
This one is over, yeah.
This one is completely losing.
-7 now.
And only the only other game remaining is Vantika's game.
Let's go, Vantika. Knight jumps to d3. क्या हुआ? मारा क्या?
She takes and knight d3. But rook d3, are you not worried about the exchange sacrifice?
No.
I think
Amrita.
rook d3, e d3, queen d3. We have a very nice f4 move, securing a very big advantage.
Also, some disco dhamaka can happen, right?
f4 queen g6, no?
Yeah, I would love to exchange the
You're
queens.
okay.
I mean, I'm an exchange up, so I would.
Oh yeah, Harshit with his objectivity, of course. Sagar. He's not like I'm attacking, I need the queens or anything.
Very nice.
So knight d3 played. Vantika has
Rook
to be.
f1 played by Irina.
Yeah, but
And do you think f4 now, bhai? Let's go. Or do you want to play h5? But h5 maybe h4.
no, h4 would be a great inclusion for black because then the h4 pawn is going to become weak. I like this move h5 a lot.
Okay.
I think that she has to play a bit faster though because 4 minutes on the clock, Sagar bhai.
Bhai, I'm a bit worried. h5, actually, h5 looks really interesting, guys. But
Why are you worried then?
I was thinking there is some f3 break, but there is
H4.
e3 hanging. So not really happening.
So what is it that white has? Nothing
Actually,
really.
bhai, h5
Nothing.
is the best move. Suddenly now
is
it
the
was
best
not
move.
saying the engine.
And idea is to pull the knight from g3 away from the defense,
Yes.
go h5, h4, and we've seen this idea of how the pawn on h3 can be a very, very big attacking resource that black can have with ideas of queen g3, queen f3 coming in. We saw Vidit yesterday doing the same with the white pieces, putting his pawn on h6.
Yeah.
We are seeing a very similar attack that can potentially be launched on the king side if Vantika finds h5.
Yes. Oh, Vantika did play h5. Bhai, did she? Because her time is not running. Yes,
She
fine.
played.
Oh,
Let's go. We needed
awesome,
this.
man.
We needed this. Amrita.
Vaishali
Vaishali
guys.
lost.
So 2-1. Now the best that India can do is a
a
draw
draw.
in this match. 2-1. We are down. Vaishali loses to Gulrukh Begim. h5 is on the board.
This is definitely going to be the day that Vantika needs to strike. India needs it the most. Out of nowhere, Sagar bhai, when we were looking like we are cruising towards the medal, US team has scored 2 points already
Yeah.
against the Indian team.
Yeah.
Vaishali losing 2 games back to
Yes,
back.
actually, Vaishali and Harika both need to come back for the last 2 rounds. It's very important for our team. But for now, all eyes on Vantika's game. We will come back here because Irina is debating whether she should play h4 or not. It's a big moment. Meanwhile, Arjun has managed to swing his rook over, maybe threaten here if the knight moves away. Who knows?
And
guys?
don't go knight f6 by chance because
Boom,
it's a
boom.
mistake.
Exactly.
And let's go to Praggnanandhaa's game because now Prag is 5 minutes on the clock. Look at how Sindarov is moving his king up. Queen e7.
But that bishop on e7 was good, right? What is it going to do on a3? What is his idea?
Maybe he wants to go rook c1 at some point. That's his concept.
To exchange the pieces so that the
Yeah.
attack becomes a little bit.
I think he maybe wants to go rook c1 at some point, but it's not easy to play with black. This position is down to 5 minutes.
But also not easy to play with white. I think it's a tough position for both colors.
Yeah.
And a good thing is that the h5 is not possible. Or is it? Queen g5, rook f7, queen h5 check. Yeah.
Rook f3 played here by Sindarov. And now
If
Praggnanandhaa-
what Arjit mentioned about rook c1,
or let's do this move, no, king g8 to keep the f7 pawn guarded.
I love
Could be.
this. So that you're
Could be
freeing your
useful.
queen.
Yeah.
Because even this queen exchange means you are a pawn up and it's I think winning. Then you're winning.
One move at a time, Amrita.
One move at a time. It seems like Vantika's opponent has just made a move which is probably in black's favor, completely
Why?
winning now.
Okay.
Why,
Chance,
but what
chance,
happened?
chance.
Once again, knight here.
h5 92. Push it the pawn. h3 is coming.
H3 एक बार you get this F3 square ना, it's as good as becoming a piece up.
Correct.
And if
F3
you
square.
if white goes h3, if white goes h3 here, Sagar bhai, pawn to f4, खोली नाको position.
खोली नाको, तोड़ी नाको, भांगी नाको.
ये भांगी नाको क्या है?
Knight
मारो,
takes f4,
मारो,
and
and
now g2
mate
mate is
करी
coming. Knight takes h3 is also a threat. This is looking like a crushing attack for Vantika.
Vantika, let's go today.
अरे मराठीमध्ये पण सांगा ना मग कसं म्हणायचं.
तोडी ना, तोडा, फोडा
आणि मजा करा. Sagar bhai, f4 is going to be a big attacking move that Vantika can play if her opponent plays h3. Let's stick to this game. I am expecting some action happening on this game very soon because they have 12 moves to make and Irina only has 1.5 minutes.
Director Saab, can we go full screen? What do you think? It might be a good idea for us to go full screen here on this game because Irina has only 90 seconds left.
Guys, 34,000 of you watching. You need to spam hearts for the Indian women's team. They are currently down 2-1 in the match. But if Vantika wins, we can strike a balance by having the score of 2-2. A draw is definitely much better than losing, because if we lose, Sagar bhai, we are going to be hurt in our journey of getting the gold medal.
If 2-2 and if Poland and Kazakhstan also 2-2, then we are still in the lead.
Still in the lead.
Let's go. And USA is one of the strong teams and she has gone h3, I think. She has played a move, guys.
Guys, let's go. Let's go,
Yes,
guys.
h3 on
played.
the board.
And
h3
now,
by
guys,
Vantika अनुलोम विलोम करके f4 हो जाए. Vantika, let's push this pawn forward. Let's push it.
This is a huge moment, guys. f4 अगर होगा तो Vantika is going to effectively win the match. Huge moment for Vantika. Sagar bhai, can you feel the pressure?
A lot. Tremendous pressure building up right now. And Vantika yesterday had a very big position which she missed. Will she get
also
this
has
back?
more time.
Come on,
Let's go,
Vantika, come
let's
on.
go. You have 4 minutes on the clock.
The pressure
Maybe
is
Director
on.
Saab, if we can have the clocks also later. People can see the clock there. Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, she
King
played
at seven.
King at 7.
Little
Okay, it's
slow
also
move.
a good move
It
though.
was the second best move.
But Sagar bhai, this f4 move was really
Yeah.
ensuring
Yeah.
a victory for
No, but
the black
I think
pieces.
the problem was Harshit bhai that it was trading off one pair of knights and maybe she didn't want it and she didn't calculate.
And also the check and all, maybe king at 7, she just wanted to ask 1 minute to Irina. So
She's
what is
still
the move
winning.
she's going to do?
She's still winning, guys.
12
She's still
moves to
winning.
make
12 moves to
in
make
1
in
minute.
20
I think
seconds.
I like the psychological part of this move, king at 7.
Nice. Keeping. So if we go now knight c1 to trade off this strong knight, then Amruta, Harshit, look at this classy move. Knight to f4.
Oh
Just
my
sack.
god. Oh, she played knight c1.
अरे
Oh my god.
क्या बात कर रहा है?
Vantika, let's go.
अरे king at 7 is more
Let's
powerful
go.
now.
Let's go. Knight f4. Vantika, take.
Finish.
There is no way to stop the
f3 is a way to stop it. But you have
E3.
No, rook takes d1, and simply take e takes f3.
No, tough. No, it won't happen. It won't happen. Too much.
Or-
Too much to expect.
It
Especially when 2-1 down, you can't play this. There is no way. But
Very
guys,
difficult.
if
Then
she
what else?
doesn't play this knight or this knight, the advantage is gone.
Ah,
That's
really?
how critical this moment is.
Oh no.
She has to sack a piece. Vantika adjusts herself in the chair,
everything comes down to this,
looks
guys.
at the board. Vantika, can she find this? Maybe one of the most crucial moments in our journey of this Olympiad for the women's team.
Yes, for sure.
Knight to f4, guys. You have to, ensure that you play the best moves in the critical moments. It's not easy, but that's why Vantika there is trying to calculate the best moves.
She has 3 minutes to find this knight f4, guys.
But guys, also remember, practically she doesn't know what is happening with engine.
I
Even
know,
if
I
she
know.
makes a move like f4, huge pressure is still there on the opponent.
Could be.
And look
Amrita.
at the focus she is in, Sagar bhai. She has to be the savior of the Indian team. Champions are not born, Sagar bhai. They are made.
Yes, and also all those hours of solving tactics. have to come in now. This is the moment. Not easy, but guys, this is what sports is all about. It all boils down to one final moment there where you have to find, and I think Vantika sees it. She has to trust her intuition. This is the most important thing in chess. You trust it, you go for it, but then everything is on your shoulders.
Because intuitively, knight f4 is going to be the top move on your mind. And that to knight 5 f4. Okay, she's down to 2 minutes.
What do you think, Harshit Bhai? Will she find it? Chat. What do you think,
Guys,
Amruta? What is your
pressure,
feeling?
It's
pressure.
very hard. If she is able to calculate, then yes. But if she's not, then I am even okay with the move f4.
2 more minutes left. 2 more minutes.
Guys, knight to f4 is the critical move. All other moves are giving white chances to equalize, but knight f4 is the only completely winning move.
Yeah.
All of you are showing support for Vantika. Very, very big moment, Sagar Bhai. Tense. This is what
90 seconds left by 90 seconds. Now, guys, last 80 seconds.
Oh my god, guys.
Clock ticks down like crazy at such moments.
The clock is ticking down. She's
Go, go,
about
go,
to
go,
make
go,
a
go,
move.
go, Vantika, come on.
Come on, Vantika. Come on. We believe it. Believe in yourself. Knight to f4.
Oh,
Knight
she
takes
takes
one.
the knight.
Shit. And
Okay.
now the position has evened out.
No, but that is for the Indian Sagar. Not still for Vantika because huge attack still.
Yes, f4 maybe now she will play, but I think the pressure has eased out a little
Because
bit.
of the exchanges, for sure.
Little bit.
True, true.
Maybe there is still some chance with f4. I agree.
I think that's the reason she exchanged a knight. What else? Otherwise, why would you exchange that?
Okay,
Horrible
let's
knight.
quickly go now to Praggnanandha's game against Sindarov after king
Prag has
h3,
managed
queen
to
e7.
save the
King
attack.
G8 Sagar, he played that
Oh,
move.
they are repeating. They are repeating.
Oh,
Guys,
can it
guys,
be a
will
draw?
Praggnanandhaa accept a draw or will he fight? This is the moment of truth. Again, a critical word. By सब game में इतने critical moment आ रहे हैं. I can't believe it.
No, I think Prag will play because he has really a good chance for the A pawn to become a
No.
passer.
Prag has to now
Prag
very
will play.
quickly glance on Arjun game because Prag will also look at
Let's
Arjun's
have-
game. So very quickly, Arjun,
Oh,
Equal.
it's a draw.
did he draw? Did he agree?
No,
Equal.
but
No,
it
no,
seems
they're
equal.
playing.
And it seems like we might potentially see a 2-2
Because
draw in
no, Prag, if he manages
No, he
to
played
the
beat,
king h8. He played king
He actually
h8, and
king
if
h8.
rook f3 is played, that's a draw.
And
That's a
then
draw.
everything boils down to Arjun versus Shamsiddin.
Guys, 2-2 draw is not at all a bad result
Not
for
at
No,
all.
the.
Not at all. Actually, Sindarov has a tough choice to make, not Prag. Prag was always okay with a draw, I guess, because he was. We got a bit ambitious, guys. We want to win again, but I think a 2-2 draw is great.
yeah, I think Sindarov will go for a draw for sure.
Yeah, and there you can see. Oh, yes, the India Uzbekistan score is currently tied 1-1.
Yeah.
In the women's section, the US team is leading 2-1, and Vantika needs to win that game. This game is heading towards the draw. Do we have any updates here? F4 was played.
F4 found. F4
F4
found.
was
E4
found.
was played.
E4 was played, and again she's back to winning. Sagar bhai,
अरे
क्या
उसने
हो
ढूंढ
रहा
लिया.
है?
उसने ढूंढ लिया
Oh,
E3.
E3 played.
She found E3.
She played E3.
Vantika, good
Why
move.
practically it's very
अरे
difficult for
Amruta,
white
well
रे
done.
समझो pressure को.
Amruta on fire, guys. If F takes, knight jumps in. You can't take here. You are just mated. Otherwise, you are losing. There's a fork. Insane.
Okay.
E3.
E3.
Let's
nice.
done,
go,
Vantika.
Vantika.
Well
And
done.
20 seconds, guys. 20 seconds for Irina Crush. She can feel the pressure. Look the way she glances for 10 seconds.
Why?
She's about to make a move. It's impossible to calculate when you have 5
no.
seconds on the
E2
clock.
is coming. E2 is coming.
And she
oh
might
my
lose on
God.
5,
5,
4,
4,
3.
3.
She played
She
F3.
pushes
But
F5,
in-
F5, F5. She pushed F5, I think.
She pushed F5.
Yes.
F5. And Vantika shouldn't take the F5.
Oh, that would be bad.
Because then
No,
Fe3
that-
attacks
that's
the queen.
obvious.
So that's why Queen G5 only move there.
Only move. You have to keep your queen on this
But only an
diagonal
easy
because-
move.
easy,
Easy
but
move, but
Except for EF2 check, Rook F2. No, you don't want to do that.
no, queen g5 only
खेलेगी,
move.
आराम से खेलेगी.
Queen g5 played.
Queen g5.
Well done,
And
Vantika.
back to 30 seconds only for Irina Crush.
Yeah.
Just see how quickly that time is going to dwindle down as she has to find only moves to try and survive. But Vantika is winning.
And the same threat with E2.
E2 is not a threat right now because your queen is hanging.
Aur
Knight
yaar,
to F4 is a very big threat, threatening checkmate.
And she drinks water. Arre bye.
Oh.
Pani pee liya.
But look at the clock. 8, 7, 6.
Let's go back to the normal
5.
view.
She
takes
played.
Rook D5. Oh, she sacks here.
Oh, but now you can just take E takes F2 check.
Oh, and take
No, but
the
you...
queen.
Ah,
he
yes,
is completely winning.
over.
He takes F2.
Guys,
Yeah, but
the queen
EF2,
and then
King
take this.
H1.
नहीं,
Then
नहीं,
queen
queen
C1.
मार दो और फिर Rook
And
D5.
Rook E1 check.
Oh, Amruta, it's over, guys. He
We're
takes
winning.
F2
Yeah, Vantika
check.
is winning.
Vantika, just check here. And actually, Rook D5 is also winning. But I think E takes F2 is just clinical. Look at her thinking, guys. Vantika.
And Arjun is also winning. That's
What?
the news.
What?
Let's go there for a moment,
No,
Sagar.
wait. Let's finish this. Because Arjun is not under time pressure, I believe. Or
He
should we?
was.
He was?
He was.
Takes on F2.
40,000 people watching. E takes F2 check has been found. Vantika is
Now,
winning.
no.
She's
We-
making sure that we don't
Draw.
go down against Team USA, which we
Brilliant.
did in Chennai. This time, Vantika
By
is like, no.
Vantika.
I am going to make sure that the Indian team stays in the race.
Great job here, guys. The problem is after King takes F2, which she played,
Rook.
now you
Queen
can
C1.
Oh,
you can
The Queen
just
G3
take-
check
take
also.
and take this, but
No,
there is
no,
a
that's
faster
a
G3.
way.
mate in 3, Sagar Bhai. Queen G3
Check.
and Rookie 2.
King G1 and boom, bam, boom.
May touch kari nakho, Sagar Bhai.
Khatam, guys, dosto. And she finds
She
it.
finds it.
Okay.
Let's go, Vantika. Let's go. King G1, Rookie
Okay,
2.
Rookie 2 को resign होने वाला है.
Rookie 2 would ensure a victory. I think we have to celebrate even a draw because we were completely losing.
Oh,
Sagar
she's
Bhai,
playing
she's
the
about
rook.
to make it. Yes.
Let's go. And so
Fail
useful.
diya.
The move King H7 now because Rook D8 doesn't come with a check. Wow. Vantika Agrawal playing Rookie 2. Queen G2 mate threatened. Game is over, guys. Let's go. 2-2. Let's go to Arjun very quickly because Arjun Erigaisi now.
Prague has drawn his
Prague
game.
has drawn. But Arjun's not winning. Oh, we need to stick with Vantika Amruta. Arjun is not winning at all.
But
So
yes,
Vantika's
we can
bold.
going to
We
see a
can show
handshake.
Vantika's
We can see the
final
final moment of
moment.
Vantika. Yes, there you have Irina Crush.
Guys, 42,000 of you watching. India was down 2-1 against the American women's team, but Vantika is completely winning now, ensuring a 2-2 draw.
2-2 draw. And Vantika this time has done it. I think we can try and get Vantika here, but maybe she might have left, yeah?
Yes, also they need to prepare for the last 2 games, crucial 2 games, which are going to decide who will win the Chess Olympiad 2024. Sagar, by 42,000 people watching. Do like the stream so that more and more
Yes.
people can see this.
Well done, Vantika. She has
Sagar
managed
bhai.
to keep
Good
this,
save.
keep
Nice.
this draw for us, and chances for the gold still alive. Of course, it all depends now on Poland and Kazakhstan match. What is going on there? We will check
But
that
with the
later.
black pieces, it is amazing the
Yes.
way she has finished, and with such an experienced player, Vantika OP ho jayega
Guys,
is in the
Vantika
chat.
has really been the player of the team until now. She's played along with Divya. These two girls have done brilliantly. Let's quickly check the game.
Oh my god,
What?
blunder.
Arjun is winning.
Blunder.
Oh, क्या हुआ last?
Can we go to Arjun's game? One second. So here Rook C7, B3, Knight E8.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Bishop, oh my god.
he didn't find it.
No, you're joking.
No, he didn't find it.
Oh
He
my
missed
God.
it. Guys, here was the
There was a
movement.
move. I just found it. I was just trying to calculate. Bishop takes F7. Queen takes. Queen to D4. Threatening to take your queen. You have to protect with Knight F6. And now Queen D8 check.
Hey man, it's tough,
Oh.
yeah.
You cannot protect with the knight because the queen is hanging.
you have
और
to.
queen से बचा है तो rook मार रहा है. So this was a winning combination.
Very tough. And even tough for Ajju Bhai.
No, this is yeah.
It's amazing.
Rook E3 played. Queen to D8. And
We are on
things
move
are back to
38.
equality.
We are more.
Maybe he can play Rook F3 back and he will go for Queen E7 maybe.
Yes,
No, but now again,
No, Arjun might
Shamsiddin
see
won't
it.
do
Arjun
it.
might
But
see it.
Shamsiddin also will see it.
No.
I
No?
think this is a very,
Very
important
tough
moment. I
tactic,
think
very
rook
tough.
f3. Rook f3 is a good practical decision.
Yes.
But rook f3 this time allows knight to f6.
I वो नहीं
But
नहीं
also
नहीं, नहीं.
39th move, no? 39 move.
Arjun,
खेलेगा
let's go
वो?
rook f3. Let's go. One last.
One last.
One
नहीं
more.
खेल रहा
What, yeah,
है.
once more.
One time.
One time.
No,
Rook
he goes
E3.
for rook
Because
d3.
he's not seen that at all. But okay, this game has still a lot of richness in it. I don't think it's equal or anything. With that bishop in the center, it's dominating actually. I don't even understand why the computer says it's equal. With the
Well-
pawn major, queen side pawn majority, bishop on d5.
I think it's all because the knight on e8 is a very, very nice defender. Once it comes to f6, it's going to make sure that black's king is safe. Rook to d3, he's trying to put some pressure on black's
If
clock.
knight f6 now,
There is
it's
no
possible.
disco dhamaka. There is no disco dhamaka because the rook on d3 is also going to be hanging if the bishop moves. 1 minute and 20 seconds for Vakhidov. He can feel the pressure.
yeah. But only two more moves to make here, guys. This is move number 39 already. Two more moves to play.
Okay, 1 minute 10 seconds for Shamsiddin. Maybe he goes queen f6 back to exchange the queens.
Could be.
Maybe they also repeat the moves like others.
Guys,
Oh,
this is
2-2,
a big moment.
But
50
I think,
seconds.
guys, a huge result which we did not convey it very well was that Prague drew, which means now 1.5, and India is very close to draw. 2 draws today. Maybe for the men
Yeah.
team, it's a great result.
Correct.
Because
Maintain the lead.
Prague was looking
He
in
goes
big
knight
trouble.
f6.
He goes knight f6, and I think now the game is inching closer and closer towards the 40th move where they will get the extra 30 minutes, and black will be able to stabilize the pressure white was putting him on.
Hey, bishop f7, queen d3, queen c7. 1 second. Bishop f7.
Bishop f7, the problem is after queen takes d3, queen takes c7, black will have a number of checks that he will put on white's king. I think it's just a perpetual.
Yeah.
It should be some sort of a perpetual that
Yeah.
black has. So
And guys, we have the highest number of people watching now, even more than the India-China match. We have 45,000 people here. Guys, do like the stream. India is on the lead right now at the FIDE Olympiad 2024, and I think we are very close to actually drawing this match. But Arjun's look says, "Bhai, jeetna to hai mujhe."
he wants to try. He saw how Gukesh pulled off that miraculous win against the Chinese team. Arjun is like, this time I might need to take the baton in my hands and run away with it because this is a big situation. If India wins, it basically means we secure championship.
Yeah.
If we draw, it's still very, very good, but we need to still be precise for tomorrow. Arjun, 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Bishop.
He goes bishop e4 and attacks the queen. Last move before time control. Let's see what Vokhidov comes up with. I am pretty sure he'll go rook d7 or even queen moving away. I think the position still has some juice even after 40 moves. It's not a dead draw. Arjun can still try. Vokhidov can still try. It's a game.
Guys, for the ones who are just joining in, this is the 9th round of the FIDE Olympiad in Budapest. India is playing against Uzbekistan in the men's section. Uzbekistan is the current Olympiad champion. They won the championship title in Chennai. And in the women's section, we made a 2-2 draw against the American team.
Yeah, queen e7, and guys, we have reached move 40, but who cares about move 40? Arjun is like, I have my move ready. He plays it. Bishop
to
f3. And after 40 moves, both players get 30 extra minutes on the clock, which means that now they have some time to think. And just to overall give you an update that these pawns, there's an extra pawn here. Black has only 2. And Arjun has a bishop as compared to knight. So some things to try for.
Definitely. I mean, Erigaisi is going to try to pull this game into a victory. This is an equal position right now. But Vokhidov is definitely going to feel pressure because Arjun is 140 points high rated than him. And he's going to try to put pressure because the longer the game goes, the higher is the probability of Arjun trying to show where he's superior
Yeah.
in the
In
game.
the end game.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
by the
because
way,
he has been beating 2600s right and left, which is incredible.
Yeah.
Because of him, people have got this hope that you can play in open tournaments and still gain rating.
Guys, he's about to make a move. 3-2 Rook C8 played.
no, but bhai, it's already moved 41. So
Oh, just okay.
yeah, they
So
will get 30
they got
minutes
the
extra.
30 minutes.
Last rank defender there.
And just to show that key moment, guys, so what happened was that we were looking at until this moment. He offered a queen trade, queen went here, he brought his rook to g3, b6, king came up, queen f5, again offered a trade, he again declined, pawn to c3, then he put his rook here, queen here, and slowly and steadily Arjun improved his position, h4, d3, and now came the key moment, which was very tough, which which Harshit pointed out, was to take this pawn, because you have to take it. And now this very very important move of moving the queen somewhere where it is eyeing the d6 square. So let's say, for example, queen d4.
I think it's
or
eyeing the
queen
d8 square.
d8, sorry, not d6. So because queen g3 doesn't work.
Yeah.
Queen d4, knight f6 is forced, otherwise you lose the queen, and check here. And now queen e8, you pick up the rook, or else knight e8, you pick up the queen.
No good way to stop the check, which means that this was the winning tactic. Amruta,
Yes, I want to go to Magnus's game because the chat wants to go there and something crazy is happening because the game.
oh my god, Magnus is losing.
Yeah. How did it reach there?
Director Saab, if we can get Magnus's camera, it must be link number 4, I think.
I think so. But
Guys,
it's a very rare
Magnus
situation.
Carlsen, the best player in the history of chess, possibly is going down with the white pieces today. This just shows how unpredictable sports are.
And that means, Harshit bhai, maybe because of him, Norway will lose, because here Demchenko is winning against Sebastian
Yeah.
Christiansen and Magnus is losing.
Yeah.
So it's a 3-1 because last two boards were drawn.
Yeah.
But it's actually easy.
I mean,
win.
generally,
There's
you're
nothing.
just going to
push the
trust,
pawns.
Magnus is not going to lose. Like,
Yeah.
it's very hard to think of that. But Fedosiev is a very
No,
strong
Fedosiev-
player, crazy player,
Fedosiev does not
If
care,
anybody
yeah.
can beat him, he's definitely one of the top guys.
Absolutely. And meanwhile, guys, we have had some super chats here. A lot of them. Thank you all for your support that you have shown throughout. It's been a crazy day. I'll read out all the super chats pretty soon.
Yeah.
So,
So Norway going down. What about the women's team in the Polish versus Kazakh group? I think that's
so
going
first
to
board, Alina and Bidisara drew.
drew.
Hey, but 40 moves are over. What?
Yeah.
Man,
This game, it
also.
seems like Monica Sochko's game is going to be a draw.
Draw, yeah? Or
Yeah.
maybe black tries a bit
No, it should be a draw.
because of this outside passer.
I think it should be a draw.
Draw.
Third board was a
Draw.
draw. And fourth board, it seems as if white is slightly better.
Slivika. I feel like Polish team might just take this home,
It's quite possible that the Polish team wins.
because look at this knight. But actually,
But then
Harshit
they
bhai,
will go into the lead, right?
Yeah.
If they win.
yeah, whoever
Okay.
wins this.
Yeah.
But if they draw, then,
Then
we, are
it's good
still,
for- yeah.
we are still the leaders
Yeah.
with them. So we are actually maybe hoping that Alua Nurman manages to hold here.
Yeah. Because otherwise, Indian team can still be in the joint lead.
Okay,
Yeah.
Arjun is playing. Arjun
Arjun has
played a
played.
move. Let's go there. Yeah, what about USA?
Oh.
Because
No, let's check Arjun's game. He played
Yeah.
b3 rook c8, king f1. But I think Sagar, by this game is going to end in a draw. I
Nahi,
find
bhai.
it not easy
Bhai.
for Arjun to break
Bhai.
this, because
In
if
Arjun, we trust. In Arjun, we
Yeah, but the position,
Yeah.
objectively position.
yeah,
What is
the
that
thing
mean?
is, like, regardless of how strong the white player is right now, I think that black's position is very very solid. And the h4 and f2 pawns, if you go into the end game trading both the rooks and the queens, these pawns are going to become quite weak, and white has to be careful to not overextend, because we are in a situation where draw is not a bad result for us. pragmatism is extremely important in team events. You have to understand the tournament standings and the match situation. I think in this situation, 2-2 draw is quite acceptable. Come back tomorrow and fight for a podium finish.
Absolutely. So King F1 on the board right now.
And also the last round, a very important thing about it is that it is 4 hours earlier. So normally it starts at 3 p.m. But this time it will, I mean, the last round will start at 11 a.m., which is a big shift for the players. Because then many times you're set with your routine for a first few days, and last round you have to change everything. So not easy for them, not easy for the commentators. Harshit bhai,
Yeah.
उठना है सुबह.
So
What a
What a
day
round it
we
has
had
been.
today.
What a
India
round.
was losing against USA in the women's section. Then Vantika came in and gave us the survival. In this round in the men's section, Prague was always in a lot of pressure, but he managed to pull off a draw. And now Arjun, who was always pushing, is kind of around even.
Right. And Chess with Samad says Kramnik reported Chessbase India for using mobile phone on Gukesh's board. Guys, this is something we already addressed. There are monopods along with video cams that we have put there along with the permission of FIDE and Fair Play. And Kramnik checked that. I mean, there was some procedure done to check, and
Yeah.
it was put back. So basically, the phones had no SIM card, nothing, and these are just video cams to record, and these were already checked before the tournament, during the tournament, and so on. So this is already addressed to. I think everything's sorted, no issues there. Viplu Shetty says, amazing coverage, guys. Please give us an update about what's going on in women's Kazakh and Poland match too. Looking close to a draw, maybe a small edge to the Polish team is what we think right now. Aditya Golatkar says it's a gentle reminder if India wins gold medal in both events, I will super chat 1 lakh. Hats off to Vantika. Thank you, Aditya ji, and thank you, Vantika, for willing
Ah.
to keep this dream alive. Gaurav Prakash, Vantika 1, I'm in the playing hall. Oh, Gaurav Prakash, क्या बात है? अच्छा. नहीं, actually, I think someone had tweeted, maybe FIDE had tweeted that India drew 2-2. So maybe people
But
knew
how is FIDE tweeting 15 minutes before the game?
maybe it was 12, 13 minutes.
Ah, okay, almost done. Yeah.
Himanshu Sangi, please could you do more analysis with engine off? Okay, maybe. We will try. We have Chinmay Kulkarni. Attackers may sometimes regret bad moves, but it is much worse to forever regret an opportunity you allowed to pass you by. Kasparov for Vantika and Arjun. Come on, Team India. Arey, Chinmay bhai, good one, good one. Anon says, Sagar, can you do roundup of Kazakhstan Poland match? We did that, Anon. And Karthik Ganesh, thank you. Shwetank, thank you for your super chat. And guys, also a big shout out to all of you who've contributed on Help Chess. The last one being Gaurav, who's contributed 11,000 rupees.
Huge amount.
Thank you. And a huge super chat here by Dinesh Nambisan, who says, can you guys spell out what needs to happen going forward for the men's and women's team with each medal scenario? Go Chiranjeevi Arjun for the win. Rajnikant Gukesh,
Gukesh,
Anil
Anil
Kapoor
Kapoor
Vidit,
Vidit.
and Kamal Hassan Prag. What the good fight. Arey, bye. Good one.
Ye?
Arey!
Nice.
Amrita,
Nice.
तुम?
मैं क्यों
अमिताभ बच्चन.
जया बच्चन बोल रहे but
And Rajiv Jairam, thank you for
thank
contributing
you.
2,000
Again.
rupees and becoming a believer. Deepak Gore 501, Pranav Hegde 100, Monish 3000, Ganaraja Permunda 100, Manan 2001. Guys, on helpchess.org, all the contributions go to young Indian chess players in need of support. So thank you all for your support. It's an ATG registered and also 12A registered, ATG recognized and CSR recognized charitable trust, Help Chess. So please do support if you would like to. And Dinesh ji, I think we will give an entire scenario of what happens right now. It might be a bit too early to chalk it out, but I think I will make a video today for all these things because it is a very, very important thing to know with 2 rounds to go. And these 2 rounds will happen very quickly. So we should know what are the possibilities.
Yeah, no, after
So we'll do so.
tomorrow, how we'll reach the last day when the rounds will begin, it would be completely super fast, like Ferrari. So also people should know, because otherwise they will join in late for the commentary that the round is
Yeah,
earlier.
yeah.
And
Subrajyoti says, Sagarda, kal I gave 400 and thought 4 wins will be enough. Obviously, it was not. Aaj I'm playing and praying for Arjun to win. Well, he gave 400 and we won 4. 3 in men and only 1 in women. But today is given 2 and already there is 1 win by Vantika. So maybe one more by Arjun will do the
hope
job.
so, hope so.
And here we have a super chat by Sachin who says, Mark my words, Prag has been quite the entire tournament, but tomorrow he will beat Wesley so and remaining 3 will be drawn and we beat USA.
Oh,
Yes, actually,
prediction.
Prag's good performance is now pending since quite some time. So who knows?
No, but also very important point is to be steady, to
Yes.
be able to hang in there, to hold, to not lose a game is extremely tough.
Yeah.
Not you.
No, and aaj ka game
it's
he was
very
under tremendous pressure.
Yeah, to get out of that was amazing. I think we cannot really underestimate that part.
And Amruta, right now, Queen D6 played here by Arjun. What I like, guys, is the fact that Arjun is not agreeing to a draw instantly. He's fighting. And I, at least, this feeling that he won't agree to a draw instantly. That is my feeling. But maybe, what do you
No,
think?
agree, completely agree. He won't. And
Let's-
why
let's
should he?
ask
Because
our chat.
there is imbalance in the position.
But let's ask our chat, know what they feel. Let's put up a small poll.
Done. We should. And in the meantime, Arvind Vyas super chats Vantika OP. She gave her 100%. Happy to see women's team holding to overall draw. Yeah, and Vantika's games, they have all been very interesting, and they have all been like, until a point it has been so complex, so unclear, imbalanced, and then suddenly things are happening. Somebody's in time pressure, huge transformations and exchanges. So
I think the women's team are going to, like Srinath said once, that they gave a standing ovation to Gukesh after he won his game against China. I think today the same thing will happen with Vantika.
yeah, at this today to not lose was so critical to stay in that race for gold. So we are at draw was decent from where it was objectively, and USA is a very strong team for that
Yeah,
matter.
yeah. And by the way, King F8 and guys, I've put up a poll maybe just to get your thoughts on what you feel. Will Arjun draw instantly or like very soon, or will he fight till the end? Just so that you know, after queen takes queen, king takes queen. Let's say we have such a position, and you want to say, how can white make progress here? It's very tough. But if somehow you can play a3, b4, maybe slowly move your king up here and then try to play on, get your pawn to h5, create a weak pawn on g7, there can be some hope. But
Yeah.
Amruta, overall I wouldn't really press too much, and I do feel this, that Arjun, instead of completely calculating here, he's also wondering if this position is worth playing or not.
Because otherwise he can just retain the queen. Sometimes just go king g2, king f1, and repeat.
Yeah.
Correct.
And by the way, we have some ding dings, which means that contribution on help chess, thanks to the widget that we have on a stream created by our very good friend Adarsh, also part of our team. Nishant has contributed 11,000. Thank you, Nishant. By
Wow.
Samrat has contributed 501, Kirtan 101, and guys, today we started with 1741 believers. We are up to 1754. So 13 of you contributed. Thank you.
Brilliant. And Prashant Wadekar super chats. I'm working on a research paper of bot. Can't reveal. Will tell you on mail. I need any player match data with specific opening. Mail to contact. But by the way, you should definitely check out Mega Database, because opening career, I think that is the best,
He
where you
traded the
get the.
queens.
Yeah, Sagar?
Yes, Mega Database is a very good tool. You can contact us on
Chessbase India.
chessbaseindia@gmail.com, but Mega Database works perfectly there. And Ramit has sent us a super chat. And Amruta, look at this move, Bishop E2. You see, Amruta, it's been H5, Rook G3, put pressure here, and A3, B4, Bishop on E2,
Creating a
perfectly
target.
placed.
Is it going to be another master class in the end game? Like how Gukesh had it for the knights? No, this one, I think if anyone will try, it will be white because clearly rook and bishop is firstly a better combination than rook and knight. That way, a pro for Arjun. Then queen side majority he is having. That is also another point there. And with h5 clamping over, that is also a big thing. So overall, I believe.
And by the way, Ramit Malhotra says Amruta Sagar been sending super chats here as contribution, but chat tells me YouTube takes 30%. I remember you can't take USD through help chess. Can you? Let me know. Also, are we on for gold? Yes, we are on for gold. But the thing is, as of now we can accept people's money outside India, those who have an Indian passport. So that is some update that we have got. So Ramit, I think you will be able to contribute. I just have to confirm if we have enabled this. We just got to know a few days before the Olympiad began, but I think on helpchess.org we will soon accept international payments from people who hold an Indian passport.
And Priyank Modi has gifted 20 Chessbiz India memberships, Sagar.
Thank you, Priyank.
Because
Bye.
yesterday we had some amazing day where we
Oh,
collected more than
500
500
members.
memberships.
500. That's why I published couple of members only videos today, and we had a lot of views today at the start. Of course, those
Nice.
videos are also public now.
Yeah.
Queen D6, Queen E7, King E7, Bishop E2, and A5 played by Vakhidov. I think
Good move.
he's a strong enough player to hold this. I think Arjun will try, but he won't get anywhere. That is my feeling. H5 he can also try.
Because he's also has. So the plus point for black is that Arjun has three pawn islands, which means that there is f2 pawn which is
Yeah.
isolated, h4 is isolated. So that is one, and his pawns is nicely placed on the dark squares b6, h a5. Sagar, can we quickly go and check Magnus's end because it's never easy to beat Magnus Carlsen.
Yes, it
Can
is
we?
never easy. But Amruta, before we just go there, a huge shout out to Ashwin who has donated 2000, and also to
Wow.
Kumar Gaurav who's contributed 21,000 rupees. Thank you so much, Kumar Gaurav. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank him. He's actually the founder of Circle Chess. He's contributing. And by the way, we have collaborated with Circle Chess here to give you 1 month of free membership of Kaisa School of Chess, their product, where you can learn many different things, and that the link for you to apply for that membership is in the description. It is amazing. You have trainings by some of the best trainers of India and the world. Srinath, I think there is Vishnu, there is Swapnil, if I'm not mistaken, also Ramesh, and some of the best trainers there. And Amruta, what Circle Chess mentioned is whatever amount is raised on Help Chess, that amount of memberships they are ready to give for free to people who fill the form.
What a nice gesture by them, really. It's
They will match
amazing.
it.
Because
So
it's.
basically, here are a few people contributing to Help Chess. Here are few players who need support in terms of improvement, and through Circle Chess, they are helping. So it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, so Amruta, here we are on the board. A3 played by Arjun, also continuing to play as if nothing happened. I think one of the things that Arjun has learned, and I think every top player has to learn at some point, is that you have to just keep playing without really thinking whether this is winning or not. Only then can you play at a high level. Like some games are just not winning, you just have to keep playing and then hope that opponent goes wrong
Yeah,
somewhere.
hang in there. And we have seen so many games where just towards the end moments things have twisted and turned. So it's not so uncommon in chess that their physical stamina matters quite a lot. quite, the alertness until the end matters quite a lot. So
Okay. By the way, we have a super chat here
we
by.
have many, but before that, can we check Magnus's game, Sagar? Because I believe,
No, Amruta, this one is easy for Fedosiev. I think all he has to do is make natural moves. For example, let's
yeah,
say,
a5. Maybe without looking at the
yeah,
engine,
rook
you
a2,
try to
rook a2.
play. You want to go rook a2, stop this pawn, and I'm anyway going to go ahead with this pawn.
Okay, e4.
I will go a7,
Okay, and you're not queening, so king f3.
king f3, king, maybe a check first,
Okay, king e2,
rook g7,
king f2,
and check.
king g1,
Uh huh. All right. If I go king b6, you have now,
g2.
yeah, king b7, king.
At this point, I have to be slightly careful, Amruta, because if I push
No,
e3,
everything works,
for
Sagar. You
example,
don't have to
e3,
be.
a8 queen, I was a bit worried there. It doesn't work. Right,
What were
take.
you worried
No,
about?
no, e2, rook e7, king f2, check, king e1,
Rook
rook
g7.
g7, and now king d1. And I'll get rook versus queen.
Ah,
I don't play king d2 because rook g2, and then you lose the pawn. And but yeah,
nice.
this wins,
Wow, it's
and
amazing
it's
that
very easy.
Fedosiv is
It's very easy
actually.
now. If you see the moves that we made were pretty easy. So Magnus losing, and in fact with that Norway will lose another huge battle. And there we have Vladimir Fedosiev on our screen. Thank you, Director Saab, for getting
Oh,
him.
and Magnus is not there on the board.
Yes.
Obviously,
And
it's going to be a
meanwhile,
little
Amruta,
hard.
we have so many believers who have contributed here. Ivans D'Souza has contributed 10,000.
My God,
Thank you, Ivans Bhai.
so
Another
many huge
10,000.
amounts today.
Saket 1,000. Partha Roy 10,000. Thank you guys
Thank you,
for
Parth.
contributing and becoming believers of Indian chess. And also, Amruta, the last super chat was by Lily Grover, who says, Top table isn't easy. Vaishali has won us many games. Let's not be unkind. She will bounce
Absolutely.
back for sure. So will Prag. I
First
know.
board is tough. Yeah,
I know.
even Magnus is losing today on top board. Top board is never easy.
Aras Kumar says, I suggested the timer to be shown along with the bars in the last stream. It is a good idea. I'm not sure whether your director Saab had this idea before. Aras, this was something that was built up by one of our community members of Chess Base India. So they made the improvements in bars. And this is actually a big, big thank you to Sri Harsha. Thank you. And Ebbystone Joe says, Sagar Bhai, can you please explain how fixtures are made in Olympiad? It seems like India is always contending against the second team in points every round. Ebbystone Joe, there is always this kind of Swiss manager which is fed in with all the algorithms. And because India has already played with Hungary, so they had to play against Uzbekistan, who was the only other team on 2 points below India. So I think these are all logical points which are fed in, and just you press enter and the pairings are done. Yadnesh says Vantika today was unstoppable. Yes, she played very well in the end. And Avan says, Amruta, happy for Vantika, sad for Tanya, tough luck. Yeah, actually, if you
Yeah,
think
we did
about
have
it,
a chance to win actually. If
Tanya would have continued. Maybe, who knows what would have happened.
yeah, but it was
Going back,
complicated based on time.
Amruta, look at what Arjun's doing. Actually, learn from him. Let's learn from him. First, brings the bishop back. Okay, a5, a3, keeps it ready. If you get a little bit uh,
Yeah,
play a4, then I can give a check and play b4,
it's
defending
afterwards.
here.
And then you have a pawn on that
Yes.
light square on a4, which will become a
Yes,
target.
so
Got
little
it.
moves.
Nuances.
So now rook c7, he brings king e1. He's not yet committing with h5 because it could become a target. So he plays king e1. Next up, he will go king d2, king c3, play b4, takes. king b3, maybe slowly move the rook, king a4, king b5. These are the plans which might seem like very difficult, but Arjun is just trying. He's trying.
प्लान्स तो डिफिकल्ट वाले ही बनाते हैं ना, इजी वाले प्लान नहीं बनाते हैं. वो हर्षित भी वैसे ही बोल रहा है. यू चेज द डिफिकल्ट थिंग्स. सो what I like about this game is that Arjun is still playing with the bishop.
Yeah.
And according to you, can it ever get dangerous for white or not? Is the
Un-
only
unlikely.
question where
Unlikely. Unlikely there, but I like this move rook c5 by Shamsiddin. What he wants to do is maybe play g5 perhaps, trade a couple of pawns. More pawns get traded, the better it is for them.
Shivam asks
Oh.
what is happening in Poland versus Kazakh.
Let's look at it.
Three draws
Three
were
draws.
somebody had mentioned earlier.
3 draws, Amruta already, and last game here where it seems that Kazakhstan has gotten a small edge.
Yeah, but how? Because it's bishop versus knight, and that too, the dark square is
Pawn
so
up, no,
weak.
Amruta.
But great
Pawn
compensation
up.
with
Yeah,
white.
this can go in any. Can be
कुछ
a
भी हो
2-2
सकता
draw.
है.
White can also win and black can also win. So a very tense match here.
But अपने लिए what is the best scenario
Draw.
for India?
Draw.
A draw. Draw is the best one. Okay.
What's happening, Sagar
Bhai,
bhai?
Arshit bhai, look at how Arjun is trying. He put his bishop here, played a3, a5. Now brought king f1, king e1. Slowly maybe trying to come here, b4. I feel some hopes.
I think that an ideal scenario would be if we can somehow get a rook bishop versus rook situation, because I feel that the black knight can always or should always be able to sacrifice for like 2 pawns, and then these pawns get exchanged to this pawn and like some rook bishop rook. But I think that as of right now, the drawing margin is quite high.
Yeah, it's very high. But then again, I think Arjun's just playing. He gives a check and he puts a question. Do you want to go inside? Which I don't think black ever wants to. But if he comes outside, then maybe the g7 pawn becomes slightly more weak.
Yeah.
And then you have to push g5. And then is the rook stable here? Will b4 come in at the right time? Many little questions to ask.
Exactly.
Very interesting. Guys, don't go away. This may still have some chance. Some.
Of course, guys, a lot of you still watching. The game is not over until it's over. We've seen a lot of ups and downs in many games. I think that we can expect any three results to happen from this game because both players want to win the match somehow.
Yes, quite possible. We are not so sure about what Vokhidov might be feeling right now, whether he is happy with the draw or whether he wants to fight for the full point. But I think for now, it's like the game goes on. Arjun wants to fight. I'm sure Vokhidov also would be happy if Uzbekistan wins.
Vokhidov will try to, like, h5 is a move which we have all been talking about, which wants to clamp, but right now it's fully controlled. And if Vokhidov manages to get g5, then your h5 move will not have that power because I'm already out of that clamp, correct?
Yeah.
So g5 is a threat, and I don't think you can stop that.
Yeah, I'm expecting
Or
like
can you?
somehow this pawn to be traded to this pawn, and maybe then black will try to keep this pawn, take with the rook, and try to keep the edge past pawn.
Oh, but are you okay
Then
with
it
the
would be
isolated
too much
pawn?
weakness on f file and h, I guess. No?
I think right now we have too little material left to take advantages of weaknesses. However, if white's king comes to c3 and
Yes,
then somehow b4,
and then take like this, and then king goes like from here. That could be something.
it's possible. The game is definitely not over. It's still a lot of juice that can be squeezed out from, and we know that Arjun loves to try and win these equalish positions. So I'm sure he's still going to keep trying, and long way from long way from shaking hands.
Yes,
In the women's section, I think we've had
3 draws.
3 draws.
And the last board is also around even, but I think black has some
Oh,
chances. So
yeah.
actually, Kazakhstan might be the one on the offensive here.
Yeah, if rook comes to d2, queen to c5, still
Yeah.
lot of play left, but looking good right now for the Kazakh girls.
Yeah. We have beaten tournament, and then taking the lead is insane. That shows how good Kazakhstan girls are. And in fact, guys, I must tell you, I went to Kazakhstan a few days ago, Amruta, a month ago, and what I saw there, I realized that chess is on the rise. They have the government support, their federation is very strong. They have a sponsor in Freedom Broker, which is supporting heavily, uh, and they have all the GMs who are now training there, youngsters who are taking up chess. I think all the ingredients are right there for them to go upwards.
They're
Because
also holding a lot of tournaments.
yes, and actually, Rashid bhai, just one conversation was good enough for me to know. By the way, Arjun pushes B4. I met Evgeny Vladimirov there, and I asked him, "Sir, nowadays you don't come to India anymore." And he said, "I have too much work now in Kazakhstan." And he's one
Which
of
is
the trainers who has trained so much
he was a
before.
second of
I have
Gary
myself
Kasparov.
been in training camps with Evgeny sir.
Yes.
Very, very nice person, amazing coach.
Now head coach of Kazakh youth team.
Wow.
You know, Sagar, I also had 2 camps with him, 1 month, and it was amazing. And the thing about him is he used to give positions to solve, and he would never tell you the answers.
Yes.
This is a very famous thing. Like he's trained obviously all the top players from India. Like he used to be in India to take coaching camps. Or he almost lived in India, you can say that way. So a very amazing
But this
coach.
this just makes me feel like, the countries which will be at the top of the chess world will keep revolving now at a very rapid pace. It won't be like how USSR or Russia dominated for years. This is not going to happen, because with the free flowing information, you have to get all the ingredients right, and suddenly your country starts to rise. So I have a feeling like we will see many, many such nations rising. India, of course, right now looking very strong in general, but it won't be like only India. There will be more countries coming in.
China is
100%.
another country which is trying to produce a lot of youth.
By
But it was
somehow,
always there.
I feel
China always existed. They
No,
always had this system
Amruta,
of,
I feel
you know,
China has been there and done that. Like,
yeah,
men's
correct.
world champion done, women's world champion done.
Olympiad
Both
gold.
Olympiad they won 2018. Both
Yeah.
have won. So like China has been at the top and has been there, done that. It's just that they don't have as many young talents right now. But as Harshit saying, they are investing in it.
Yeah, I mean, and China has always had like one of the top players. If you see the team right now, the women's team without Li Tingji,
Yeah.
without Hao Yifan, and also without and who's the other?
Tan Zhongyi,
Tan Zhongyi. I think
Zhu Wenjun.
Zhu Wenjun, of
Oh my
course.
God! Imagine
Ho
that
Yifan.
team. Imagine that team.
Imagine the team where Li
They can
Tengye
play
or
in
Tan
men's.
Zhongyi
Actually,
has
they
to
can
rest.
play in open section.
Yeah.
That's strong.
By the way, Rook F5 played here by Shamsiddin. A very interesting decision by him, whereby he did not capture on B4. And he's also telling Arjun, sorry, your king can't move now because I'll just take this pawn.
Yeah.
Sana NRS says, I don't know if it's going to happen, but if India draws today and USA wins, then there's a high chance that India might face USA, and that decides our gold medal chances. Your thoughts, Sagar bhai? Yes, I think so. That's
Absolutely.
bound to happen, because USA, right now, we were seeing Richard Rapport and Caruana game.
Yeah.
Here. And, oh, man.
It's completely
Rapport
unclear.
fighting
Fighting back, Wesley
Fighting
is
back.
slightly better.
Wesley so slightly better, but maybe Leko can hold.
Yeah, and Jugirov is losing. So
Oh, this game which you had rightly predicted could be the decisive one.
yeah, and Dominguez is winning, which
भाई ये
means
देखो ना B5, you give up the knight also, B6, and दो knight कितने आदमी थे?
कि दो घोड़े थे भाई, पर दोनों नहीं संभाल पाए
कुछ नहीं कर
हमारे.
पाए. Bishop वापस और ये pawn queen. Amazing. So Sanan once again, I think in India also he lost to Arjun, and here also he's losing, and Aronian has drawn. So guys, it seems like Dominguez is the one who will provide the win for his team.
Yeah.
Sana says, this. Thank you, Sana, for your super chat and this point, because I think if we look at also the standings, we had India on 16, Uzbekistan on 14. So India will move to 17, Uzbekistan to 15, Hungary will remain on 14, USA will move to 15.
And then India will play USA, and that will be the decider.
Yeah, that might be the last strong team left for us, because we've already played China, we have played Iran, we have played Hungary, we played Uzbekistan. क्या हुआ?
ये नहीं इधर रख रही हूँ.
And by the way, Arjun gave check King C7. Harshit bhai, I had a chat question which I want to just see in the poll. I had asked, will Arjun fight till the end or will he take a draw?
I think he will play.
21,000 people voted and 71% thought he will fight till the end. So our chat knows Arjun well.
I think I'm going to add a 0.01% to that 1%, because I also think he's going to fight this one out, play till the end, even if it will be still be a draw. He's going to play till the last piece on the board.
Correct.
And this game, he's down to 13 minutes. He's going to need to start picking up the pace because Vakhidov has more time. And in these kind of positions which are around even, time plays a crucial role in the position. I think also we should take a look at other. Oh, he just made a move. I think King D2 maybe.
नहीं भाई King D2 को F2 मरेगा ना.
So Rook D4 was played, I guess.
Yeah, Rook D4. शांति से खेल रहा है. Oh भाई, Harshit bhai,
Yeah.
F4 is the idea maybe. I think G5 should be played.
F4 is a risky move
because knight cannot go. Oh, knight H5 is possible.
Yeah. Also knight D7, knight F8, knight E6 maneuver is possible.
Yeah. Maybe
Oh, actually, after F4, knight D7 might be a big blunder. Can you
G4.
ask? Or even, yes, bishop G4.
Yeah, crazy.
Around even, he plays G5. Wow.
खेल दिया भाई. Shamsiddin, good move. And actually, now if HG, you were talking about.
Happened already. HG happened.
No, this rook on F5 is beautifully positioned to keep pressure here. How about we go bishop here, attack this rook?
Yeah, but even for example, something like Rook F4, I think should be a draw.
Ooh, this is risking it, right? King E2 coming here, wanting to win this.
King D6. Yeah, I mean, maybe some small chances, but I think this should be a draw in general. Because the material is there's too little material left on the board. Oh, what's happened? Some more moves?
Arjun has played F3 maybe.
Oh, and their guys are saying that Magnus has lost.
Yes, bhai.
Oh my god.
No, Magnus lost, and with it, Norway lost with a score of 3-1 to Slovenia.
That's a big upset.
F3 played. Look at Arjun, F3. It's a little. Harshit would not like this move
Because
putting the pawn on the same color as the bishop.
And knight D7, knight E5 suddenly becomes a possibility
Or knight
for black.
H5, knight F4.
Yeah, he's about to make a move.
He goes. I think he chooses your move, knight D7.
Yeah. Trying to bring the knight to E5 and put pressure on the F3 pawn. I don't think white is better at all in this position.
Yeah, he's not. I think at some point Arjun has to maybe pull the brakes, perhaps.
Definitely, because the knight, especially now that the pawn is on F3, can become a dangerous piece. Imagine you take the rooks off the board and black's king comes to D6, E5. Suddenly, black is going to be the one with the slight advantage. So you have to, maybe just say that, yes, you are right, you defended well, and I'll just make a draw.
Guys, Harshit Bhai doesn't know what has happened in the game. He's not even gone down, I think.
Yeah, I have no idea what's happening in the game.
So there is no way you can decode his expression unless you would like to. So
yeah, knight D7, and now Arjun is down to 12 minutes.
guys, Vishwas says, should Vidit have played for a win? Guys, Vidit's opponent came with a line in the exchange Slav with preparation, and I think draw was the very good result there. In fact, Vidit couldn't have done anything else apart from the fact that he could have played some inferior move and maybe tried to then go for a disadvantage.
I mean,
which would be risky. It's not like Vokhidov is a pushover, he's a strong player.
Of course. They are playing on the Uzbekistan team on board one on the 9th round, and with the black pieces, Vidit would have definitely been happy with the draw or content with the draw, if I can say so. And right now, the onus is on Arjun to kind of make a decision to keep the game going or make the draw and have a 2-2 result. He just played King F2, I think.
King D2 or F2? F2 maybe. King F2.
King F2. Knight to E5 seems to be the most logical move now. Threatening Knight C6 as well.
Could be. And Harshit, by your move, Rook F4.
Has that happened?
No, it's not played, but I think King E3, take. This might be some edge for white somewhere.
No, this is a complete draw, I think. King
Yeah.
D6. And I don't think white has any chances to play for a win because black just goes F5 next.
Yeah. So maybe Rook F4, clean way, because after take, somehow your king cannot move up.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just go to the washroom and
Yeah,
come,
yeah,
Harshit
yeah.
bhai, एक second.
So currently Arjun has just played King F2 and Vokhidov Shamsiddin is thinking maybe he wants to go Rook F4, but I think black's idea right now will be to go Knight E5 to C6 to maybe put pressure on the B4 pawn. One and a half right now, guys. I think draw is not such a bad result, but Arjun has 7.5 out of 8 right now. Maybe he wants to make a statement and go for 8.5 out of 9. But right now it seems that Vokhidov is defending very well. Look at the focus that Shamsiddin is playing with. He was under big pressure. Arjun Erigaisi, it's never easy, guys. Tomorrow, most likely, the Indian team in the men's section is going to play against the USA team, which has Caruana, Aronian, Dominguez, and So Wesley. And that game is going to decide whether or not India will win the gold medal. Right now, 8x before play by Vokhidov, as we can see on the screen. 8x before played. And perhaps now he will go for 95. 31,000 of you watching now, guys. Arjun is trying to win this match for Team India, which is currently tied 1.5 to 1.5. Vokhidov Shamsiddin, however, of Uzbekistan, is showing great grit and resistance in this game, not letting Arjun have even a small advantage, and Knight E5 played by him. Guys, do you think Arjun has any chance of winning this, or do you think it will just be a draw and 2-2 for India? This is an exciting game. Guys, by the way, Magnus Carlsen has lost today. Huge upset by Fedosiev with the black pieces beating Magnus, and Norway has lost today. Rook e4 played here by Arjun, maybe trying to bring his king on e3 to d4, trying to centralize it. But the knight on e5 is putting pressure on the f3 pawn. The rook on f5 is going to create chances of pawn g5 to g4. And someone asks, has Indian team lost any round yet? Indian team has not lost any round. We are currently having 8 out of 8 match points, and every match point is worth 2. So India currently has 16 points right now. Team Uzbekistan is trailing us by 2 points, so they are on 14 points and US team is on 13 points. So we have a 2 point lead right now, but tomorrow we will play against the mighty American team, and that is going to decide whether or not the Indian men's team will win a gold medal at the Olympiad in 2024. Just to round up, Vidit drew the first game today with the black pieces. We even had Vidit join us in the commentary room today. After that, it was uh, Gukesh who made the draw against Nodirbek. It was a repetition of moves. Then we had Praggnanandhaa defending a very, very difficult position with the black pieces. And finally, now we have Arjun's game going on, which seems to also be heading towards the draw. And that would mean a 2-2 draw for the Indian team against Uzbekistan, Sagar.
Is G4 coming?
G4 is an idea, but that
F4.
does allow white to push pawn to F4, and then suddenly G4 becomes a little bit weak. So I think he has just made a move. What's the move that he made? Knight C6 played. And if you go B5, you are creating a lot of dark square weaknesses. So
He just
you,
played it. My Arjun is going all out, huh?
yeah, he is going all out. But let's say Knight E5 now, and you allow. He played Knight E5, by the way, and the king comes to C5. Suddenly, I can see some ghosts for the white position.
Yeah. I can check it.
Yeah, so I mean, I think King B6, King C5 is a very, very powerful threat right now by the black pieces.
Yeah, because if black gets control on the dark squares,
The bishop on E2 is going to face a difficult time defending both the weaknesses on F3 and C4. So I think that white needs to be a little careful, maybe pull the brakes, go for King E3 and F4.
but then even that endgame, let's say King E3, King D6, F4, take, rook takes, king takes.
F6
Maybe
and
not F6 because then your King F5, you try to attack it. But I think maybe I'll go knight somewhere. I don't know.
yeah, knights, let's say knight back and then King C5. It is possible that black puts some pressure,
Yeah.
but
I think Arjun's play has left him with no chances, I feel, essentially.
yeah.
There is no chance for white anymore.
Mhm.
I guess Arjun realizes it, or maybe he just surprises us with something, or surprises me with something that I don't understand about chess. But I guess it may not happen like that.
Yeah, we should maybe quickly take a look at Poland versus Kazakhstan in the women's section,
The
as
last board.
this game is going to decide a lot.
Yes, I think Kazakhstan slowly but surely staking their claim on this game, on this match. And actually, Kazakh team winning a gold will be a big thing for their country. But of course, they are still far away. India is right breathing at their neck if they win this match.
Yeah, and B4 just played by Nurmun Alua, trying to break this B2 C3 A3 structure of white, which is currently protecting the king. Once these pawn get traded, I think black's pieces are completely superior. Let's not forget Sagarwai. So this is looking like a black win.
Yeah,
If CB4, AB4, rook takes d5, black has queen to c6, pinning the rook against the queen, and
interesting.
not an easy position to defend.
Rook d1 maybe. So no, after take. But let's go to the Arjun board.
Yeah, Arjun is still thinking after 95 here. He's about to make a move.
King e3. Maybe he's going for your idea of f4.
F4. Yeah, I think it's time to pull the brakes, Sagarbai, because we don't want black to somehow get control of the position and suddenly play defensively.
Yeah.
Because it was Arjun who was pressing the whole game, and if the roles change, if suddenly Vokhidov starts pressing, I don't think it's going to be a comfortable position to defend with white. However, I think that with such little material left on the board, the game should end in a draw.
But hats off to Shamsiddin Vakhidov for such a tremendous defense. Yeah, I think many players would have collapsed against Arjun.
Yeah.
This guy has actually withstood all the pressure that has been put onto him.
Mm-hmm.
It's been amazing.
Yeah, and Indian team is still leading after a draw. So, we don't want to over risk it and just go for the win in a position which we actually don't have chances in. So, a draw in this match still, I think it's quite a good situation for Indian team.
Absolutely. And we have a couple of super chats here. We have Deepak says, Harshit, from where can I buy chessboard pieces and clocks exactly the same on which Olympiad matches are being played, and what would be the cost?
I think the boards are by Staunton Chess,
No,
if
no,
I'm not.
it's by DGT,
Okay, it's by DGT Chess.
and you can find it on their website. In fact, there are a couple of distributors in India of DGT, so you can get it from there. I don't know the exact cost. Must be somewhere in the range of 30 to 40,000 rupees. These wooden ones, and maybe slightly cheaper if the plastic ones. Uh, so yeah,
Still a lot of support shown for Arjun FTW. A lot of people saying,
G6.
but I think guys, this
Why
game is
he stopped F4. He is like भाई अभी draw शायद मैं नहीं करूंगा.
yeah. No, but I think with such little material, it should be a draw. But suddenly, it feels as if black is the one who's slightly
Yeah.
better.
Yeah. Guys, because as Harshit has rightly pointed out, the bishop should not have pawns on the same color, then its effectiveness is greatly reduced, and no one controls dark squares then. Bishop also light squares, pawns also light squares. So then all dark squares become weak. So ideal formation would have been pawn on b4 and c3
Yeah.
and f2. Then the pawns control dark squares and bishop controls light squares.
Very, very insane games.
Harshit bhai, today you should take some rest. I think already been a long day for you.
No, let's see what happens for a few more moves, but a very, very intense day today.
Yeah, very much so. Sahil Bharadwaj has sent a pointer here saying, can score widget include India M and India W to show which team it actually refers to, open or women? I guess we can. I had it on my mind to just put a W next to the Indian women's team, but maybe we'll ask our director Saab.
Mhm.
Knight
Arjun is
G6.
about to make a move. I think rook e5 is something that his opponents wants to do, but maybe Arjun will go for king d4.
Rook D4.
Rook d4. Okay. Yeah, guys, the game is still going on. These guys are fighting, Sagar
Yeah.
bhai. They are not accepting a draw.
No, and Arjun bhai, if bishop f1 to h3, maybe some chances here, but I guess the knight will sit pretty on f4.
Mhm.
And we also have a Greem who says tomorrow can witness Arjun versus Aronian. Oh, interesting.
Wow. No, tomorrow's game is going to be insane, guys, because it's going to be
Caruana
Levon,
versus Gukesh,
Caruana versus Gukesh, then Dom,
Wesley versus Prag,
and then Dominguez
Dominguez
on
Arjun, and Vidit versus Aronian.
Yes.
Ha, nice one. मजा आ जाएगा दोस्तों, मजा. Rook e5 check played.
And I think maybe rook e4, rook f5, maybe it's oh no, king f2 played. Someone just says Kazakh blunder. Quite curious to see if they actually blundered. CB4, AB4 played. And now a glimmer of hope perhaps for the Slivichka. Rook d5 played? Or?
No, that was
Oh,
analysis.
okay. A lot of moves happened here though.
They are actually not agreeing to a draw, guys. It's 60 moves completed, so they are just getting the score sheets now.
Mhm.
I'm feeling a bit of pressure here, Harshit bhai, because just look at the position. The bishop has now no squares to move to, and this is how slowly and steadily things go wrong.
Yeah.
This is a little bit reminiscent of India Uzbekistan last time. I hope things don't reach there.
Mhm.
Wesley So comes in to check the game there. Grishchuk comes to check there.
But the one thing is clear, rook e8 played. If someone's better, it's black.
Yeah, 100%.
Because of the c4 and b5, I did not want to commit b5 Sagar bhai, because now the king can come to c5 at some point, and then black is going to have total control of the dark squares.
I think what Arjun has done is he's cut the king off like this, but Shamsiddin wants to come from this side now. So Arjun may want to go with his king upwards, but then we all know that Rook
He
A1.
played a move. He made rook d1.
Okay.
This is looking a little scary, I must say, for Arjun. Guys, the game is really heating up. 30,000 of you still here watching as Shamsiddin is perhaps now changing his strategy of playing for a draw to now playing for a win, because I think he is on the upper hand right now.
Till the engine is at 0.00, we can all be breathing calmly. But guys, I think all good chess players here would feel like, oh, we if we had black, we would keep trying here. And I think
Definitely.
Shamsiddin, who is 2650, definitely understands these things. That okay, it's now something where he can keep trying.
Yeah, maybe rook 8 now. Even rook h8 is possible.
Yeah.
Maybe rook to 8 is possible idea for black. Trying to bring this rook on the 7th rank. Or maybe even
So
rook to
what about
a3.
King G3, Harshit bhai?
King g3, and now you want to go to g4.
Yeah.
So I can stop that by
Yeah.
playing pawn to f5. And now don't forget that once my rook comes to a2, your king is boxed.
So what about Bishop D3 here? Just trying to get the f5 pawn.
Oh, after rook a2, Sagar by chat.
Oh.
Can you pick up the pawn on f5? Black to play. Are you awake?
It is 23:27 in India, 11:27 late in the night, guys. And
Yes, Apurv Kamble,
Rook
Shardul,
G2.
Matrix, Neil, Anupama, Rook to G2 is checkmate, guys. You have to be alert playing with the white pieces.
So Rook D1 on the board now.
Rook D1 played, and Rook 8 perhaps is going to be played by Vokhidov, but he's still thinking.
Hi, then this is actually a tense moment. Rook 8, Rook A2. Not easy, guys.
Some people are watching from Germany, Europe. Guys, welcome in. 1.5 for the Indian men's team, where Arjun is still playing against Vokhidov, and this game seems to be heading towards a draw. But Black suddenly has gotten some motivation to play for a win.
Yeah, it's like for 4 hours he defended, and finally now he has some chances. And I don't know how good this chance is, but I feel like it's worthwhile trying. And I think Shamsiddin is trying. You can see Vladimir Kramnik moving behind the scenes. Rook 8 played.
Yeah. Do you think Arjun is feeling some pressure now?
From his face, it doesn't seem like it. The guy is so calm. You don't understand whether he's feeling the pressure or not. And meanwhile, by the way, Harshit bhai, Aditya Golatkar today had sent a super chat reminding that 1 lakh rupees if both India win gold. Every day he reminds.
Every day is reminding us, Sagar Bhai, but in the women's section, it's not that easy anymore, as India has lost 3 match points, lost 1 game, and made 1 draw. So still a lot of work that Indian team needs to
But
do.
Alicia Slivika, who yesterday spoiled India's chances to win, again, like to hold the draw, might again help India now.
But has she played Rook D5 or no?
No,
She has
no,
not, right?
she has not. This is the position she's thinking. So coming back here, Rook E1 played. Okay, calm move.
What if Rook? Okay, so now the Rook wants to enter to E7.
Yeah. Oh, but now King D6.
Yeah, King D6 exactly, and King trying to come to
And
C5.
then check, and then you come here, and now I get in, and then you get in, and then I get up, and then why?
No, guys, it can become very, very double-edged
Check.
now. King G4 you cannot go because of fork. Knight F6 check.
Badhiya.
Shamsiddin is thinking Rook A8, Rook E1 just played by Arjun.
I might lose such a game.
King D. Oh, Rook A2 check played. Okay.
Check. King G. King
King G1.
G1. Arey bhai.
But I don't like that black white pieces are kind of on the back foot right now, Sagar bhai. Not looking that good for Arjun, no?
Not at all. Not looking great, guys. But clearly the engine says equal. So we keep trust in Arjun. We trust.
And seems like Alicia has blundered.
Hmm. Oh, Slivika. She went
A4.
A4.
And now knight. Oh my god.
Arey bhai. This is game over.
Yeah.
No, of Poland, Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
Bishop D1.
It's
Just
checkmate.
B3 wa-
Yeah.
or Queen C1.
Oh my god.
So Kazakhstan is going to take the lead, guys. If Nurman finds here knight D4, but let's see if she finds it. Meanwhile, here the game still goes on, and we have 257 people who have filled in the Kaisa School of Chess form. Thank you, guys. We will go through that, and the deserving ones will get the membership of that service. And I think we had a super chat here by Prachura, who says, Sagar bhai, who will you, and Harshit bhai, who will you be supporting in the GCL? Unbiased answers only. Arjun will hold this, don't worry. Well, we support only teams that make songs for the intro. What is that song called? For hyping up the event. So whichever team has made the song, I think we'll support them. Prachura. What about you?
To be very honest, I am not fully aware of the team compositions of all the teams. So I'll have to take a look at that. But from what Anish mentioned, Nihal is playing in their team. And I actually am quite a good friend of Nihal. And he's playing in the junior board. So I think I'll be rooting for Nihal's team.
Alaskan Knights.
Maybe.
Interesting. I, coming from Mumbai, I am actually quite a big fan of Mumbai Movers. Also, Vidit is in that team. But guys, one small update: all those who want to attend the Global Chess League live, we have the tickets link in the description in London. It's done by the Chess and chess.co.uk. It's basically an organization run by our good friend Malcolm Payne, and he's given us the link so you can take a daily pass or a full week pass or a full event pass, and these tickets are available so you can check it out.
Knight G6 was played.
Yes,
Um,
I think it's time to go bishop d3, knight f4, bishop f5.
but then
Improving.
Rook G2 check is some. It's a little scary.
Like I improve my bishop.
Knight E2, knight D4 sudden. Look, you have to be very careful, guys. Not easy at all.
चेक के मैं मर गया भाई. Whew.
He's about to make a move.
Arjun making it exciting for the fans, but not in a good way. For a change, Arjun making it exciting.
He played bishop D3.
He will come knight f4. He'll come back
Yeah.
bishop f1.
I don't think he'll go to E4.
By the way, DS Bist, thank you for becoming a believer of Indian chess, for contributing here. India for the win. 1-1-1. Thank you. 1-1-1-1-1. क्या बात है?
Yeah.
And all those who put in these names, India for the win, if you would like to have the ATG certificate, you will have to mail us your actual name, because we cannot do that. DS Bist 1100, Prasad Dash 404,
Gori Parthi Mohan 101 rupees. Noob Avnish with 100 rupees. Srinath with
अरे भाई
1000
श्रीनाथ
rupees.
उधर बैठ के हेल्प चेस को सुब्रांशु दम
500
thank you.
rupees. Amazing.
Bishop d3, no move has been played yet by Shamsiddin here.
Still thinking. Game still going on. You know, in
Ramit asks, is this a draw objectively? Why objectively?
yeah, objectively it is drawn, but I think right now we are more about worried about the practical aspect of defending after 5 hours of play. Not easy.
Yeah, I like how Shamsiddin is trying. It also shows how good the mentality of Uzbek players is, not just of Nodirbek or Sindarov, who are clearly the two big stars of Uzbek chess, but also of Shamsiddin, Yakuboyev, Vakhidov. All are very, very like have this killer approach.
Definitely. Guys, 2-2 in the women's section. We are potentially looking at the 2-2 in the men's section as well, which means that the final 2 rounds is going to decide everything, Sagar bhai.
Actually, India versus US is a big matchup, and it comes on a perfect day tomorrow.
Definitely. It's a big matchup.
Arshit, by tomorrow I won't be available for 1 hour.
Okay.
I have a conference here, which is I have to go and give a talk
Okay.
for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So, judging the time to go and come back, I think 4 to 5 I won't be available.
Okay. But it will be a super exciting match,
Bye.
Sagar bhai.
What to do,
We
bhai?
will be here, Sagar bhai, waiting for you eagerly because
Yes.
so much excitement is going to happen tomorrow कि मजा आने वाला है मतलब. I will be here, guys. तो मतलब बहुत ही मजा आएगा. Sagar bhai, maybe I will take a rest
Yes.
and come back tomorrow. Guys, India is definitely going to play against the US team and Knight F4 Bishop F1. Are they repeating?
I doubt if Shamsiddin will repeat.
Because Bishop F1 was just played. Maybe now uh, he's still
By
thinking.
King D6, King C5, the engine suddenly starts showing better for black.
Yeah. I'll be watching this game, Sagar bhai.
Thank you, bhai.
Thanks a lot
Thank you,
for
Harshit
having me
bhai.
as always. We are always getting to see so much excitement by the Indian players. Thanks a lot for the chat, for being with us for a very long time. It's almost 12 o'clock in India now. And the support that we are getting is amazing, Sagar bhai. And I'll be back tomorrow for the India versus US match tomorrow. See you guys soon.
See you. Bye, Harshit bhai.
See you, Sagar bhai.
Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. Harshit OP in the chat. Also, guys, please do follow Harshit on his Instagram account. GM Harshit Raja is where he is. And I think the more you support him, the more you kind of motivate him, I think more he will be doing things for chess community. Like his commentary is amazing. Also, I think he's a very good teacher as well. Uh, but of course, we all want him to keep playing and reach 2600, which is his first aim. Rook d2 played here by black, and the main point here is that I think Shamsiddin understood that if he goes king d6, a check would come, and then he cannot come up because then rook d7, and he did not like it. So he said, let me first create an umbrella for my king. I'll play rook d2, and Arjun now jumps in with a check, and Shamsiddin goes back with rook d7. Now for Arjun, two options: come back or take. What would you do, guys? Come back or take? Guys, if you take, I think it's trouble. Yeah, take. This is a losing position. You see, how is this losing? King comes up here. It's a very tough position to hold. Important for Arjun to keep the rook, and that is why he's 2-7-9-3. He understands that the rook has to be maintained. Now he attacks this pawn. If f6, I believe he will play rook f5 attacking here, and the moment rook d6 is played, he will push c5, and I think this is a great upgrade over the position. You can see f6 played now, and rook f5 and c5 coming in. You can literally feel Arjun's energy flowing back now. Rook f5, good move. And I think Shamsiddin now has to agree to a draw because c5 is just the move we wanted. And this is hanging. You can't save both. You have to go rook d6, then c5. And this is okay. Guys, Arjun was under pressure, but now no longer. He is now very much on course to holding this. You can see Wesley so there. He's happy because the US team today uh, has just beaten. Oh, there's Rapport Caruana still going on. Rapport needs to win this against Caruana because they're point down, but it looks impossible there. Oh, knight h5 also. I mean, if you go knight h5, I can go c5. Seems fine, I guess. Ooh, oh my goodness. That's a blunder that I made. Wow, knight h5 is a blunder. I mean, rook d1 is the move. And then knight g3 coming in. So yeah, still some care. But he goes rook d6. Let's go Arjun c5 now. c5 ends the game. It's a draw, and Arjun offers a draw. Shamsiddin takes it, and Kramnik uh, pats him on the back there, saying, "Well played." And he's like, "This is Kramnik's forte, guys. Such positions, Kramnik knows exactly how to play." He says, "Don't go here. Knight e6 is a good square." He's like, there were some chances. I knew that Kramnik would have liked his player to sort of press more there, but actually it was not to be. The position is just equal here. And yeah, this was a decent day for India, I would say, because with this draw against Uzbekistan, we still keep the lead in the tournament. And that too, guys, actually, I should change my wordings. I should say it was a good day for the open section because we moved to 17. Uzbekistan remains on 15. Hungary is losing, so they'll remain on 14. So we still keep 2 point lead in the tournament. 2 points is massive, guys. Massive. Even if we make two draws now in the remaining two rounds, we might go back home with the gold. So, in that sense, it is a huge, huge thing that India has drawn today with Uzbekistan. We felt the pressure. We felt the pressure on board number two. Praggnanandhaa held on. Uh, on board number one, Gukesh was very solid. On board number three, we had no problems. Arjun was pressing, but in the end, it also drew some. In the end, he had a little bit of pressure there, but great. And on board number four, we had draw. Can we have a look at the top view of the screen of the playing arena? I think we have also have Harsh Chauhan who's gifted 10 memberships. Thank you, Harsh Bhai, for sending us memberships here. And a big, big shout out to all the people following this. Um, this time, India is very close to winning the gold. After 9 rounds, if you have two match points ahead, that's a huge thing. But I think USA is a big, big. It's the top seed, and they are the big um, competitors now coming in the way. And guys, what are your feelings about this? About this entire match? Akshat Saxena says, Sagar Bhaiya, watching this chess Olympiad from starting just to see India win the gold. I don't know anything about chess, but watching India win is closest to heart. Are Akshat Bhai, thank you for watching. I'm sure you can learn a bit of chess in the next few days and you will enjoy it even more. Sandeep says, why are you not taking super chats? I'm taking them, Sandeep Bhai. There are many I missed them, so I'll go back and try to check. Sandeep says I have to wake up at 5 a.m. tomorrow for trek, but not able to leave this game and go to sleep. Arjun bhai draw karo. Kar diya bhai, kar diya. Kar diya draw. Abdul Aziz says greetings from Uzbekistan. Thanks for the game. Yes, kudos to Uzbek team for fighting hard. Really was enjoyable. And by the way, guys, for all the people who there are some social media posts that have been made that Kramnik made a complaint about this. I think it was just the fact that he had said that we want to check the phones if there are any SIM cards or not. And these phones have been already checked before, and they were posted, and Kramnik made a check. And then once checked, the phones were kept back. Basically, we have kept these are video cameras, but with it is like the mobile phones because they are long lasting battery and they shoot, and we are able to capture full games, and that we can then later on edit and post, which is the reason why they are put. And uh, there is nothing, there are no SIM cards, no apps, nothing, it's just there and to shoot the game. So this was already checked by the fair play team before the event. This has already been checked, and Kramnik checked them and everything was fine. So I guess there's nothing more to be said about this incident. I hope everything's fine on that front. Okay, another thing here, Naveen Kumar says, let's win tomorrow and get that gold already. Naveen Kumar, thank you. In the women's section, I think we should just have a look at this game because after a4, she did find knight d4, rook d3, knight b3 happened, rook b3, rook a6, queen e1, check, king b1, queen d4, and Nurman actually doing this in style. I feel she might win this quite easily. King h7 takes, and +6 advantage for black here. That's huge. Dhruv says feeling sad that Arjun's streak broke, but Arjun's streak had already broken, guys. He had already taken one draw, so now he's on 7 out of 8. No, but this match actually just showed that Uzbekistan is a very strong team. They in this tournament, I think they suffered maybe one defeat at the hands. I don't know exactly whom they lost to. Yeah, maybe you guys are aware. Uh, they won against Trinidad. They beat Egypt. They beat Croatia. Vietnam. Vietnam has been like the dark horse in this tournament. Yeah, they've been beating everyone. Amazing. And then rest of the teams they just converted. They beat Ukraine. They beat Serbia. So Vietnam. Yeah, Nurman doing here the win, and I think Kazakhstan will win this. And guys, in the women's, then what will change is that Kazakhstan will take the sole lead with 16 points there in the women's section because of this win, and India will move to 15. And the Ukraine Armenia was a match that was going on. I don't know what happened in Ukraine Armenia because both the teams were on 13 points. Let's just quickly look. Draw between Lilith Makarchan and Osmak Yulia. Draw between Anna Ushanina and Mariam Makarchan. Oh, they also have 2-2. Here Sargisian won, but there on the other board they had Buksa win. So again 2-2 draw between Armenia and Ukraine, which means India very much in the race for a medal, very much in the silver medal race. But gold, they need someone to actually beat Kazakhstan now, which will not be easy because Kazakhstan is a strong team. Is a strong team. Yeah, Vantika today was the player of the day for sure. She managed to really put pressure on Irina Crush and won that. If Vantika hadn't won today, then we would have been in big trouble in this tournament. Who plays Kazakhstan next? That's a good question actually. I think because India has already played them, maybe they will play USA also. I think they might have played. Kazakhstan is a team that has played perhaps many strong teams already. Maybe they'll play US. I don't think they've played US yet. Yeah. Timings for tomorrow is 6:30 p.m. IST. 6:45 it will start. It's the same. But day after tomorrow, the rounds will start 4 hours in advance. So it will start at 11 a.m. local time, which is 2:30 p.m. Indian time. Hakim Bek says, Sagar bro from Uzbekistan, thanks for commentary. May friendship between our countries tighten. Of course, Hakim Bek, I think chess really brings forth this beautiful aspect where we are able to share this amazing camaraderie. And I can tell you that whenever I meet the Uzbek players, there's nothing but just great friendship and joy. In fact, they've told me that many of the people watch our videos there. At some point, I was told that in many of these squares that they have in Uzbekistan, because these chess players are such stars, Chess Base India videos are played on the big screen. Like, for example, Nodirbek becoming World Rapid Champion, or Nodirbek versus Magnus, and so on. So I believe that we've always tried to cover chess events to the best of our abilities without really worrying about, oh, only India's best results should be shown and all. It's always been unbiased coverage. And Uzbekistan, I'm really in awe of these youngsters who play so well. And as I said, even Kazakhstan, for that being, I went there recently. I felt it's growing. So there's no rivalry as such. It's just amazing how chess is growing in Asia, in all parts of India, in all parts of Asia, China, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Iran. Sandeep says you did not take many super chats today. Now they have disappeared as no one responded to those. Well, Sandeep, Ranjan says no, not unbiased though. When it comes to coverage of games or something, it's very like we do interviews with the winners and so on. But okay, here of course we are rooting for Team India, but it doesn't, as I said, doesn't mean that we are rooting against someone. We're just rooting for India. So I have actually, I can go through all the super chats. I think we have many because I don't want to give up on any as that. Prasad Duri, a dose of reality for the boys keeps them grounded. Interesting, maybe, maybe. Ravi Nagpuria says India win 2G MDL 2L SC from I call Indian player if available. Okay, Ravi Nagpuria, thank you for your super chat. Anuj Sharma, why didn't Arjun play BD3 on move 57? Okay, very cool. Very specific question. Why didn't Arjun play Bishop D3? Interesting move. His idea is to give a check and win here if the knight moves away. But still I will take. You give a check, I'll play King D6. If you take my rook, I take your rook. So maybe not the best move there. Surya Sagarbai, how is the flood situation in Budapest? Hope you guys are fine. Surya, I think there was some those who are near the river, have had to maybe change their hotels. There is water coming on the roads a little bit, but I think overall it's all under control. We are completely fine. That's why sometimes rounds do start a little late, but I think the organizers are doing a brilliant job here. Gaurav Garg says, Hi Sagar, if India wins gold in Chess Olympiad, how big of an achievement will this be? Please put it in perspective. I think it is nothing short of an Olympic gold, I would say. If chess was part of the Olympics, this would be a gold medal for Team India. Chess, this event is being represented by all the teams in the world, the top teams that are there, and I feel like it's one of the biggest achievements. My hope is that if we do win golds here, that it will be recognized by various important, maybe the government and so on, and the players will receive awards for what they have done. I think that would be very cool. But then again, all these players play chess because they love it, and I think um, it will be a massive achievement. Like, just think about it, India has never even won anything apart from bronze, and the way in which we have dominated this tournament from the start, I can already say that India has done a brilliant job here, because we have faced China, we have faced now Uzbekistan, now USA is left. Just Himanshu Deka, thank you for your super chat. Abhishek Dasgupta says Arjun's position will drastically improve if A B side pawns develop further. Yes, Abhishek, he tried it, but it didn't work out. Satyajit, thank you for becoming a backer of Indian chess. Aras, thank you for that suggestion. Bablu Badmash says Prag gonna unleash in last rounds. We are hoping. We are hoping for it. Prashant Wadekar, I'm working on research paper of bot. Can't reveal you. Will tell on mail. I need. This was real. This was read. Ramit, we read. Rohan says, I really like your videos. Thank you, Rohan. Arvind Vyas, Vantika OP, she gave her 100%. Happy to see women's team holding an overall draw. Yes. Joshua, thank you for your super chat. Vinay Verma, collab with Ashwin during GCL as he's the owner, yes, of American Gambits, and he's going to be there in London. I'm going to bring forth, hopefully, an interview or something with him. It'll be fun. I think almost took all of them. Otherwise, I have to go really upwards. Nilesh Sinha says, Sagar, why do you think players have some secret gestures to communicate strategies? For example, if one is going through for a draw, so that others should press? I don't think so. At least, maybe, I don't know if other teams have it. I don't think Indian teams do it. Also, these players can see the board and know things in a jiffy. Like, they're too strong. So, I don't think they need to communicate with each other that way. Sagar bhai, what happens in case of fire alarm? Well, everyone moves out. It has happened before in the Aeroflot Open. I think I read all of them, guys, almost. Thank you all for your support. I want to end this video on thanking a few people who've supported us. Firstly, Ambit, who's been very supportive. You see Ambit recap of the day every single day on our streams. They are a very fine company based in Mumbai, who are also supporting Vidit. They've supported us for this coverage. So thanks, a big thanks and shout out to them. We want to thank Chess Neurons because they're giving 1 month free membership to anyone who fills the form. You know, in our description, there's a section called offers. Just check that out. Chess Neurons is basically a website by Ankit Rajpara on positional exercises. Go there and try it out. You will enjoy it. Fill the form and you will get 1 month membership. Teach Chess India is a mission that we've begun to bring chess to different places where chess is not generally there, like children's home, orphanages, uh, hospitals, slums, and we are building up a team of volunteers who work together. It's a non commercial thing, it's just for the love of the game to spread chess, to bring a change. Because I have a picture here. When we started chess in the Chembur Children's Home, it's been over a year. Every Saturday, me and my friends would go there and teach. This is the first session here, me and Amruta there on that demo board. And next to it is a very famous player, guys. Can you recognize him? Oh, Fabi's losing? What? Yes, it is Gukesh. Absolutely. Guys, I'll go to that. This is Gukesh over here. And we went there and we started in May 2023. And now, sorry, March 23. And now the kids there had a tournament, 2 tournaments played there. And they've done many, many different things. And now chess has grown massively and improved their life. So if you want to become and join in, please check out this form that we have. Meanwhile, Caruana in a minus position, guys, which means perhaps if Caruana loses this, it will be a 2-2 draw. And then India may not even face USA tomorrow. So it may be a huge, huge moment. Let's look at this game carefully now. Richie report, just that, guys, you guys asking me to read super chats helped me to stay back. But also another huge thing, Shardul Dave, thank you. Hi Sagar, big fan. Thank you, Shardul. We have a big news. We have a big believer on Help Chess, not just a believer. We have a big believer, and that is Hemant K, who has contributed 50,000. Hemant, you are the second big believer of this stream. We had Amit Mantri a few days ago, and now you've contributed. Thank you. Oh, what has just happened? Is there a claim? Oh, there is a claim here, guys. Queen D1 check. King F2 check. King E1 check. And that is our famous Indian arbiter Anant Raman, who's just doing something. I don't know what happened there, guys. What just happened? Maybe he made a wrong claim and he's giving 1 extra minute to report, perhaps. Prem Milind Gujarati says Chessbase India wanted to write for the gift of chess thing. We had a requirement for a few boards to distribute. Should I write on the main email ID? Yes, Prem. That would be good. Fabi made wrong claim. Okay. So Richard gets an extra minute on the clock. And here, guys, maybe knight a4 was a better move. But he goes knight d5. I don't think this is winning. It's not winning. Meanwhile, we have one of our team members here, Aditya Bhai. Aditya Bhai, why don't you join for commentary sometime? It would be wonderful to have you for this part of the game. And Aditya is here covering the tournament right from day one on ground, just bringing you all the coverage. And while we look at this game, Aditya, how was the day today?
They was okay. We always expect India to win, but yes, great result for women because at one point of time we were thinking that we are almost gonna
Lose the match.
lose the match. But Vantika proved once again why she is in the team, why she is like one of the best players, not only in India but also in the world rankings right now. Under pressure, winning on demand, time and time again. So that is amazing. And yes,
Were you able to interview Vantika today?
no, I missed her because it's very difficult to follow outside because we
Oh.
don't know when the game is getting over, when players are going out. If somehow
Because there is a delay of 15 minutes.
yes, and somehow sometimes it also happens they come to the official broadcast of FIDE, and when they leave, we are unable to find them also. So sometimes it's luckily we get some final moments of players. Like today, I got to see Magnus. He was very upset.
Yes, he lost today.
Yes.
Big news of today: Magnus losing to Fedosiev.
Yes, and Ding was also upset.
Ding lost today.
I think he drew. I think
He drew, but Wei won.
Yes, Wei
which
won and
helped
China won.
China to win.
Yeah, because Ding is always like very happy to give autographs and photographs. He was giving it, but after a one point of time, he was like, "No,
Yeah, because I think Ding was better against Parham
Yes.
and he drew.
yes,
So Ding is still searching for that win against good players. Not happening there.
but I was so happy to see Ding
Yes.
today. He came and people love him, and he's always very kind to everyone who comes for a like a moment with him, and that is very good to see. There's a video on Chess India. Please check it out, guys, where Ding waits for a person to take out his pen for a autograph. That is not very common to see for a world champion.
Yeah, generally players they try to do much, but when it is there's so many people, they just start moving when
Yes.
you are not ready with your phone or with your pen.
Yes.
Meanwhile, guys, the news is that Kazakh team is on course to winning this, and which means Kazakhstan will get into sole lead in the women's section. Alua Nurman is beating Alicia Slivika. Big result there. And in this, we got news that maybe Caruana might slip up here against Rapport, but that's not happening. Now Fabi has things under control. A draw is enough because USA had scored a win where Dominguez had beaten Sanan Sugirov, and now this should be a draw. And we have Niklesh G in the chat. Niklesh Ji, you can use the link that was sent to you on one occasion and join us for a few minutes here before we end the stream. Hindi Chess Base India is commentating live, guys, and you can go and check out that broadcast if you want to see commentary in Hindi. Very interesting commentary by Niklesh and a few strong players. And Aditya, how has it been your first time in Europe?
Yes.
How has it been for you? Are you enjoying your time? Do you get even some time to go outside and see anything, or has it been like completely working and in the room editing?
No, we got time on the rest day. We got to go out, and it's a beautiful country, nice people, warm people, and very beautiful place. And I think one of the best locations we could have imagined for an Olympiad. I think any player we have interviewed from all the countries that we don't get to see often, they have been telling us good things only about the organizing. And yes, there has been so many challenges that we have come to know: transportation, flood, hotel problem. But I think the Hungarian Chess Federation and all the entire team has done a fabulous job in, because Olympiad, the biggest event, probably one of the biggest sporting events in the world, is not an easy thing to organize.
So many parties have to come together. I can at least see three, which is one is the local organizing committee, which is the Hungarian Chess Federation, FIDE, and then the government of Hungary, because
Yes.
it's the sponsor of this event.
Yes,
So it's never easy when three such huge organizations come together
absolutely.
and to do something.
And there are also so many federations, so many countries that you have to constantly be in touch with for visa.
Yeah.
There, unfortunately, many people could not come. There are few teams who could not make it. Like I know Nepal and also the refugees team, but there were some countries who also made it in the last moment. Maybe they missed 2-3 rounds.
In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I got to know that there is a team of Syria which came after the rest day.
Yeah, so
They played only 2 games until now, 7th and 8th round. This is their third game.
Yeah.
Just imagine they missed first 6 rounds because of visa issues. Then they came on the rest day and they won all their games.
Oh wow.
So it's a pity that they didn't get to play. And just how important this Olympiad is for them can be seen from the fact that they even decided to come at the halfway mark.
Yes.
Because there's no medal, I'm sure they can win, but just to be in this atmosphere, it's a huge thing.
Then I think like we often think that why he missed this move, why he missed that move, why he made a blunder. But there are so many players who have like fought so many battles to be on that board. Like it's unimaginable for most of us, because yes, we think that okay, they are just sitting here playing an Olympiad, but so many things had to fall in place for some of these players.
By the way, Aditya, just a second here. Draw has happened.
Okay.
Richard Rapport drew his game against Caruana, which means USA has beaten Hungary there. Big result there for the American team. And tomorrow it's India USA in the Open. In the women's section, we will wait. I will put up a summary very soon. And yes,
I
yes,
think Niklesh is here.
Niklesh ji. Maybe he's not here. Yes, Director Saab, are you saying something? Okay. Yes, Aditya, you are saying something.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Saying that when we get to interview these countries, there are so many stories.
Yes, you have interviewed maybe roughly around 10, 12 countries.
Yeah, I think
More.
more than that.
And I think you might hit 20, 25 by the
Yes,
end of this
yes,
event.
absolutely. Like today, I interviewed a team of Cayman Islands. So there are three youngsters, and there's a senior person who just got to play chess because she wanted her son to learn chess.
Ah,
Her son has not shown much interest, but she got the interest, and she is playing in the national team.
wow.
So what a beautiful story! And after the interview, after the round, I met her, and she has earned her WCM title.
Oh.
So that is like there are so many stories,
brilliant
Yes,
stories, and I think
yes,
there are stories lurking all around.
Yes.
For someone like Aditya who loves storytelling, I think it's a dream come true to be at this place because there are stories everywhere. And in fact, I have also we had one video which is a chessboard that is unique for every city and country of the world. I think this is a product we will make for India very soon. So guys, you can check out that video and give your thoughts on how you like it. Toto sends a super chat saying, Sagar bhai, please explain India women's gold chances now after Kazakh are number one. Yes, Toto, I will make a video on that properly and publish it. For now, it feels like Kazakhstan has not yet played USA. That's what I saw. So maybe they will play against them tomorrow. And then if something goes wrong with them and India wins, then we have very good chances for the gold. But for now, I think yes, Kazakhstan has played in good teams. They have played Poland, France, Azerbaijan, Cuba. So yeah, they are yet to play China. They are yet to play India. I think Chinese team somehow did not really make it so well. You know, we were thinking China would do well, but they are there somewhere on the fourth board.
but what a performance by Kazakhstan, right?
Yeah.
Amazing. Like,
Kazakh team is actually showing, and I was telling in the chat, and I think you've been to Kazakhstan recently.
Yes.
I've been there. Shahid from our team has been there. All the people who have gone to Kazakhstan have noticed them investing heavily in chess. They had the World Championship match. Ding Nepo was in Kazakhstan.
Yes.
So I think they will soon become a massive powerhouse there. Hello, Niklesh.
हेलो सागर भाई कैसे हो?
Hello, Niklesh bhai.
भाई बढ़िया हूँ मैं, आप कैसे हो?
मैं ठीक हूँ भाई, यहीं बैठे बैठे मैं टेंशन ले रहा हूँ.
हाँ, क्या लग रहा है भाई?
अरे आदित्य
इंडिया
भाई
के
क्या हाल चाल?
chances.
Hello, Niklesh bhai.
चांसेस मुझे लगता है कि मेंस टीम तो गोल्ड लेगी.
हाँ,
और
ऐसा कॉन्फिडेंस चाहिए तो निकलेश भाई जैसा.
हाँ, और नहीं मतलब रीज़न है, 8 में 8 जीते और आज भी कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं था. इंडिया सेफ खेला आज. और एक और मुझे लग रहा है बड़ी चीज़ है, ऑल द प्लेयर्स आर टायर्ड नाउ because you can see they are missing moves. So many top players till now who was playing like so accurate, they are missing moves now. So I think players are tired, and So Indian men's team, I'm fine. I think Indian team will win. Is going to
कल
win the gold
यूएसए
medal.
के साथ मैच है, आई थिंक दैट इज द बिग वन.
हाँ बट मुझे यूएसए के साथ अब कोई लूज पॉइंट नहीं दिखता. गुकेश विल आई थिंक करवाना ना जितना लास्ट तक मैच खेला है, सो दिस इज नॉट गोइंग टू इजी टू फेस गुकेश टुमारो. एंड गुकेश का मैच आज बहुत जल्दी हुआ, सो दैट विल हेल्प लिटिल. So even and one more thing is I think USA played 2 double white actually. So most probably India will have white again tomorrow. So in that case I think Gukesh is fine. Vidit is playing really well. So even Aronian is playing well. Vidit will I think will hold him. Arjun in top shape is still. So I don't think any problem in Indian team.
Yeah.
So
It will be
even
a
I
good
have
match.
hope. Even I have hope that Arjun will crack Dominguez maybe.
Who
Or
knows? Yes.
yes. So but yes,
And also
women's team
second
I am
board.
little worried.
Who will
For
be our
top
next opponents is the big question. We have
I think
played
Ukraine,
Kazakhstan, Poland.
Ukraine,
Sorry,
Ukraine or
Ukraine.
China, Ukraine or China.
Did China win today?
Yes, already.
Because Ukraine and Armenia drew.
That's why they have common points 14 I think. So there is a chance India is going to face China tomorrow.
China or Ukraine, maybe one of the
No,
two.
because China is higher seeded, na, number 4th seed.
Okay.
So most probably China will play India.
Oh, China and Chinese team is not their top team, but still strong players. It will be good. And Niklesh bhai, who all are there with you to commentate? And can people join you tomorrow? Do you commentate throughout the all the hours?
Today almost 1500 people was there all the time.
Wow.
So we have with us three international masters there. Aradhya Garg is there, and Vishal Sareen is there, and Anup Deshmukh is there. So they are coming frequently. Arad is all the time mostly. Arad and Vishal Sareen. So
Beautiful.
yeah, and
Guys,
also
you can
Samay
check out
sometimes join.
Hindi Chess. Samay comes in, Hindi Chess Base India. Go there. Do check out if you want commentary in Hindi. Niklesh is working day in and out, 7 hours commentary. Morning he wakes up, makes recaps. So Niklesh is almost like as if he was in Budapest, just that he is not physically here. But you are
भाई
there
आप
with all your heart.
यस भाई मेरा तो मन कर रहा था अभी एक दिन मैं आ जाऊं फ्लाइट पकड़ के.
हाँ.
चलो
कूल है
कोई
भाई,
बात नहीं
ठीक
भाई.
है
Good.
भाई. बहुत अच्छा मजा आया. थैंक यू फॉर कमिंग एंड थैंक यू आदित्य भाई एंड थैंक यू अ बिग शाउट आउट टू नॉडविन गेमिंग एंड समय अवर डायरेक्टर साहब फॉर दिस अमेजिंग ब्रॉडकास्ट दैट इज बीइंग डन. सी यू ऑल टुमारो. टेक केयर. बाय बाय.
Bye. Good night, everyone.
One of the key aspects that stops the progress of many chess players and puts them in an extremely difficult situation is finances. Over the years, thousands of chess players have left the sport because of lack of funds. This is the reason we came up with the Help Chess Foundation. There are people out there who want to support Indian chess players, and there are chess players in need of funds. We at Help Chess wanted to act as a bridge. A transparent and accountable bridge where every single penny that the donor contributes is put to use in a way that it powers Indian chess. Over the last 6 years of activity, Help Chess has raised over 1 crore rupees. We have had many scholarships like the MKG Scholarship, Pursue Your Chess Scholarship, Muralidhar Jalan Foundation Scholarship, Sadhana App Sponsorship, Vijay Rajni Scholarship, Sarada Scholarship, S. Krishnan Scholarship, Pursue Your Chess Scholarship, and many more. It has benefited more than 75 players from getting good training to being able to travel to tournaments to working with better technology. Help Chess has tried to ease the lives of chess players and support them to move in the direction of their goal. Even top players like Anish Giri and Arjun Erigaisi have donated their prize winnings to the Help Chess Foundation to power young talents like Ilam Parthi, Jubin Jimmy and Sumer Sheikh. All the amount that is raised for chess players is then transparently updated on the ChessBase India website. But we have always wanted to improve the experience of our donors, and that's the reason why we have ensured that the charitable trust is now ATG compatible. The donors now get tax benefits. We also now have a CSR number, which means that companies with CSR funds can utilize their money for the right cause of powering young talents in the country. When you visit the Help Chess website, you will see two ways to contribute: Believer and Big Believer. Why did we choose the name Believer? That's because each of you who contributes believes in Indian chess. As soon as you donate, your name is updated in the Recent Believers section at the bottom of the website. You will also see the initiatives taken up by the Help Chess Foundation that have been transparently mentioned through the linked articles. If you click any of the articles, you will get an update of all the people who have contributed. In the year 2022-23, Help Chess managed to raise 26 lakhs, and in the year 23-24, we raised 54 lakhs. Few talents who have risen rapidly are Mayank Chakraborty from Assam, who has become an IM with 2 GM norms, Ethan Vas from Goa, who is born in 2010 and is already an IM, Gautam Krishna from Kerala, who has also achieved his IM title and is rated 2466. We also have amazing stories like that of 8-year-old Narayani Marathe, who achieved a double gold at the Asian Youth Championships 2024 in Kazakhstan. There are many more stories like these. Our hope in the coming years is to support more than 1,000 chess players and ensure that no talent in Indian chess is wasted due to lack of funds. We hope that you will join this initiative to power chess in India.
This is the chess song.